The weapon hum started at 0400 hours. Chief Engineer Marcus Webb knew that sound. Everyone in Salvage Yard 7 knew that sound. It was the deep bass thrum of a Galactic Compliance Bureau vaporization cannon spinning up its capacitors. The kind of sound that vibrated through your chest cavity and made your teeth ache. The kind of sound that meant someone was about to be turned into constituent atoms. Marcus was elbow deep in the guts of a half-collapsed fuel cell when the alarm shrieked through the makeshift habitat. His knuckles were bleeding. His overalls were stained with 3 different colors of hydraulic fluid, and he'd been awake for 26 hours straight. Perfect time for an inspection, apparently. "Chief," Ramos's voice crackled over the comm, panic threading through every syllable. "We've got a GCB dreadnought on approach vector. Compliance enforcement configuration. They're painting Structure 7B with targeting lasers." Structure 7B, the jury-rigged habitat dome they'd welded together from the wreckage of a Klaxian transport shuttle. Home to 47 human salvage workers who'd drawn the short straw in the quarantine lottery. Marcus wiped his hands on his thighs, a futile gesture, and pushed off toward the observation blister. Through the scratched plasteel, he could see it. A Galactic Compliance Bureau enforcement vessel, all hard angles and bureaucratic menace. Its hull was the color of dried blood, and the vaporization cannon mounted on its prow glowed with the sickly yellow of gathering power. And standing at the airlock, framed in the harsh work lights of the salvage yard, was Demolition Officer Xylar. The Vryn looked exactly like the species was supposed to look. 4 meters of chitinous bureaucrat wrapped in an enforcement exoskeleton. Compound eyes reflecting the chaotic sprawl of human salvage operations with what Marcus could only interpret as profound disgust. 6 spindly arms held various scanning devices, and 2 of them clutched what appeared to be a truly impressive stack of violation notices. "Attention, human occupants of Quarantine Zone Theta 7, Xylar's voice boomed across the broadcast channel, translated into flat, emotionless standard. Structure 7B has been designated non-compliant under Galactic Safety Code 4471, subsection 9, improper repurposing of registered spacecraft components. Demolition authorization has been approved. You have 15 standard minutes to evacuate before vaporization commences." Marcus felt his stomach drop into his boots. 15 minutes. "Ramos, get everyone out of 7B now," Marcus snapped into his comm. "Emergency protocol, move!" "Chief, we've got kids in there. Families. Where the hell are they supposed to go?" Where indeed. The quarantine zone wasn't exactly rich with alternative accommodations. To the Council, humans were a biological glitch. 16,000 clean species, and then there was humanity. The biohazard they'd thrown into the galactic junk drawer until the lab results came back. They weren't being quarantined. They were being forgotten. 6 months in this graveyard of broken ships, 1 supply drop, and a cheerful pamphlet about temporary relocation protocols. The other structures were already over capacity. They were sleeping in shifts as it was. Marcus pushed through the connecting tunnel toward the airlock where Xylar waited. His crew was already scrambling. He could see them through the portholes, hauling children and belongings toward Structure 4A, faces tight with controlled panic. The cannon hum grew louder. 12 minutes. Marcus cycled through the airlock and stepped into the killing cold of open space. His enviro suit was a patchwork of salvaged parts, held together with prayer and structural adhesive. Xylar's exoskeleton gleamed like it had been polished that morning. "Officer Xylar," Marcus said, keeping his voice steady. "We need to discuss." "There is nothing to discuss, human." Xylar's manipulator arms shifted through datasheets with practiced efficiency. "Structure 7B is constructed from the aft section of Klaxian transport vessel KLX 9472. Said vessel is registered property of the Klaxian Merchant Guild. You have dismantled and repurposed registered property without proper authorization. Violation penalty, immediate demolition." "With respect, officer, we were given these wrecks by the Quarantine Authority. They're listed as available salvage materials for emergency sheltering." "Available for temporary emergency use," Xylar corrected, "not for permanent structural integration. The reactor core from KLX 9472 remains active within your structure. That constitutes illegal operation of registered spacecraft systems." Marcus's mind raced. The reactor core. The half-dead, barely functional reactor core that they'd spent 3 weeks coaxing back to life because the Galactic Council hadn't deemed it necessary to provide them with independent power generation. 10 minutes. The weapon hum had reached the point where Marcus could feel it in his bones. Behind Xylar, the enforcement vessel bristled with additional weapons. Not just the main vaporization cannon. There were point defense arrays, plasma lances, probably a few nasty surprises tucked away in those weapon blisters. All pointed at a habitat full of sleeping children. Marcus's hand moved to the battered datapad mag-locked to his hip. His fingers were shaking. From exhaustion, from cold, from the very reasonable fear of being turned into expanding plasma, but mostly from rage. These bureaucratic bastards had dumped humans in a junkyard and then wanted to vaporize them for the crime of not dying fast enough. Officer Xylar, Marcus said slowly, I need to draw your attention to Galactic Treaty Code 8832, the Heritage Preservation Act. Xylar's compound eyes flickered. That is not relevant to this situation. Section 14C, Marcus continued, pulling up the statute on his datapad with trembling fingers, states that any functioning pre-diaspora spacecraft technology is automatically classified as a provisional heritage artifact pending historical evaluation. The reactor core in Structure 7B is a Claxion Mark VII fusion plant. Those went out of production 400 years ago. That does not, which makes it a historical artifact, Marcus pressed. And according to heritage preservation protocols, any structure temporarily housing a historical artifact is protected from demolition pending proper evaluation by a certified heritage committee. He looked up from his datapad, meeting those alien compound eyes. Demolishing it would be a treaty violation. 8 minutes. The weapon hum had reached a fever pitch. Xylar's manipulator arms rifled through documents with increasing agitation. You are attempting to exploit a technicality. I'm attempting to follow galactic law, officer. Just like you. The Vrin's mandibles clicked together in what Marcus had learned to interpret as deep frustration. The Heritage Committee is based in Sector Gamma 4. It would take 6 months to schedule an evaluation. I know, Marcus said. Bureaucracy is terrible, isn't it? For a long moment, the only sound was the thrum of the vaporization cannon. Marcus could feel sweat running down his spine despite the cold. This was it. Either Xylar accepted the loophole, or 47 humans were about to learn what it felt like to be converted to energy. Then, with a sound like grinding metal, the weapon hum began to descend in pitch. Xylar's exoskeleton servos whined as the officer turned toward his vessel. Stand down vaporization sequence, he transmitted on the enforcement channel. We have a procedural complication. Marcus let out a breath he hadn't known he was holding. This is not over, human, Xylar said, turning back to face him. Those compound eyes reflected the scattered light of 1,000 pieces of orbital debris. I will be filing for an expedited Heritage Committee review, and I will be conducting daily compliance inspections of every structure in this salvage yard. If I find even the smallest violation, we'll be in full compliance, officer, Marcus said. We always are. Xylar's mandibles clicked one final time before the Vrin returned to his vessel. The dreadnought pulled away slowly, deliberately, its weapon arrays tracking Marcus until the ship was nothing but a dark shape against the stars. Marcus waited until the enforcement vessel had cleared the immediate sector before allowing himself to sag against the airlock frame. His hands were shaking harder now, adrenaline crash mixing with exhaustion. Ramos's voice crackled in his ear. Chief, did you just stop a vaporization order with paperwork? Yeah, Marcus said, pushing himself upright and starting the long mag boot walk back to the worksite. Yeah, I did. That's the most human thing I've ever seen. Marcus allowed himself a grim smile. We're not done yet, Ramos. That reactor core needs to stay functional and historically significant, which means we need to stabilize Structure 7B's orientation. The gravity shear from the planet is pulling us into a slow tumble. If that reactor shifts position in the housing before the Heritage Committee arrives, Xylar will have all the excuse he needs. How long do we have? Marcus pulled up the structural stress models on his datapad. The shuttle's damaged main thruster assembly was already groaning under the load. They'd been using the thrust vectoring to counteract the tidal forces, but it was a jury-rigged nightmare of cross-wired systems and prayer. 48 hours, he said. Maybe less. Get me Nguyen from propulsion and Santos from structural. We're going to need to reinforce the thruster mounting and recalibrate the vector angles. If that engine tears loose, the reactor housing goes with it. On it, Chief. Marcus looked back at Structure 7B, a ugly, scarred, beautiful piece of scrap metal that was currently the only thing standing between 47 people and the vacuum. Its damaged thruster fired in short, controlled bursts, fighting against forces that wanted to tear it apart, just like them. And Ramos? Marcus added. Start pulling every treaty, every regulation, every goddamn loophole in the galactic legal database. If Xylar wants to play compliance games, we're going to make him regret it. Copy that, Chief. Hey, we're going to make it, right? Marcus looked out at the sea of debris floating around them. Broken ships, shattered stations, the accumulated garbage of 1,000 dead civilizations, all dumped in this forgotten corner of space. And somewhere out there, a dreadnought full of bureaucrats waiting for an excuse to add human wreckage to the collection. We're going to do better than that, Marcus said. We're going to build something they can't tear down. The weapon hum had faded, but its echo still vibrated in his chest. A reminder, a promise. The galaxy wanted compliance? Fine, they'd give them compliance. Just not the kind they were expecting. Xylar returned at dawn, if you could call it that. In Salvage Yard 7, dawn was just when the local star crept over the horizon of the debris field and turned 1,000 twisted pieces of metal into a glittering maze of razor-edged death. Marcus was halfway through his second pot of recycled coffee when the Vrin's dreadnought materialized on the proximity sensors. 12 hours since the vaporization order had been stayed. He'd hoped for at least 24. Chief, our friend is back, Ramos called from the observation blister, and he brought company. Through the viewport, Marcus could see 3 additional GCB vessels flanking Xylar's dreadnought. Smaller craft, but each one bristling with sensor arrays and what looked like industrial-grade waste management equipment. The kind of equipment you brought when you wanted to make a mess disappear. Or when you wanted to make the people who made the mess disappear. The broadcast channel crackled to life. Attention human salvage operation. This is Demolition Officer Xylar conducting mandatory compliance inspection pursuant to Quarantine Zone Hazardous Materials Protocol 7 Alpha. Marcus Meg walked to the comm station and keyed the transmit button. Good morning, Officer Xylar. How can we help you comply today? There was a pause. Marcus liked to think Xylar was grinding his mandibles. Sector scan has detected unsafe levels of ionizing radiation emanating from salvage grid coordinates 719 through 734. Xylar continued. His voice was flat, clinical. Current ionizing levels exceed the human mortality threshold by 400%. Since you are too fragile to survive the environment, we will sterilize the environment, and you with it, for your own safety. You have until end of cycle to clear all radioactive debris from the affected grid squares. Marcus pulled up the sector map on his datapad. Grid squares 719 through 734. That was the old battlefield site. The place where 2 alien fleets had torn each other apart 6 years ago, before the humans had even arrived. Hundreds of reactor cores, shattered antimatter containment fields, and enough unstable isotopes to light up a dosimeter from 3 clicks away. End of cycle. That gave them 14 hours. Officer Xylar, Marcus said carefully, that debris field has been there for 6 years. It's been radiating the whole time. Why is it suddenly a compliance issue now? Because now there are humans in proximity to it. Xylar's voice carried the flat finality of bureaucratic inevitability. For your own protection, of course. For our protection, Marcus repeated. Correct. Marcus looked out at the debris field. The wreckage floated in a slow, lazy drift, each piece tumbling through the void in its own orbital dance. Some of the chunks were the size of houses. Some were glowing faintly from their own internal decay. All of them were jagged, twisted, and absolutely deadly. And how exactly are we supposed to clear radioactive debris without heavy equipment or proper shielding? Compliance methods are at your discretion, Chief Engineer. You have 14 hours. The channel went dead. Ramos appeared at Marcus's elbow, his face pale under the harsh LED work lights. "Chief, that's impossible. Even if we had a fleet of tugs, we couldn't move that much mass in 14 hours, and we'd cook ourselves trying." Marcus stared at the glittering graveyard on the screen. 14 hours. Xylar wasn't just making it difficult, he was making it lethal. Any direct approach to that debris field would expose the crew to radiation doses that would kill them in days. But Xylar had made a mistake. He'd given them a deadline instead of just pulling the trigger. "Get me Nguyen and Santos," Marcus said, "and wake up Chen from astrogation. I need to know the exact orbital dynamics of every piece of scrap in that field." "What are you thinking, Chief?" Marcus zoomed in on the debris field, his mind already racing through the physics. Mass, momentum, radiation pressure. The pieces were already moving. They just needed to move faster, and in the right direction. "We're not going to move it, Ramos. We're going to push it." 30 minutes later, the entire salvage crew was crammed into the main workshop, a pressurized cargo module they'd welded to the side of Structure 4A. Chen had pulled up the orbital plots on the main display, a tangle of colored trajectories that looked like someone had thrown spaghetti at a star chart. "Okay," Chen said, tapping the screen. "The bad news is that the debris field is in a highly elliptical orbit. It's going to pass within 200 meters of our closest structure in about 6 days. "So Xylar's not wrong about it being a hazard," Nguyen muttered. "He's not wrong about the hazard," Marcus agreed. "He's just wrong about the timing. That debris was going to be a problem eventually. He's just using it as an excuse now." "What's the good news?" Santos asked. Chen grinned. It was the kind of grin that meant someone was about to suggest something deeply stupid and technically brilliant. "The good news is that most of those chunks are thin, shattered hull plates, solar panel fragments, antenna arrays, high surface area to mass ratio." Marcus saw it immediately. Solar pressure, Chen confirmed. "The local star is a blue giant. It's pumping out a lot of photons. If we can increase the surface area of those debris pieces, we can use the radiation pressure to alter their trajectories." "Into where?" Ramos asked. Marcus pulled up a different section of the sector map. Grid squares 915 through 9 to 22. Empty space, far from any inhabited structures, far from Xylar's patrols, and directly in line with the salvage materials they'd need for the next phase of construction. "Into a collection zone," Marcus said. "We're not getting rid of the debris. We're hurting it." Santos caught on first. "You want to turn the debris field into a resource stockpile." "Why waste good metal?" Marcus said, "even if it is a little spicy." The plan was simple in theory and suicidal in execution. They would take the razor-thin foil material salvaged from shattered solar arrays, highly conductive, highly reflective, and sharp enough to slice through pressure suits like tissue paper, and attach it to the larger debris chunks. The expanded surface area would catch the stellar wind, and the radiation pressure would gradually push the debris out of the danger zone and into the collection zone. Simple, except for the part where they had to maneuver hundreds of tons of radioactive, razor-edged scrap metal while wearing suits that offered approximately the same protection as a wet paper bag. "We'll work in 30-minute shifts," Marcus said, checking the radiation exposure projections. "No one goes over 20 millisieverts. We rotate crews every half hour, and we dose everyone continuously. That's still going to put us close to the annual limit," Nguyen said. "Yeah, well, the annual limit doesn't account for sector sterilization." Marcus shot back. "Anyone who wants to sit this one out, I won't hold it against you." No one moved. "All right then," Marcus said. "Suit up. And for God's sake, watch the edges on that foil. I don't want anyone bleeding out because they forgot to check their 6. The first shift launched at hour 2. Marcus watched from the observation blister as 6 suited figures, tiny against the vastness of space, maneuvered toward the closest debris cluster. They moved with the careful precision of people who knew they were surrounded by things that could kill them in a dozen different ways. The foil came in rolls, salvaged from a Torellian science vessel that had its solar collection arrays torn off during whatever battle had killed it. Each sheet was maybe 2 meters square and thinner than aluminum foil. Hold it up to the light and you could practically see through it. Hold it wrong and it would take your fingers off. Santos reached the first target. a chunk of bulkhead the size of a small car tumbling slowly through space. Her suit jets fired in short, precise bursts as she matched its rotation. Then she unspooled the first foil sheet. Watching through the telescopic feed, Marcus could see the foil catch the starlight and flare like a tiny sun. Santos moved with practiced efficiency, using magnetic clamps to secure the corners of the foil to the debris. 1 corner, 2 corners, 3. The debris shifted. Maybe it was a micro-collision with another piece of scrap. Maybe it was the magnetic clamps disrupting some delicate orbital balance. Whatever the cause, the chunk of bulkhead suddenly lurched, spinning faster. The 4th corner of foil snapped taut, then tore. The sheet whipped back toward Santos like a blade. Marcus saw her twist, saw her try to pull away, but the foil was faster. It sliced across her helmet, leaving a bright score mark across the visor. A centimeter lower, and it would have caught her neck seal. "Santos, status!" Marcus barked into the comm. "I'm good, Chief." Her voice was steady, but Marcus could hear the controlled fear underneath. "Helmet integrity holding. That was closer than I'd like. Take 5. Let your heart rate come down." "Negative, Chief. We're on a clock." She grabbed the torn foil and started securing the 4th corner, moving even more carefully now. Besides, this thing's personal now. Over the next 8 hours, the crew worked in a grinding, exhausting rotation. 30 minutes on, 30 minutes off. They secured foil to 347 separate debris pieces, turning a chaotic cloud of scrap into an amateur solar sail fleet. Chen had calculated the trajectories down to the centimeter, but space had a way of laughing at calculations. Debris collided, foil tore. Twice they had to abort approaches when radiation levels spiked higher than predicted. Nguyen took a glancing hit from a piece of spinning antenna that punched through his suit's outer layer. Not enough to breach, but enough to put a hole in the radiation shielding. He was done for the day, glowing like a Christmas tree on the dosimeter. Marcus took the last shift himself. He was attaching foil to a particularly nasty piece of reactor shielding when his radiation alarm started screaming. The piece was hotter than Chen's scans had indicated, decay products from something exotic and deeply unpleasant. "Chief, your dose rate just spiked to 80 millisieverts per hour, Ramos said over the comm. "Get out of there." 5 more minutes, Marcus grunted, fighting with a magnetic clamp that didn't want to seat properly. "I'm almost done with this one." "Chief, 5 minutes, Ramos." He got the clamp seated, got the foil secured. His hands were shaking inside the gloves, and he could taste metal at the back of his throat. Probably psychosomatic, but maybe not. The dosimeter on his wrist was screaming obscenities in red LED. But the foil was attached. He kicked off the debris and burned his thrusters hard, putting distance between himself and the hot zone. Behind him, the reactor shielding began its slow, radiation-assisted drift toward the collection zone. When Marcus cycled back through the airlock, his suit's exterior was glowing faintly on the contamination scanner. Ramos met him in the decon chamber with a hazmat scrubber and a look that could have peeled paint. 34 millisieverts, Chief, in 5 minutes. "Worth it," Marcus said, stripping out of the suit. His hands were still shaking. "How many pieces did we finish?" "All of them," Ramos said. 347 pieces of radioactive garbage, all dressed up in solar sails and heading for the collection zone. Chen says they'll clear the danger area in about 6 hours. Marcus checked the chronometer. Hour 13. They'd made it with an hour to spare. He pulled up the sector map and watched the slow procession of debris, each piece now trailing its makeshift sail like a funeral shroud. The foil caught the starlight and glittered, transforming the graveyard into something almost beautiful. Almost. Zylar's dreadnought was still holding station at the edge of the sector, watching, waiting. "Open a channel," Marcus said. Zylar's compound eyes filled the screen. "Chief Engineer, your time is not yet." "Check your sensors, officer. The debris is clearing the grid squares. Radiation levels in the primary zone are dropping." There was a pause as Zylar presumably checked his scans. Marcus watched the alien's mandibles work silently. "The debris has not been removed from the sector," Zylar said finally, "merely relocated." "You said clear the grid squares," Marcus replied. "You didn't specify where to clear them to." The debris is now in unoccupied space, well outside the quarantine zone boundaries, fully compliant with hazmat protocols. Another pause, longer this time. This collection zone of yours, Zylar said slowly. What is its purpose? Marcus smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. Future resource stockpile. We're going to need building materials eventually. Figured we might as well organize the scrap now. You know, for compliance. Building materials. Yes, officer. After all, we can't live in these jury-rigged structures forever. Eventually, we'll need to construct permanent facilities, proper ones, up to code. Zylar's eyes reflected the starlight, unreadable and cold. I will be monitoring your construction activities very closely, Chief Engineer. I'd expect nothing less, officer. The channel closed. Ramos whistled low. Did you just tell him we're planning to build something big? I told him we're planning to stay, Marcus said, and that we're going to do it by the book. He pulled up the long-range scan of the collection zone, where 347 pieces of deadly scrap were slowly gathering like a fleet waiting for orders. Radioactive, razor-sharp, absolutely lethal, and now, neatly organized and exactly where they needed it. Get some rest, everyone, Marcus said. Tomorrow Zylar's going to find something else he wants us to comply with, and we're going to need to be ready. Outside the viewport, the solar sails glittered in the starlight, catching the radiation pressure and the light of a blue giant star, pushing, moving, building momentum, just like the humans. They'd survived day 2. The question was, how many more days until they could stop surviving and start building? The jamming started on day 3. Marcus was running diagnostics on the thruster assembly when the comm array went from nominal to dead in the span of 3 seconds. Every outbound signal just stopped, bounced back, scattered into electromagnetic noise that looked like someone had taken a chainsaw to the frequency spectrum. Chief, we just lost all external comms, Ramos said, his voice tight over the internal network. I'm getting bounce back on every channel, even the emergency frequencies. Marcus pulled up the signal analysis. The jamming signature was clean, professional, and absolutely unmistakable. GCB enforcement pattern. Zylar had decided that the humans talking to anyone outside the quarantine zone was a compliance problem. Can we punch through it? Not with our current array. We'd need about 10 times the broadcast power and a hell of a lot more gain on the antenna. Ramos paused. Why? Who are you planning to call? That was the question, wasn't it? Help was 16 light years and a mountain of red tape away. By the time a human diplomat cleared his throat to protest, they'd be stardust. They weren't calling for a rescue. They were broadcasting a warning. Other human salvage crews were scattered across 3 other quarantine zones. They needed to know what was happening here. They needed to know about the vaporization orders, about Zylar's escalating harassment, about the compliance games that were the only thing keeping them alive. They needed to coordinate. Get everyone to the workshop, Marcus said. We need to figure out how to boost our signal before Zylar decides that being unable to communicate makes us non-compliant. The briefing lasted 10 minutes before Zylar proved Marcus's paranoia justified. The Vrin's face filled the screen, compound eyes reflecting the harsh work lights with what Marcus was learning to recognize as satisfaction. Chief Engineer, I trust you have noticed the communications disruption. Hard to miss, officer. What's the compliance issue this time? Quarantine protocols require strict limitation of outbound transmissions to prevent potential contamination of galactic networks with human pathogens. Zylar's mandibles clicked in what might have been the alien equivalent of a smile. However, this disruption has revealed a secondary violation. My scans indicate the presence of 17 unexploded Kethrin reconnaissance probes within your salvage grid. Marcus felt his stomach drop. Kethrin probes. He knew those. Everyone who'd ever served near a hot zone knew those. They were the cockroaches of military hardware. Tough, nasty, and packed with enough explosive to vaporize a frigate if they decided you were a target. Those probes were already here when we arrived, Marcus said carefully. Dormant. We've been staying clear of them. Dormant or not, they constitute military contraband within a civilian zone. Galactic Safety Code 918 is quite explicit. Zyler's voice carried that same bureaucratic finality. "You have 24 hours to dispose of all ordnance, or I will be forced to conduct a controlled detonation of the entire grid square." "A controlled detonation," Marcus repeated slowly. "For everyone's safety, of course." The channel closed. Chen pulled up the probe locations on the main display. 17 red markers scattered across the salvage field like landmines. Some were embedded in debris clusters. Some were floating free. All of them were Catherine Type 7 reconnaissance probes, which meant each one had a shaped nuclear charge, an autonomous guidance system, and enough processing power to decide whether you were friend or foe. And all of those systems were still active, just waiting for the right signal to wake them up. "Disposal," Santos said flatly. "He wants us to dispose of 17 nuclear weapons in 24 hours. Without triggering them," Nguyen added, "because if we set one off, the blast will probably set off the others, and then there won't be enough of us left to violate any more compliance codes." Marcus stared at the probe markers. Then he looked at the dead comm array readings. Then back at the probes. "What's the broadcast power on a Type 7 guidance system?" he asked. Chen caught on first. Her eyes went wide. "Oh, you're not serious." "What am I missing?" Ramos asked. "The probes," Chen said slowly. "They're designed to phone home to their command ship, which means they have high-gain transmitters capable of punching through jamming, interference, and half a star system's worth of debris." 17 high-gain transmitters, Marcus said. Just sitting there, waiting to be disposed of properly. Santos whistled low. "That's insane. You want to rewire live nuclear weapons into a communications array?" "I want to comply with Officer Zyler's disposal order," Marcus corrected, "by rendering the weapons inert and repurposing their components for peaceful use. It's practically textbook military surplus recycling." "It's practically suicide," Nguyen muttered. "You have a better idea?" No one did. The first probe took 6 hours just to approach safely. It was embedded in the twisted wreckage of what had once been a Catherine scout ship, which had then been partially melted by something with a plasma lance. The probe itself was a matte black sphere about the size of a basketball, studded with sensor arrays and showing absolutely no external indication of whether it was dormant or just waiting for someone stupid enough to touch it. Marcus and Santos made the approach together, moving with the kind of careful precision usually reserved for defusing bombs. Which technically was exactly what they were doing. "Okay," Santos said, her voice steady despite the fact that she was currently drifting 3 meters from a nuclear weapon. "I'm reading minimal EM emissions. No active targeting sweeps. It might actually be asleep." "Might be," Marcus echoed. "Great, that's reassuring." He pulled out the scanner Chen had jury-rigged from a medical diagnostic unit. The readout showed the probe's internal systems in ghostly outline. Power cells still holding a charge, guidance processor in standby mode, and the warhead itself, a dark mass at the probe's core that the scanner couldn't penetrate. "We need to access the guidance system without triggering the tamper sensors," Marcus said, studying the probe's exterior. "The access panel should be here." He touched the probe's surface with one gloved finger. Nothing exploded. "So far, so good," Santos said. "The panel's magnetically sealed. I'm going to try to override it." She pulled a bypass kit from her tool belt, salvaged Catherine tech they'd pulled from the same battlefield that had left these probes behind. The magnetic seal disengaged with a soft click that Marcus felt through his bones more than heard. The access panel swung open. Inside was a nightmare of alien engineering, circuit boards that didn't quite make sense, power conduits using principles that human tech hadn't mastered, and in the center of it all, the guidance processor. About the size of Marcus's fist, studded with data ports, and currently showing a single red indicator light. Standby mode. "Okay," Santos said. "According to Chen's analysis, we need to disconnect the processor from the warhead trigger, then reroute the transmitter array to accept external input signals. Simple. Nothing about this is simple." "I was being sarcastic, Chief." Marcus pulled out the custom data cable Chen had fabricated. One end would plug into the probe's processor. The other end would connect to their portable control unit. In theory, this would let them reprogram the probe's transmitter without waking up the warhead. In theory. "You ready?" Marcus asked. No, do it anyway. Marcus plugged the cable into the first data port. The red light flickered. Both of them froze. The light steadied. Still red. Still standby. Marcus let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Port 1 connected. 3 more to go. My life insurance doesn't cover vaporized by repurposed ordnance, Santos said. None of our life insurance covers any of this. Port 2. The light flickered again, then held steady. Port 3. Steady. Port 4 was the tricky one. According to Chen's analysis, this port connected directly to the warhead's trigger mechanism. They needed it for full control of the transmitter, but accessing it meant interfacing with the very system designed to make the probe go boom. Marcus positioned the cable. His hands were steady. Years of precision work in zero-G had trained that reflex into his nervous system, but he could feel sweat running down his spine inside the suit. Connecting port 4, he said. If this goes wrong, we won't have time to regret it. Santos finished. Just do it, Chief. Marcus pushed the cable home. The red light turned yellow, then it started blinking. Chen, Marcus said, very carefully, not moving. The probe just went from standby to active status. Please tell me that's normal. It's probably normal. Chen's voice crackled over the comm. The processor is probably just running a system diagnostic. Should take about 30 seconds. And if it decides we're hostile targets during that diagnostic, then the last thing you'll see is the light turning red. Marcus watched the blinking yellow light. Each blink felt like an hour. Santos had gone completely still beside him, one hand resting on the probe's surface as if she could somehow will it to stay calm. 20 seconds. 25. 30. The light turned green. We have control, Chen said, and Marcus could hear the relief in her voice. The probe's transmitter is now slave to our portable unit. You can disconnect the warhead trigger. Marcus pulled a different tool from his belt. A magnetic clamp designed to physically lock the warhead's trigger mechanism in the safe position. He reached into the probe's guts, found the trigger assembly, and clamped it shut. Warhead safed, he said. I think. You think? I'm not a Kethran weapons engineer, Santos. I'm making educated guesses with equipment I barely understand. That's basically your job description, Chief. Over the next 18 hours, they repeated the process 16 more times. Each probe was a fresh nightmare of alien engineering and explosive consequences. 2 of them required Santos to physically hold components in place, while Marcus rewired their circuits. 3 of them had degraded power cells that might or might not explode if jostled wrong. 1 of them had somehow gotten tangled in what appeared to be the mummified remains of its Kethran operator, which added a whole new layer of horror to the experience. But by hour 19, they had 17 disarmed probes and 17 high-gain transmitters now wired into a makeshift antenna array that Chen swore would punch through Xylar's jamming like it wasn't even there. Marcus stood in the workshop, looking at the array they'd assembled. It looked like someone had welded together a bouquet of metal flowers, each one a probe transmitter aimed at a slightly different angle to maximize coverage. The whole assembly was mounted to the outside of Structure 4A, pointed away from Xylar's dreadnought, and toward the deep space where the other human quarantine zones waited. Power it up, Marcus said. Chen threw the switch. The array came alive with a hum that Marcus could feel through the deck plating. On the display, their signal strength indicators climbed from flatline to a spike that made Chen let out a whoop of triumph. We're punching through, she said. Signal strength is... Holy shit, we could probably reach the Andromeda Galaxy with this thing. Let's start with Quarantine Zone Theta 12, Marcus said. Send a priority burst. Let them know what's happening here. Tell them about Xylar. Tell them about the compliance games. Transmitting now, Chen said. Her fingers flew across the console. And we have acknowledgement. Theta 12 is reading us loud and clear. They're asking if we've lost our minds. Tell them we've lost our patience, Marcus said, and we're done playing by their rules. Right on schedule, Xylar's face appeared on the comm screen. His compound eyes seemed somehow even more agitated than usual. Chief Engineer, My sensors indicate you have activated a powerful transmitter array in direct violation of quarantine communications protocols. We've disposed of the ordnance, Officer Zylar, Marcus said calmly. Exactly as you requested. All 17 probes have been rendered inert and repurposed for peaceful use. Repurposed into a communications array. We needed to file a compliance report about the disposal, Marcus explained. Can't file reports if we can't communicate. Seemed irresponsible not to have proper reporting infrastructure in place. He could see Zylar's mandibles working furiously. You were ordered to dispose of military hardware not converted into a compliant signal booster, Marcus finished. Which is exactly what it is. We're now capable of filing reports to the Quarantine Authority, the Galactic Health Commission, and the Compliance Bureau simultaneously. Our compliance efficiency has increased by approximately 800%. That is not, you cannot, Zylar seemed to be struggling with the concept. Those transmitters are repurposed military hardware. The military hardware has been disarmed and recycled, as per Galactic Safety Code 918's recommended disposal protocols. Unless you're suggesting we violated the disposal code by following the disposal code's guidelines too well. The silence stretched. Marcus could almost hear Zylar's bureaucratic brain trying to find a regulation that would let him vaporize what was technically a perfectly compliant disposal operation. Finally, Zylar's eyes narrowed. I will be reviewing this installation very carefully, Chief Engineer. If I find even the slightest indication that you have maintained weapons capability, we're an unarmed salvage crew, officer. We're just very good at filing reports now. The channel closed. Ramos let out a breath. Did we just weaponize paperwork? We weaponized the ability to file paperwork, Marcus corrected. He looked at the transmitter array on the monitor, its 17 repurposed warheads now serving as humanity's voice in a sector designed to keep them silent. There's a difference. Is there, though? Marcus smiled. It was the kind of smile that meant he was already thinking 3 moves ahead. Officer Zylar just taught us something important. He can jam us. He can threaten us. But if we're filing proper compliance reports about everything he does, if we're documenting every vaporization order and every impossible deadline, if we're making absolutely certain that every human crew in every quarantine zone knows exactly what's happening here, then Zylar stops being a demolition officer with unlimited authority, Santos said slowly, and becomes a bureaucrat with a paper trail. Exactly, Marcus said, and bureaucrats hate paper trails. Outside, the transmitter array hummed with power, each repurposed probe now serving as a node in a network that Zylar couldn't shut down, without admitting he wanted humans to stop filing compliance reports. Day 3 complete. They'd turned unexploded ordnance into infrastructure. The question was, what else could they build from the things meant to kill them? The supply convoy never arrived. Marcus had been expecting it for 3 days. An automated cargo hauler carrying the quarterly allotment of fabrication materials, recycling catalysts, and the medical supplies that kept 47 humans alive in a sector that wanted them dead. The hauler's trajectory had been logged, its approach vector confirmed by their new communications array. Then, 6 hours from dock, it had simply turned around. Chief, I'm getting a priority transmission from the Quarantine Authority, Chen said, her voice tight. It's a supply restriction notice. Marcus felt something cold settle in his gut. Read it. Due to concerns about improper material usage in Quarantine Zone Theta 7, all supply deliveries are hereby suspended, pending compliance review. Essential life support materials will be provided on a strictly rationed basis, subject to pre-approval by the zone demolition officer. Zylar, Ramos said. He's choking us out. Marcus pulled up their resource inventory. They had maybe 3 weeks of recycling catalyst left, 6 weeks of medical supplies if nobody got seriously hurt. The fabrication materials, the metal stock, the polymer feedstock, the rare earth elements they needed to repair critical systems, they had days, not weeks. Zylar wasn't trying to vaporize them anymore. He was trying to starve them into compliance. Get everyone to the workshop, Marcus said. Now. The crew assembled in 15 minutes, and Marcus could see the fear in their faces. They'd survived vaporization orders and radioactive debris and live nuclear weapons. But this was different. This was a slow death. watching their resources drain away while they were powerless to replace them. "All right," Marcus said. "Here's where we are. Xylar has cut off our supply line. We've got enough life support materials to last a few weeks, maybe a month if we ration hard. After that..." He didn't need to finish the sentence. "Can we appeal to the quarantine authority?" Nguyen asked. "We can try, but appeals take months to process, and they go through Xylar's office." Marcus pulled up the supply restriction notice on the main display. "He's got us in a bureaucratic stranglehold. We can't build without materials, and we can't get materials without his approval." "So we're done," Santos said quietly. "We can't survive without supplies, and we can't survive without building. Checkmate." Marcus stared at the notice. There had to be something. There was always something. He'd spent 3 days reading every line of the galactic legal database, every treaty and regulation and subclause, looking for loopholes they could exploit. There had to be. Wait. He pulled up the treaty archive and started searching. Resource allocation, supply restrictions, emergency provisions. His fingers flew across the console, drilling down through layers of bureaucratic text until he found it. Treaty Clause 9C, Paragraph 14, Emergency Prototype Testing Exemptions. "I think," Marcus said slowly, "I think we just found our anchor." He pulled up the treaty clause on the main screen. The text was dense, written in the kind of legal language designed to make normal people's eyes glaze over. But buried in the middle was a single sentence that changed everything. Authorized research facilities conducting emergency prototype testing of life support or safety-critical systems are exempt from standard resource allocation quotas and may requisition materials directly from available salvage sources, subject only to post-implementation safety review. Chen read it twice. Emergency prototype testing. "We're a salvage crew trapped in a quarantine zone," Marcus said. "Everything we build is an emergency. Every system we jury-rig is a prototype. And according to this clause, we don't need Xylar's permission to use salvage materials for prototype testing. We'd need to be a registered research facility," Ramos pointed out. "We need to file as a research facility," Marcus corrected, "which we can do retroactively under emergency provisions. The registration just needs to be pending at the time we start testing." Santos started to smile. It was a dangerous smile. "You're going to register us as a research facility after we've already started using the materials." "I'm going to file the paperwork for registration," Marcus said. "The fact that it might take 6 months to process isn't my fault. And in the meantime, we're conducting emergency prototype testing to ensure our survival. Perfectly legal." "Xylar is going to lose his mind," Nguyen said. "Xylar is going to lose the legal argument," Marcus replied, "which is the only thing that matters. But first, they needed to demonstrate that they were actually conducting legitimate prototype testing, which meant they needed to build something that looked experimental, dangerous, and absolutely necessary for survival." Marcus pulled up the structural integrity reports for their cluster of makeshift habitats. The connections between structures were a nightmare. They'd welded together hull plates from 6 different alien species, each one using different alloys with different thermal expansion rates and different stress tolerances. The welds were holding, barely, but every temperature cycle caused microscopic fractures. Eventually something would fail catastrophically. "We need to reinforce the inner structure connections," Marcus said. "New welding technique, something that can join dissimilar metals without the thermal stress cracking. That's our prototype." "Chief, we've been trying to solve that problem for 6 months," Santos said. "It's not possible with our equipment." "Then we'll build better equipment," Marcus said. "From salvage, without Xylar's permission, under emergency prototype testing exemption." He pulled up the schematics for a specialized welding rig, something that could handle the temperature differentials between Claxion titanium alloys and Vrin carbon composite, between human steel and Tyrrellian crystal ceramic. It would require scavenging parts from a dozen different wrecks. It would require running power loads that their current systems weren't rated for. It would require techniques that no one in the crew had ever attempted before. It was perfect. "Ramos, I need you to pull the magnetic containment coils from that dead Tyrrellian cruiser in Grid 4-8. Santos, find me a plasma injector from anything Vrin. Their stuff runs hot enough to melt our alloys." Nguyen, Chen, start mapping out a power distribution system that can handle a sustained 100-megawatt draw without melting our conduits. 100 megawatts? Chen's eyes went wide. Chief, that's experimental, Marcus finished. Prototype testing. If it works, we can weld materials that shouldn't be weldable. If it doesn't work, well, at least Xylar won't have the satisfaction of vaporizing us. We'll do it ourselves. It took them 8 hours to assemble the welding rig. The containment coils came from a Tyrrellian cruiser that had died with its drives still hot. Marcus could feel the residual heat through his gloves when he and Ramos cut them free. The plasma injector was Vrin Tech, designed to cut through capital ship armor at close range. The power conduits were a Frankenstein nightmare of human, Klaxian, and species-unknown cabling that made Chen physically wince when she wired them together. The whole assembly looked like it had been designed by a committee of sadists with a grudge against safety regulations. Marcus loved it. "All right," he said, studying the monstrosity they'd built. "Test sequence. We're going to weld a Klaxian hull plate to a Vrin structural beam, two completely incompatible materials. If this works, we'll have proof of concept for the prototype." "And if it doesn't work?" Santos asked. "Then we'll have proof that we need more testing." They set up the test in the open space between structures 4A and 7B. The Klaxian hull plate was a meter-square chunk of titanium alloy, scarred and pitted from battle damage. The Vrin beam was carbon composite, harder than diamond, and about as flexible. Trying to weld them with conventional techniques would either crack the composite or vaporize the titanium. Marcus activated the welding rig. The magnetic containment coils spun up with a whine that he could feel in his teeth. The plasma injector ignited. A stream of superheated matter contained in a magnetic bottle so tight it looked like a solid bar of white-hot light. The power draw spiked to 80 megawatts, and every light in structures 4A and 7B dimmed. "Containment holding," Chen reported. "Temperature at the weld point is 12,000 degrees Kelvin." "That's hot enough to ionize the metal," Nguyen said. "That's the point," Marcus replied. He guided the plasma stream to the interface between the Klaxian plate and the Vrin beam. The titanium didn't just melt. It screamed into a cloud of white-hot ions. Under the crushing fist of the magnetic field, those atoms were forced into the carbon composite's lattice, forging a bond that physics said shouldn't exist. "It's working," Santos said, her voice filled with something between awe and horror. "Chief, it's actually working." The weld took 3 minutes. When Marcus shut down the plasma stream and let the magnetic containment collapse, what remained was a single piece. Klaxian titanium bonded to Vrin composite with a weld seam that looked like someone had drawn a line of silver fire across the interface. Santos ran a stress test. "Tensile strength it's higher than either base material. The weld is actually stronger than the parts it's joining." "How is that possible?" Ramos asked. "Because we're not just welding metal," Chen said, studying the readouts with wide eyes. "We're creating a new alloy at the molecular level. The magnetic compression is forcing the atomic structures to integrate. This isn't a weld, it's transmutation." Marcus looked at the joined materials. Then he looked at the assembled welding rig, a cobbled-together monstrosity built from salvage, running on power levels that should have melted their systems, performing a welding technique that probably violated several laws of thermodynamics. It was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. "File the research facility registration," he said. "Retroactive to this morning, and start documenting everything. Power consumption, magnetic field strengths, material stress analysis. I want this to look like the most legitimate prototype test in the history of galactic research." "Chief," Chen said, "Xylar just entered the sector. He's moving fast." "Right on schedule." The power draw from the test had probably lit up every sensor on his dreadnought like a Christmas tree. Marcus Mag walked back to the observation blister and waited. Through the viewport, he could see Xylar's vessel approaching, its weapon arrays deployed. Not targeting yet, but ready. The Vrin's face appeared on the comm screen almost immediately. "Chief Engineer, what have you done? My sensors detected a power surge equivalent to a military-grade weapons test." "Not a weapons test, Officer Xylar," Marcus said calmly. "Prototype testing. Emergency safety research. You do not have authorization for prototype testing. Actually, we do. Marcus pulled up Treaty Clause 9-C on his console and transmitted it to Xylar. Emergency prototype testing exemption. We filed for research facility registration, and while that registration is pending, we're legally permitted to conduct prototype tests using salvage materials. No pre-approval required. He could see Xylar's mandibles working. You have not been approved as a research facility. The approval is pending. Could take 6 months, apparently. Bureaucracy is terrible like that. Marcus gestured to the welding rig visible in the background. But we couldn't wait 6 months. The structural connections between our habitats are failing. Without this new welding technique, we'd have a catastrophic decompression within a month, so we conducted emergency testing. For safety. You are exploiting another technicality. We're following galactic law, officer. Just like you taught us to. Marcus leaned forward slightly. Here's the situation. That welding rig can join dissimilar materials at the molecular level. We need it to keep our structures from falling apart. Under Treaty Clause 9-C, we can continue testing and improving this prototype without your approval. You can file objections, of course, but those will need to go through the Research Oversight Board, which meets quarterly, and destroying a registered prototype test site before their review? Marcus smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. That's a career-ending violation, Officer Xylar. The paperwork alone would bury you for years. The silence stretched. Marcus could almost hear the calculations running through Xylar's bureaucratic mind. Every option, every angle, every regulation, all leading to the same conclusion. The humans had found another loophole. And this one was airtight. Your research registration will be subject to the strictest possible review, Xylar said finally. Every test will be monitored. Every material requisition will be scrutinized. We wouldn't expect anything less, Marcus replied. After all, proper documentation is the foundation of good research. We'll be filing detailed reports on every prototype test we conduct. Every prototype. Every single one, Marcus confirmed. We have a lot of safety improvements to test, officer. This is just the beginning. The channel closed. Ramos let out a breath he'd been holding. Did you just threaten him with paperwork? I threatened him with the truth, Marcus said. He can watch us. He can review us. But he can't stop us. Not anymore. He looked out at the welding rig, still glowing faintly from the test. A prototype. The first of many. They could build anything now, test anything, as long as they called it a prototype and filed the proper documentation. Weapons? No. Those were defensive system prototypes. Megastructures? No. Those were habitat expansion prototypes. Engines capable of moving asteroids? No. Those were emergency propulsion prototypes, all perfectly legal, all protected under Treaty Clause 9-C. All impossible for Xylar to shut down without ending his career. Get me a list of every dangerous, ambitious, absolutely necessary thing we need to build, Marcus said, and start writing research proposals. From now on, everything we build is a prototype. Everything we test is an emergency. And everything we do is completely, totally, legally compliant. Santos grinned. You just turned salvage rights into a blank check. I turned survival into a research program, Marcus corrected. There's a difference. Is there, though? Marcus looked at the welding rig again, at the impossible bond between materials that shouldn't join, at the proof that humans could build things the galaxy said couldn't be built. No, he admitted. No, there really isn't. Day 4 complete. They'd found their anchor. The legal foundation that would protect everything they were about to build. The question was, how long before Xylar realized he hadn't stopped them? He'd just given them permission. The storm warning came from Quarantine Zone Theta 12. Marcus was reviewing power distribution schematics when Chen's voice cut through the workshop chatter with an edge of controlled panic. Chief, we just got an emergency broadcast from Theta 12. They're tracking a massive micrometeoroid storm. Density profile looks like someone shredded an asteroid belt and threw it at relativistic speeds. Marcus pulled up the tracking data on his console. The storm showed as a red wall on the long-range scan, millions of fragments ranging from sand grain size to fist-sized chunks, all moving at velocities that would punch through hull plating like tissue paper. The projected path cut directly through quarantine zone Theta 7. Impact in 19 hours. What's the density at core? Marcus asked, already knowing he wasn't going to like the answer. 50,000 impacts per cubic kilometer per hour, Chen said. Chief, our structures can't take that kind of bombardment. The outer hulls will be shredded in minutes. Marcus pulled up the structural integrity reports. The habitats were already stressed from makeshift repairs and incompatible materials. A normal micrometeoroid storm they could weather, maybe lose some external equipment, patch a few holes. But this wasn't normal. This was the kind of storm that scoured stations down to their frameworks and left nothing but expanding clouds of debris. Options, Marcus said. We could evacuate to the core structures, Santos suggested. Concentrate everyone in the most heavily shielded areas. Hope the storm passes before critical systems fail. That's not an option, that's giving up, Ramos said. What about moving the structures? We've got the tugs from the salvage operations. Chen shook her head. The tugs aren't rated for moving occupied structures, and we don't have time to evacuate and relocate everyone. We'd be caught mid-transit when the storm hits. Marcus stared at the storm projection. 19 hours, 50,000 impacts per cubic kilometer. The math was brutal and simple. They could hunker down and take catastrophic losses, or they could... What about deflection? Marcus said slowly. Deflection? Nguyen looked up from his console. Chief, we don't have any point defense systems. Everything military got stripped out of the salvage before we got here. Not kinetic deflection, gravitational deflection. Marcus pulled up the salvage inventory, searching for specific components. Those destroyer wrecks in grid 722. The ones that tore each other apart during the battle. They had gravitic drive systems. Big ones. Santos caught on first. You want to build a gravity lens. A gravity umbrella, Marcus corrected. If we can generate a strong enough gravitational field perpendicular to the storm's trajectory, we can bend the micrometeoroid paths around our structures instead of through them. That would require immense power, Chen said. But her fingers were already flying across her console, running calculations. The grav plates from a destroyer are designed for internal gravity generation, maybe slight course correction. We'd need to overload them by a factor of 50 to create a lens strong enough to deflect objects moving at those velocities. 50 times standard output, Marcus repeated. Can we do it? Technically, maybe. The grav plates should be able to handle the power load for short bursts before they burn out. But Chief, we're talking about drawing power levels that make the welding rig look like a flashlight. We'd have to route everything through the main reactor, and there's a very real chance the reactor melts down under that kind of sustained load. Marcus looked at the storm projection again. Red wall. 19 hours, thousands of impacts that would shred everything they'd built, everyone they'd kept alive. Get me Xylar on the comm, he said. The Vrin's face appeared on the screen, compound eyes reflecting the workshop lights with what Marcus had learned to interpret as mild annoyance. Chief Engineer. I trust this is not another creative interpretation of compliance regulations. Officer Xylar, we have an incoming micrometeoroid storm. High density, high velocity. Our structures aren't rated to survive it. We're requesting temporary evacuation assistance or emergency shielding support. Xylar's mandibles barely moved. The storm has been tracked by Quarantine Authority monitoring stations. It poses no threat to GCB vessels with proper shielding. But our structures are your responsibility, Chief Engineer. The Quarantine Authority does not provide emergency support for structures built outside approved safety margins. Xylar tilted his head slightly. Perhaps if you had not diverted resources into experimental welding equipment and communication arrays, you would have maintained adequate storm shielding. So you're refusing to help? I am informing you that assistance is not available under current quarantine protocols. You are, of course, welcome to file an emergency assistance request with the Quarantine Authority. Processing time is typically 6 to 8 weeks. The channel closed. Ramos slammed his fist against the console. That bureaucratic bastard is going to let us die because we embarrassed him. No, Marcus said quietly. He's going to let us die because the regulations say he can. which means we solve this ourselves. He turned to the crew. Chen, how long to strip the grav plates from the destroyers in grid 722? With a full salvage team? Maybe 12 hours. But Chief, those destroyers were crushed during the battle. The grav plates are buried under tons of compressed hull plating. Then we better get started. Santos, I need you to design a mounting framework that can hold at least 20 grav plates in a phased array configuration. Nguyen, work with Chen on the power distribution. I want to know exactly how much we can draw from the reactor without melting the core. Ramos, start evacuating everyone who isn't essential to this build into the most shielded interior spaces. If this goes wrong, I want casualties minimized. And if it goes right? Santos asked. Marcus smiled grimly. If it goes right, we'll have built a prototype gravitational deflection system under emergency conditions. Perfect documentation for our research facility application. The destroyer wrecks were worse than the scans had indicated. Marcus and his salvage team approached the first wreck 6 hours before storm impact. The ship had been a Turellian destroyer, maybe 80 meters long, before something with a plasma lance had crushed it like a tin can. The hull was compressed, folded in on itself in ways that made Marcus's engineering brain hurt just looking at it. The grav plates were buried somewhere in that compressed nightmare. All right, Marcus said, studying the wreck through his helmet display. We need to cut our way in, pull the plates, and get out before this whole structure decides to collapse on us. The metal is under immense stress. Any cut in the wrong place could trigger a cascade failure. So, Tuesday, Santos muttered. They worked with cutting torches and precision charges, peeling back layers of compressed hull like archaeologists excavating a particularly deadly dig site. Every cut sent vibrations through the wreck's structure, and twice they had to abort approaches when stress fractures started propagating through the metal. Inside, the destroyer's gravity deck was a tomb. The grav plates weren't just machinery. They were slabs of physics-defying exotic matter that hummed with a low, bone-deep throb. To the Turellians, they were deck hardware. To humans, they were the only things heavy enough to anchor their souls to this graveyard. Designed by aliens, built by automated foundries, now being salvaged by desperate humans who needed them to survive the next 18 hours. First plate secured, Santos reported, wrestling the heavy panel through the cut they'd made in the hull. Only 19 more to go. They pulled plates for 8 hours straight. The work was brutal, cutting through stressed metal, disconnecting power conduits that hadn't been touched in 6 years, hauling 100-kilogram panels through gaps barely wide enough to fit them. Marcus's hands were bleeding inside his gloves by the third plate. By the 10th, he'd stopped feeling them entirely. Storm impact in 4 hours. Back at the fabrication bay, Chen and Nguyen had built something that looked like it belonged in a weapons facility. 20 grav plates mounted in a geodesic framework, arranged in a phased array that Santos had calculated would create a gravitational lens approximately 5 kilometers in diameter. The power conduits feeding the array were thick as Marcus's leg, running directly from the main reactor through emergency bypass circuits that bypassed every safety interlock the system had. This is going to work or kill us, Chen said, staring at the assembly. There's really no middle ground. How long can we sustain full power before the reactor goes critical? Marcus asked. 20 minutes, maybe 30 if we're lucky. After that, the containment field starts to degrade. We'd have about 2 minutes to shut down before we have a reactor breach. Marcus checked the storm projection. The leading edge would hit in 3 hours and 40 minutes. The main density would last for approximately 45 minutes. They needed to hold the deflection field for almost an hour while their reactor could maybe, possibly, give them 30 minutes. We'll make it work, Marcus said, with more confidence than he felt. They mounted the grav plate array on the exterior of Structure 4A, angled to create a gravitational lens between the storm and their habitat cluster. The array looked fragile against the backdrop of space, 20 scavenged panels held together with salvaged framework and desperation. It would have to be enough. Storm impact in 30 minutes. Marcus stood in the observation blister, watching the approaching storm on the long-range scanners. It looked like a wall of static, a boiling mass of fragments moving at velocities that made them relativistic weapons. Each impact would hit with the force of a small bomb. 50,000 of them per cubic kilometer every hour for 45 minutes. Array powered and ready, Chen reported. Reactor is stable at baseline. We can initiate gravitational lens on your mark. Marcus opened a channel to all structures. This is Chief Engineer Webb. In 30 minutes, we're going to experience a micrometeoroid storm that, according to regulations, should kill us all. Instead, we're going to try something that's either brilliant or catastrophically stupid. The gravitational deflection array is a prototype. It's never been tested. It might not work, but it's what we've got, and I'd rather die trying something than die hiding. All non-essential personnel to interior shielding. Everyone else, strap in and hold on. He closed the channel and turned to Chen. Light it up. Chen threw the switch. The reactor howl changed pitch, climbing from a low hum to a scream as power flooded into the gravplate array. On Marcus's console, the power draw spiked to levels that made every warning alarm in the system start shrieking. The grav plates activated in sequence, each one generating a gravitational field that bent space around it like a lens focusing light. And in the space above their habitat cluster, something invisible took shape. A region where gravity was wrong, where the normal rules of trajectory and momentum bent under the crushing weight of artificial mass. Marcus couldn't see it with his eyes, but the sensors showed it clearly. A 5-kilometer bubble of warped space, a gravitational umbrella held up by 20 scavenged plates, and a reactor being pushed to the edge of catastrophic failure. Deflection field stable, Chen reported. Reactor temperature climbing. We're at 70% of critical threshold. Storm impact in 3 minutes, Santos added. Marcus watched the storm approach. The leading edge hit their sensor range, and suddenly the long-range scans were filled with thousands of individual tracks. Fragments of rock and ice and metal, all moving at velocities measured in kilometers per second. Impact, Chen said. The first micrometeoroid hit the deflection field. Marcus watched on the gravitic sensors as the fragment's trajectory bent, curving around the field like water flowing around a stone. Then another, and another. Within seconds, thousands of fragments were encountering the field, and every single one curved away, redirected by the artificial gravity well into trajectories that missed their habitat cluster by hundreds of meters. It was working. Reactor at 80% critical, Chen said, her voice tight. Temperature still climbing. The storm intensified. What had been thousands of impacts became tens of thousands. The deflection field groaned under the load. Marcus could actually see it on the sensors, the gravitational lens distorting and flexing as it handled impact after impact. Some fragments made it through, their trajectories only partially deflected. Marcus heard them impact the outer hull with sounds like gunshots. But most of them curved away, most of them missed. Reactor at 90% critical, Chen called out. Containment field is starting to fluctuate. We need to shut down in the next 5 minutes or we're going to have a breach. Marcus checked the storm density. The main core was still hitting them, millions of fragments per minute. They needed 10 more minutes, maybe 15. Keep it running, Marcus said. Chief, I know the numbers, Chen. Keep it running. The reactor scream climbed higher. Through the deck plating, Marcus could feel the vibration of systems being pushed beyond their design limits. The grav plates were overheating, their exotic matter cores radiating waste heat that made them glow on the thermal sensors. The power conduits were running at temperatures that should have melted them. Every system was on the edge of catastrophic failure. Reactor at 95% critical. Chen's voice was nearly drowned out by the alarm klaxons. Containment field degradation accelerating. We have maybe 2 minutes before. A grav plate exploded. Not a big explosion, just a small burst of light and a shower of exotic particles as the plate's containment field failed and its quantum core vented. But it was enough. The gravitational lens flickered, lost coherence for a fraction of a second. A micrometeoroid punched through. Marcus watched it on the tracking display, a fist-sized chunk of rock moving at 8 kilometers per second, its trajectory barely deflected by the weakened field. It impacted Structure 7B's outer hull with the force of a small bomb. The hull held, but Marcus could see the stress fractures spreading across the structural integrity display. Another plate failing, Santos called out. We're losing lens coherence. Reactor at critical threshold, Chen said. We need to shut down now, Chief. Right now. Marcus looked at the storm density readings. They were through the worst of it. The main core had passed. What remained was the trailing edge, still dangerous but survivable with their normal hull integrity. They'd made it. Shut it down, Marcus ordered. Chen killed the power feed. The reactor howl dropped in pitch, descending from a scream to a groan to its normal baseline hum. The grav plates powered down in sequence, their glowing cores fading back to normal temperatures. The gravitational lens collapsed and space returned to its normal geometry. The storm continued, but now it was just impacts. Normal impacts, the kind their hulls were designed to handle. Marcus listened to them ping against the outer plating like hail on a metal roof. They'd survived. Damage report, Marcus said, his voice hoarse. Structure 7B took a direct hit, but the hull held, Santos reported. We've got stress fractures across 3 sections that will need reinforcement. 2 of the grav plates are completely burned out. The other 18 are damaged but probably salvageable. Reactor containment field is stable, but we're going to need to run a full diagnostic before we push it that hard again. Casualties? None. Some minor injuries from people getting thrown around during the rough parts, but everyone's alive. Marcus let out a breath he felt like he'd been holding for an hour. They'd done it. They'd built a gravitational deflection system from salvaged destroyer parts, pushed their reactor to the edge of meltdown, and survived a storm that should have killed them all. Document everything, Marcus said. Power consumption, grav plate configuration, reactor stress loads, deflection efficacy. This is going straight into our research facility portfolio as emergency prototype test 7. 7? Ramos asked. What were tests 1 through 6? The welding rig was test 1. We'll retroactively document the others. Marcus pulled himself to the observation blister and looked out at the storm still pelting their structures with fragments. In the distance, he could see Zylar's dreadnought, safely shielded, watching. Get me a channel to Officer Zylar. The Vrin's face appeared on the screen. His compound eyes seemed somehow even more unreadable than usual. Chief Engineer, Zylar said slowly. My sensors detected a gravitational anomaly originating from your position during the storm. Emergency prototype test, Officer, Marcus said. Gravitational deflection array, built from salvaged grav plates under emergency conditions to protect life-critical structures from environmental hazards, fully documented and logged with our research facility application. You created an artificial gravity well strong enough to deflect a micrometeoroid storm. We created a prototype that successfully prevented catastrophic hull breaches during an emergency situation, Marcus corrected. Would you like to see the test data? We got excellent readings on deflection efficiency, power consumption, and structural stress limits. Zylar's mandibles worked silently. You were drawing power levels equivalent to a capital ship's weapons array. Necessary for the prototype test, the data will be invaluable for future safety system development. There was a long pause. Marcus could practically see the calculations running through Zylar's mind. Another prototype. Another test. Another demonstration that humans could build things the galaxy thought impossible, and do it all under the legal protection of Treaty Clause 9C. I will be reviewing your test documentation very carefully, Zylar said finally. Any deviation from proper research protocols will result in immediate sanctions. We're always happy to provide full documentation, Officer. Transparency is the foundation of good science. The channel closed. Ramos whistled low. Did you just use a near-reactor meltdown as a research opportunity? I used a survival necessity as a research opportunity, Marcus said. There's a difference. He looked out at the storm, still raging harmlessly against their hulls. And now we know we can manipulate gravity fields. That's going to be useful. Useful for what? Santos asked. Marcus pulled up the salvage field map, his mind already racing ahead to the next builds, the next tests, the next impossible things they could make real. For everything we're going to build next. Outside, the storm began to fade. The habitat cluster remained, battered but intact, protected by 20 salvaged grav plates and a crew that refused to die just because the regulations said they should. Day 8 complete. They'd survived nature. Now they just needed to survive what they were becoming, The reactor died at 0312 hours. No warning. No gradual degradation. One moment the core was humming at baseline, exhausted but stable after the storm. The next moment, every light in Salvage Yard 7 went dark, and the only sound was the sudden, terrifying silence of life support systems winding down. Marcus was asleep when it happened. The first real sleep he'd managed in 36 hours. He woke to darkness and the bone-deep cold that meant the habitat heating had failed. His breath fogged in front of his face as he fumbled for his emergency light. "Chen, talk to me," he said into his comm, fighting to keep his voice steady. "Reactor containment field collapsed." Chen's voice came back, tight with controlled panic. "We pushed it too hard during the deflection test. The plasma must have been degrading the field emitters for hours, and we didn't catch it because we were too busy celebrating not dying in the storm." Marcus pulled up the emergency status display on his wrist unit. The readout was a cascade of red warnings. Main power, offline. Backup power, offline. Emergency batteries, 32% and draining fast. Life support, running on reserve capacity, estimated 48 hours until oxygen depletion. 48 hours until everyone in quarantine zone Theta 7 suffocated. "Get everyone to the workshop," Marcus said. "Emergency protocol. We're fixing this." The crew assembled in the darkness, working by emergency lights that cast harsh shadows across faces tight with fear. The workshop was cold enough that Marcus could see everyone's breath, a visible reminder that they were running out of time. "Status," Marcus said. Chen pulled up a holographic display of the reactor core. The containment field emitters were scorched black, their quantum circuitry fused into useless slag. "The emitters are dead. We can't repair them. They're too integrated with the core structure. And without containment, we can't maintain fusion plasma. No fusion, no power. No power." She didn't need to finish. "We have spare reactor cores in the salvage field," Santos said. "We could swap one in." "We have 3 spare cores," Marcus corrected, highlighting them on the salvage map. "A Claxian military reactor from the destroyer we pulled the grav plates from, a Vrin commercial core from a cargo hauler, and a Tyrellian research reactor from what looks like a science vessel. 3 different designs, 3 different species, 3 completely incompatible containment systems," Nguyen said slowly. "Chief, you're not suggesting—" "I'm suggesting we build a new reactor from all 3 cores," Marcus said. "We combine their outputs, stabilize them with a hybrid containment field, and bootstrap enough power to keep us alive while we figure out a permanent solution." The silence that followed was broken only by the hum of emergency batteries draining. "That's insane," Ramos said finally. "Those cores use different plasma densities, different magnetic configurations, different fuel cycles. You can't just mash them together and hope they work." "We can't not try," Marcus shot back. "We have 48 hours of oxygen. It'll take us at least 12 hours to extract the cores and transport them here. That leaves 36 hours to make this work. Anyone have a better idea?" No one did. The salvage operation was a nightmare executed in slow motion. The Claxian core was a 2-ton cylinder of military-grade spite, buried under a mountain of crushed destroyer hull. They didn't so much extract it as perform a violent C-section on a dead warship. Marcus and his team cut through the mounting brackets with plasma torches while the wreckage groaned around them, stressed metal threatening to collapse at any moment. The Vrin core was easier to reach but harder to disconnect. The cargo hauler had been gutted by something that had melted clean through the hull, and the reactor's control systems were fused into a solid mass of slag. They had to physically cut the core free from its mounting frame, severing power conduits and coolant lines that sparked and hissed as they died. The Tyrellian research reactor was the smallest but the most dangerous. Science vessels used high-density plasma configurations for experimental work, and this one was still radiating at levels that made Marcus's dosimeter scream warnings. They worked in 5-minute shifts, each person taking their turn to disconnect mounting bolts while their radiation exposure climbed toward dangerous levels. 18 hours after the main reactor died, they had all 3 cores assembled in the workshop. 3 completely different designs, 3 alien engineering philosophies, 3 systems that were never meant to work together. "Okay," Chen said, staring at the cores like they were a puzzle designed by a malicious god. "Here's the problem. The Claxian core runs at 150 million degrees Kelvin, uses magnetic bottle containment, and cycles deuterium-tritium fuel. The Vrin core runs at 200 million degrees, uses inertial confinement, and burns deuterium helium-3. The Tyrrellian core runs at 300 million degrees, uses quantum field containment, and I'm not even sure what it burns. Some kind of exotic isotope mix we don't have documentation for. So we need to contain plasma at 3 different temperatures, 3 different densities, using 3 different containment methods, Marcus said, and make them all feed into a single power distribution system, while maintaining stable fusion in all 3 cores simultaneously, Chen added, because if any one of them quenches, the power fluctuation will destabilize the others. It's a cascade failure waiting to happen. Marcus studied the cores. The Claxion cylinder, brutally efficient military engineering. The Vrin sphere, commercial grade but reliable. The Tyrrellian torus, elegant and terrifyingly powerful. 3 stars waiting to be lit. 3 ways to kill everyone if they got it wrong. What if we don't try to match them? Marcus said slowly. What if we build a cascading containment system? Use the Claxion core as the base. It's the most stable, the easiest to control. Feed its output into boosting the Vrin core's inertial confinement. Then use both of those to power the quantum field generators for the Tyrrellian core. Chen worked through the math on her console, her fingers flying. That could work. The power curves would be self-reinforcing, each core stabilizing the next one up the chain. But Chief, if the Claxion core falters, the whole system collapses, and we'd be running all 3 cores at operating pressures they were never designed for. We've been running everything at pressures it wasn't designed for since we got here, Marcus said. This is just one more prototype. They built the containment framework over the next 12 hours. It looked like something from a nightmare. 3 alien reactor cores suspended in a geodesic cage of salvaged support beams, each one connected to the others through a web of power conduits and coolant lines that Santos had calculated down to the millimeter. The magnetic bottle emitters from the Claxion core, the inertial compression arrays from the Vrin core, the quantum field generators from the Tyrrellian core, all wired together in a configuration that had never existed before and probably violated several laws of thermodynamics. In the observation blister above the workshop, Marcus could see Xylar's dreadnought holding position. Watching. Waiting. The Vrin had to know their power was failing. Had to know they were dying slowly in the cold and dark, and he wasn't doing anything about it. Power distribution configured, Nguyen reported. If this works, we'll have about 150% of our previous reactor output. If it doesn't work, we'll have a 3-stage fusion detonation that vaporizes everything within a kilometer radius. Life support is down to 12 hours, Ramos added quietly. 12 hours. They'd spent the last 36 hours building a reactor from scrap, and now they had 12 hours of oxygen left to find out if it would save them or kill them faster. Chen, initiate startup sequence, Marcus said. Chen's hands moved across the control console. Injecting fuel into Claxion core, initiating magnetic bottle containment. The Claxion cylinder began to glow. On the display, Marcus could see the deuterium-tritium fuel being compressed by the magnetic fields, the atoms squeezing together under pressures that existed nowhere in nature except in the hearts of stars. Plasma temperature rising, Chen reported. 50 million degrees, 100 million, magnetic bottle stable. Fusion initiated, Nguyen said, watching his readouts. Claxion core is producing power. Output nominal, containment holding. 1 down, 2 to go. Routing Claxion output to Vrin inertial compression arrays, Chen said. Her voice was steady, but Marcus could see the sweat on her face despite the cold. Injecting deuterium helium-3 fuel. The Vrin sphere began to pulse. The inertial compression system worked differently than magnetic containment. Instead of using fields to hold the plasma, it used precisely timed laser pulses to compress the fuel so rapidly that fusion happened in microseconds. Each pulse was a miniature star, born and dying in the time it took to blink. Compression sequence stable, Chen said. Fusion pulses at nominal frequency. Vrin core is producing power. 2 down, 1 to go. The Tyrrellian core was the dangerous one. The research reactor used quantum field containment, technology that humanity had barely begun to understand, let alone replicate. The containment didn't use magnetic fields or compression. It used exotic matter to literally bend space around the plasma, trapping it in a pocket dimension that technically didn't exist in normal space-time. It was the kind of technology that made Marcus's brain hurt just thinking about it. Routing combined output to quantum field generators, Chen said. This is where it gets interesting. She activated the field generators. Reality bent. Marcus could see it on the gravitic sensors, space itself warping around the Tyrrellian torus, forming a pocket that shouldn't exist. The quantum field generators were running at power levels they'd never been designed for, boosted by the output from 2 other reactor cores, creating a containment system that was probably unique in the galaxy. Injecting fuel into Tyrrellian core, Chen said. Her voice was tight now, strained. Temperature rising. 200 million degrees. 250 million. On the display, the plasma in the Tyrrellian core was beginning to glow. Not with visible light. The quantum field trapped that, but with exotic radiation that the sensors could barely interpret. It looked like someone had captured a piece of the sun and was slowly crushing it into existence. 300 million degrees, Chen said. Fusion initiated. Tyrrellian core is... The quantum field fluctuated. Just for a fraction of a second, the exotic matter warped wrong, and the pocket dimension that held the plasma began to collapse. Marcus watched in slow-motion horror as the containment field destabilized, as 300 million degrees of fusion plasma began to bleed into normal space. If the field collapsed completely, everyone died. Not in 12 hours, not in 12 minutes. Instantly, as the runaway fusion reaction turned the workshop into a small sun. Boosting Vrin output. Chen's hands flew across the console. Feeding more power to the quantum generators. The Vrin core's pulse frequency increased, each fusion burst pumping more energy into the containment system. The quantum field fluctuated again, then held, then strengthened. The plasma stabilized. Containment holding, Chen said, and Marcus could hear the relief in her voice. All 3 cores are producing power, output at 152% of original reactor capacity. System is stable. Marcus let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. In the center of the workshop, suspended in its geodesic cage, the Franken reactor hummed with the power of 3 different stars. The Claxion core glowed with its magnetic bottle, the Vrin sphere pulsed with its microsecond fusion bursts, and the Tyrrellian torus swirled with plasma trapped in folded space, a sun in a cage that technically didn't exist. It was the most beautiful thing Marcus had ever seen. Routing power to main distribution, Nguyen said. Life support coming online. Lights in 5, 4, 3. The workshop lights flickered, then blazed to life. Throughout the habitat cluster, systems that had been dark for 36 hours began to wake up. Heating systems kicked in. Air processors started their familiar hum. The gentle vibration of a powered station returned to the deck plating. They had power. They had survived. Document everything, Marcus said, his voice hoarse. Core configurations, containment field parameters, startup sequence, stabilization protocols. Emergency prototype test 15. Multi-core fusion reactor with hybrid containment system. 15? Santos asked. What happened to 8 through 14? We'll retroactively document those later, Marcus said. He pulled up the comm system, now powered by their new reactor, and opened a channel to Xylar. The Vrin's face appeared on the screen. His compound eyes seemed somehow less certain than usual. Chief Engineer, Xylar said slowly. My sensors detected a gravitational anomaly and multiple fusion initiation sequences from your position. Emergency prototype test, Officer, Marcus said. Our main reactor failed due to structural fatigue from the deflection array operation. We were forced to construct an emergency replacement using salvaged components. You built a reactor. We built a prototype multi-core fusion system with cascading containment fields, Marcus corrected. 3 separate alien reactor cores, 3 different containment methods, all integrated into a single power generation system. We're getting 152% of our previous output. Xylar's mandibles worked silently. Marcus could see the alien processing the implications. The humans hadn't just survived a power failure. They'd used it as an opportunity to upgrade their capabilities. The power signature from your new reactor is unusual, Xylar said carefully. The quantum field emissions in particular are concerning. All emissions are within safe parameters for a prototype test, Marcus said. Would you like to see the documentation? We have excellent data on exotic matter containment field stability. You are using exotic matter, salvaged from a Turellian research vessel, Marcus confirmed. All materials were properly requisitioned under emergency prototype testing protocols. Treaty Clause 9C as always. Another long pause. Marcus watched Zyler's compound eyes, wondering what the alien was thinking. They'd turned a crisis into an upgrade, turned salvage into a power source that was probably more advanced than anything the humans had brought with them. Done it all in 36 hours, under the threat of suffocation, with technology they barely understood. I will be reviewing your test documentation, Zylar said finally, extremely carefully. We're always happy to provide full transparency, officer. That's what good research facilities do. The channel closed. Ramos let out a shaky laugh. Did we just light 3 stars in a trash can and call it science? We lit 3 stars in a very carefully engineered containment framework, Marcus corrected. There's a difference. He looked at the Franken reactor, its 3 cores glowing with fusion fire, power coursing through conduits that shouldn't work but did. And now we have 150% power capacity, which means we can test bigger prototypes. How much bigger? Santos asked. Marcus pulled up the salvage field map and started highlighting sectors: asteroid mining operations, habitat expansion, manufacturing facilities, all the things they would need to build, all the things they could now power. Much bigger, he said. Outside the workshop, the Franken reactor hummed with the power of 3 alien stars, a sun in a cage, an impossibility made real, the heart of everything they would build next. Day 10 complete. They'd cheated death by building life from scrap, and they were just getting started. The oxygen alarm started on day 12. Not a critical alarm, not yet, but the kind of persistent, nagging warning that meant something was degrading faster than it should. Marcus pulled up the life support diagnostics and felt his stomach sink. The oxygen scrubbers in structures 4A and 7B were running at 140% capacity, and still barely keeping up with demand. They had too many people breathing too much air in too little space. How bad? Santos asked, looking over his shoulder at the readouts. We're at 94% capacity across all habitats, Marcus said. The scrubbers can handle maybe 98% before they start failing, and we're adding about 0.5% per day as the systems degrade. So we have 8 days before we start suffocating again. Unless the scrubbers fail catastrophically first. Then we have hours. Marcus pulled up the crew roster. 47 people, crammed into habitat space designed for maybe 30. They were sleeping in shifts, hot bunking in corridors, rationing water because the recyclers couldn't keep up. We need more space. Now. Chief, we don't have materials for new structures, Chen pointed out. Even with the new reactor, we can't build habitats out of thin air. Marcus looked at the external view. Beyond the viewport, an asteroid tumbled slowly past, just one of thousands in the belt surrounding their quarantine zone. Rocks. Billions of tons of rocks, drifting uselessly through space. Not thin air, thick dust. We don't need to ship materials, Marcus said slowly. We need to mine them on site, print habitats directly from asteroid regolith. The silence that followed was the kind that meant everyone thought he'd finally lost his mind. Chief, Ramos said carefully, 3D printing a habitat module takes weeks with proper industrial equipment and refined materials. We have salvaged fabricators and rocks. We have salvaged fabricators, mining lasers, and the most powerful fusion reactor in the quarantine zone, Marcus corrected, and we have 8 days. He pulled up the technical specs for their fabrication equipment. Industrial 3D printers salvaged from a construction vessel designed to print structural components from processed feedstock. What if we modify the printers to accept raw regolith? Use mining lasers to superheat the material, let the printers sinter it directly into pressure-rated structures. Chen worked through the calculations. The power draw would be enormous. We'd need to run the mining lasers at maximum output to heat regolith to sintering temperature. That's above 1200 Celsius. And the printing speed would have to be fast enough that the material doesn't cool and crack before the next layer bonds. We have 150% power capacity now, Marcus said, and we have motivation. 7 days until people start dying. Emergency prototype testing, Santos said, catching on. Rapid habitat construction from in-situ resources. It's perfect. It's insane, Nguyen muttered. We're going to print buildings out of asteroid dust using mining lasers and hope they don't explode when we pressurize them. Yes, Marcus said simply. Anyone have a better idea? No one did. The first test took 4 hours to set up and 3 minutes to fail spectacularly. They'd targeted a small asteroid, maybe 20 meters across, and positioned their modified fabricator next to it. The printer looked like it had been designed by someone who'd seen pictures of construction equipment but had never actually used any. Mining lasers stripped from salvaged mining drones, welded to a 3D printer frame, all controlled by systems that Chen had reprogrammed to accept raw regolith as feedstock. Initiating test print, Chen said. Target, pressure dome, 2 meters diameter, basic proof of concept. The mining lasers fired. Rock exploded into vapor under temperatures hot enough to melt steel. The fabricator's intake system sucked in the superheated regolith, compressed it through magnetic fields, and extruded it through the print head in a molten stream. The material hit the asteroid's surface and began to cool, layer by layer, building up into a rough dome shape. It looked like watching a volcano give birth to a building. For 90 seconds, it worked perfectly. The dome grew, layer upon layer of sintered regolith bonding together, forming a structure that was rough and ugly but structurally sound. Then a laser emitter overheated. The beam flickered, the regolith intake stuttered, and suddenly there was a gap in the dome wall where molten material hadn't bonded properly. The structure was still hot, over 800 degrees Celsius, and the thermal stress of that gap made the entire dome crack like an egg. Molten regolith sprayed across the asteroid's surface. Well, Ramos said into the stunned silence. At least it was exciting. Cooling system failure, Chen reported. The laser emitters can't handle sustained operation at that temperature. They're designed for pulse mining, not continuous sintering. Marcus studied the wreckage of their test print. The dome had worked mostly. The sintered regolith had bonded, formed a pressure-rated structure. It just hadn't held together long enough to finish printing. What if we don't try to print it all at once? He said. What if we print in sections? Fire the lasers in pulses, let the emitters cool between bursts, build the structure up in stages instead of one continuous print. That would take longer, Santos said. But it would work. Chen added, already running the thermal models. We'll run a 3-way relay. One array fires while the others breathe. It'll crawl compared to a factory line, but it means we won't melt the lasers into slag before the roof is closed. How fast can we print a full habitat module? Marcus asked. Chen's fingers flew across her console. With pulsed laser printing and 3 arrays in rotation, 6 hours for a basic pressure dome, 4 meters diameter, enough for 8 people with basic life support. 6 hours. They could print a habitat in 6 hours. Back on Earth, in proper shipyards with proper materials, it took weeks. Here, in a salvage yard at the ass end of nowhere, using mining lasers and asteroid dust, they could do it in 6 hours. Let's try it again, Marcus said. But this time we do it right. The second test began 8 hours later, after they'd fabricated 2 more laser arrays from salvaged mining equipment. 3 arrays meant 3 times the heat dissipation, 3 times the cooling capacity, 3 times the chance of success. Initiating pulsed print sequence, Chen said. Arrays 1, 2, and 3 in rotation. Target 4-meter pressure dome. Array 1 fired. Rock vaporized. Regolith flowed. The print head extruded molten material. 30 seconds of printing. Then Array 1 shut down and Array 2 fired. Continuous flow, but each array only running for brief bursts, cooling while the others worked. The dome began to grow. Marcus watched on the thermal cameras as layer after layer of sintered regolith built up. The material glowed yellow-hot as it was printed, then faded to red, then orange, then dark as it cooled and hardened. The surface was rough, pockmarked, ugly, but it was solid. Each layer bonded to the one below it, creating a monolithic structure with no seams, no welds, no weak points. It looked like someone was sculpting a building out of lava. 2 meters high, Santos reported. Structure is holding. No cracks, no failures. Keep going. 3 meters. The dome was taking shape now, curving inward as the printer followed its programmed path. The laser arrays cycled in perfect rotation, fire, cool, each one adding its stream of molten regolith to the growing structure. 4 meters. The dome was nearly complete now, just the top remaining. The printer was working at the apex, where the curvature was tightest, where thermal stress was highest. Final layer, Chen said. Closing the dome, the last stream of molten regolith flowed into place, sealing the top of the dome. The print head backed away, and the laser arrays shut down. On the thermal cameras, the dome glowed like a small sun, slowly cooling from yellow to red to dark. 6 hours and 14 minutes after they'd started, they had a habitat module. Printed from asteroid dust, built in place, ready to use. Pressure test, Marcus said. They attached an airlock to the dome's base and began flooding it with air. On the structural monitors, Marcus watched the dome's walls for any sign of failure. Cracks, leaks, stress fractures. The pressure climbed. 0.2 atmospheres, 0.5, 0.8, 1.0 atmospheres. Earth normal pressure. The dome held. No leaks detected, Santos said, disbelief evident in her voice. Chief, we just printed a working habitat in 6 hours. We printed a prototype habitat, Marcus corrected. Emergency sheltering system using in-situ resource utilization. Let's document it properly. He pulled up the comm system. And let's tell everyone in Theta 7 that we're about to have a lot more room. Over the next 4 days, they printed 8 more habitats. The work was brutal and repetitive. Select an asteroid, position the fabricator, 6 hours of laser arrays cycling while molten regolith built itself into domes. But each dome was space. Each dome was air. Each dome was 8 people who didn't have to sleep in shifts anymore. They printed them in a cluster, connecting each dome to the others with printed tunnels, creating a warren of rough-walled habitats that looked like someone had built an anthill in space. The walls were 1/2 meter thick, sintered regolith that could stop micrometeoroids and radiation. The interiors were crude, no decoration, no comfort, just pressure and oxygen and heat. But they were home, and they were expanding. By day 16, Salvage Yard 7 had gone from 3 overcrowded structures to 12 interconnected habitats, with room for 90 people instead of 30. The oxygen scrubbers were running at 70% capacity instead of 140. People had private bunks again. The corridors weren't packed with sleeping bodies. They could breathe. Marcus stood in the observation blister of the central dome, looking out at what they'd built. The habitat cluster looked organic, like something grown rather than constructed. Rough domes connected by twisting tunnels, the whole thing expanding outward from the original structures like a coral reef built from rock and desperation. Chief, Chen said over the comm, Zylar's requesting a channel. Of course he is, Marcus muttered. Patch him through. The Vrin's face appeared on the screen. His compound eyes reflected the habitat cluster, and Marcus could see the calculations running behind them. Chief Engineer, Zylar said slowly, my sensors detected sustained high-energy laser activity and numerous structural materializations over the past 4 days. Emergency prototype testing, officer, Marcus said. Rapid habitat construction using sintered regolith. We were facing critical overcrowding and life support failures, so we developed a system for printing pressure-rated structures from asteroid materials. You printed buildings. We printed emergency shelter modules using in-situ resource utilization technology, Marcus corrected. All materials were sourced from unoccupied asteroids within the salvage zone. No external resources required. Fully compliant with emergency prototype testing protocols. Zylar's mandibles worked silently. You converted asteroids into habitats in 4 days. 6 hours per module, actually. We could have done it faster, but we wanted to ensure proper documentation for the research facility application. Marcus gestured to the habitat cluster visible behind him. We now have adequate life support capacity for current population with room for expansion. The technology is scalable. We could potentially print habitats at any asteroid site with sufficient regolith density. Scalable, Xylar repeated. Yes, officer. In fact, we're considering printing additional facilities. Storage modules, workshop expansions, maybe some agricultural domes. Marcus smiled. All emergency prototypes, of course, all properly documented. The silence stretched. Marcus watched Xylar's eyes, saw the alien processing the implications. The humans hadn't just solved their overcrowding problem. They'd developed technology that made them independent of external resources. They could build anywhere, from anything, as long as there were rocks. And space was full of rocks. Your agricultural domes will require approval, Xylar said finally. Food production facilities are subject to additional regulations. We'll file the proper documentation, Marcus assured him. We're always happy to comply with regulations, officer. It's what good research facilities do. The channel closed. Santos appeared at Marcus's elbow, looking out at the habitat cluster. Did you just tell Xylar we're going to start farming? I told him we're going to test agricultural dome prototypes, Marcus said. There's a difference. Is there, though? Marcus looked out at the rough domes of sintered regolith, at the tunnels connecting them like veins, at the glow of life support systems warming the rocks they'd turned into homes. They'd printed buildings from dust, turned asteroids into architecture, done it in less than a week with salvaged equipment and a reactor built from 3 different stars. No, he admitted. No, there really isn't. He pulled up the salvage field map and started marking asteroids. Bigger ones this time, ones with richer mineral composition, ones they could turn into something more than simple habitats. Get me Chen and Nguyen, he said. We need to start planning the next round of prints, bigger modules, industrial facilities, maybe some manufacturing capacity. Chief, we just solved the overcrowding crisis. Can't we rest for a day? Marcus thought about Xylar's dreadnought, still watching, still waiting for a violation he could exploit. Thought about the other quarantine zones, other human crews still trapped in makeshift structures. Thought about the long game, about building something the galaxy couldn't tear down. We'll rest when we're done building, he said. Right now we're just getting started. Outside, the habitat cluster glowed against the backdrop of space. 12 domes of sintered regolith, rough and ugly and absolutely beautiful. Proof that humans didn't need permission to survive. They just needed rocks, lasers, and enough spite to make it work. Day 16, complete. They'd turned dust into domicile. The question was, what else could they build from the nothing around them? The comet came from the outer system like a bullet fired by God. Chen spotted it on long-range scan at 0600 hours, a dirty snowball 3 kilometers across with a trajectory that made her pull Marcus out of his bunk with more urgency than any alarm could manage. Chief, we have a problem, she said, her voice tight. Big problem. Comet inbound from the outer belt, velocity 18 kilometers per second. Trajectory puts it directly through quarantine zone Theta 7 in 42 hours. Marcus pulled up the tracking data on his wrist unit, his brain still fuzzy from 3 hours of sleep. The comet's path cut through their sector like a blade, passing within 50 kilometers of their habitat cluster. At 18 kilometers per second, anything caught in its debris field would be shredded, and a 3-kilometer comet had a very large debris field. Xylar, Marcus said. Get me Xylar. The Vrin's face appeared on the comm screen. His compound eyes seemed somehow less concerned than Marcus would have preferred. Chief Engineer, I trust this is about the comet. You knew about it. The Quarantine Authority tracking network detected it 6 hours ago. Our fleet is preparing to intercept and fragment the object before it poses a threat to navigation lanes. How long until intercept? Marcus asked. Approximately 48 hours. We will be deploying kinetic impactors too. The comet hits our sector in 42 hours, officer. Xylar's mandibles paused mid-motion. That is unfortunate. However, our intercept calculations are optimized for protecting high-traffic navigation corridors. Your quarantine zone, while technically in the comet's path, is not considered a priority target area. Marcus felt something cold settle in his chest. So you're not going to help? We will intercept the comet as planned, Chief Engineer, If you find our timing insufficient, you are welcome to file a trajectory hazard complaint with the authority. Processing time is typically 3 to 5 business days. The channel closed. Santos appeared at Marcus's shoulder, having heard the entire exchange. That bureaucratic bastard is going to let a comet hit us because we're not in a priority target area. He's going to let a comet hit us because regulations say he can wait 48 hours. Marcus corrected. He pulled up the comet's trajectory, studying the orbital mechanics. 3 kilometers of ice and rock moving at 18 kilometers per second. Even a glancing blow from its debris field would be catastrophic. But we don't have to wait for him. Chief, we don't have anything that can intercept a comet, Ramos said. We're a salvage operation, not a planetary defense network. We don't need to intercept it, Marcus said. We just need to push it. He pulled up the inventory of salvaged grav plates. They had 18 operational units now, the survivors from the micrometeoroid deflection array, plus a dozen more they'd salvaged from other wrecks, each one capable of generating a localized gravity well, bending space around it, pulling on anything massive enough to feel the effect, like a 3-kilometer comet moving at 18 kilometers per second. Orbital mechanics, Marcus said, pulling up the calculations on the main display. The comet's trajectory is ballistic. It's not under power, just following gravity. If we can place strong enough gravity wells along its path, we can use gravity assists to alter its trajectory, bend it away from our sector. Chen was already running the numbers. We'd need to position the grav plates hours ahead of the comet's arrival, create a series of gravitational waypoints that it passes through, each one giving it a slight course correction. Cumulative effect would be, Chief, this could work. We could deflect it by enough to miss our sector. How close would it pass to Xylar's fleet? Marcus asked. Chen's fingers froze on her console. Then she ran the calculation. If we position the grav plates for optimal deflection, the comet would pass within 5 kilometers of his dreadnought's current position. 5 kilometers, Marcus repeated. That's very close. That's barely outside his point defense range, Santos said. She was smiling. It wasn't a nice smile. If our calculations are off by even a fraction of a percent, that comet debris field would shred his flagship. Marcus studied the trajectory plot. The comet's path bent by a series of precisely positioned gravity wells, curving away from the human habitats and toward the GCB enforcement fleet. It would be close. Uncomfortably close. The kind of close that would make Xylar's entire crew very, very nervous. File this as Emergency Prototype Test 23, Marcus said. Gravitational trajectory modification for hazardous object deflection. Completely defensive in nature. Designed to protect life-critical infrastructure from collision hazards. And if Xylar complains that we nearly hit him with a comet, Ramos asked, then we'll apologize for any miscalculations, Marcus said. These are prototypes after all. Still working out the precision. They had 36 hours to position the grav plates. The work was brutal precision under time pressure. Each plate had to be placed exactly right. Position off by meters, timing off by seconds, and the comet would either miss the gravity well entirely or get deflected too much and become even more dangerous. Chen ran the calculations a dozen times, checking and rechecking every variable. Orbital mechanics, relativistic effects, the comet's mass distribution, even the solar wind pressure on its icy surface. They mounted the grav plates on salvaged drone chassis, simple thruster assemblies that could hold position against the gentle push of gravity and space debris. Each drone carried a grav plate, a power cell, and a positioning system slaved to Chen's master control. 18 scavenged grav wells, strung out like a tripwire across 300 kilometers of black. On the tactical map, they looked like a line of glass marbles waiting for a bowling ball, invisible anchors ready to snag the fabric of space and trip a god-sized bullet. Comet entering first waypoint in 20 minutes, Chen reported. All grav plates are online and stable. Power levels nominal. Marcus opened a channel to all structures. Attention, Salvage Yard 7. We have a rogue comet inbound on collision trajectory. We're attempting to deflect it using experimental gravitational manipulation. This is a prototype test, and things might get interesting. Everyone to interior shelters until the comet passes. And if this works, we're all buying Chen a drink. I'll settle for not dying, Chen muttered. They watched from the observation blister as the comet approached. At 18 kilometers per second, it was moving too fast to see with naked eyes, but the sensors painted it clearly. A dark mass trailing a tail of sublimating ice, tumbling slowly as it hurtled through space. First waypoint in 3, 2, 1, contact. The comet passed through the first gravity well. On the tactical display, Marcus watched the trajectory shift. Just slightly. Just a fraction of a degree. The grav plate had grabbed the comet with invisible fingers and given it a gentle push, altering its momentum by a few meters per second. Not much, but enough. Trajectory shift confirmed, Chen said. Comet is bending, waypoint 2 in 40 seconds. The comet passed through the second well. Another shift, another push. The trajectory bent further from its original path, curving away from the habitat cluster. Waypoint 3, 4, 5. Each gravity well adding its small push to the comet's momentum, each one bending its path a little more. The cumulative effect was like watching a bullet being steered mid-flight. Impossible, except they were doing it. Waypoint 12, Chen reported. Comet is now on course to miss our sector by 90 kilometers. We're safe. What about Xylar's position? Marcus asked. Chen pulled up the projection. The comet's new trajectory, bent by 12 gravity wells, now passed directly toward the location where Xylar's dreadnought was holding station. Impact with his position in 18 minutes. Closest approach, 4.7 kilometers. That's closer than 5 kilometers, Santos observed. Calculations must have been a bit tight, Marcus said. Keep monitoring. Make sure we log everything for the prototype test documentation. They watched as the comet continued its deflected path. Xylar's dreadnought was visible on the long-range sensors now, still holding position, either unaware of the incoming hazard or confident in his ship's ability to avoid it. Comet entering Xylar's sensor range, Chen said. He should be seeing it on his scans right about now. On the comm frequency that monitored GCB traffic, Marcus heard the sudden burst of activity. Alarm calls, course correction orders. The dreadnought's engines flaring to life as Xylar's crew realized they had a 3-kilometer comet bearing down on them at 18 kilometers per second. The dreadnought began to move, its massive engines pushing it out of the comet's path, but it was slow. Enforcement vessels were built for endurance and firepower, not for rapid maneuvering. The comet was coming fast. Closest approach in 30 seconds, Chen said. Marcus opened a channel to Xylar. The Vrin's face appeared on the screen, his compound eyes reflecting what looked like pure panic. Chief Engineer, what have you done? Emergency comet deflection officer, Marcus said calmly. The object was on collision course with our habitat cluster. We used gravitational manipulation to alter its trajectory to a safe path. Fully documented prototype test. You deflected it toward my fleet. We deflected it away from our habitats, Marcus corrected. The fact that your fleet happens to be positioned in the deflection path is unfortunate. You might want to move. We are moving. That comet is... The comet passed Xylar's dreadnought at a distance of 4.7 kilometers. At that range, the debris field was visible, chunks of ice and rock sublimating from the comet's surface, spreading out in a glittering cloud that engulfed the dreadnought like a sandstorm. The ship's point defense systems came online, firing bursts of kinetic shot to vaporize the larger fragments. Impacts peppered the hull, nothing dangerous, nothing that could threaten a military vessel's armor, but enough to be terrifying for everyone inside. The comet passed, trailing its debris field behind it like a wedding train, and continued its journey toward the outer system. Xylar's dreadnought sat in space, covered in a fine layer of comet dust, its hull scarred with dozens of small impact craters. Deflection successful, Chen reported. Comet has passed both our sector and Xylar's position. No casualties, no major damage. Marcus kept the channel to Xylar open. The Vrin was staring at him with an expression that Marcus couldn't quite read but suspected was somewhere between rage and fear. My apologies, Officer Xylar, Marcus said. Our calculations were a bit tight. Good thing our scrap holds together, or that could have been much worse. He paused. For everyone involved. You nearly hit my flagship with a comet. We deflected a hazardous object using experimental gravitational manipulation technology, Marcus corrected. All trajectories were calculated to maximize safety for life-critical infrastructure. If your vessel experienced any difficulties, perhaps it was positioned too close to a known hazard zone. Zyler's mandibles worked silently. Marcus could see the alien processing the implications. The humans had just demonstrated the ability to redirect kilometer-scale objects with precision, had positioned gravity wells across hundreds of kilometers of space, and used them to steer a comet like it was on rails, had done it all under the guise of defensive testing, and had brought that comet within 5 kilometers of a GCB dreadnought. That was not an accident, Zylar said quietly. That was a prototype test with acceptable margins of error, Marcus replied. Would you like to see the documentation? We have excellent data on cumulative gravitational deflection and trajectory modification, very valuable for future hazard mitigation efforts. The silence stretched. Marcus kept his expression neutral, professional, the picture of a researcher discussing test results. But inside he was smiling. They'd just sent a message. They could move things. Big things. With precision. And they could do it under the protection of emergency prototype testing. I will be reviewing your test data very carefully, Zyler said finally. Any future tests of this nature will require pre-approval. Emergency tests by definition cannot wait for approval, officer, but we'll certainly file all documentation promptly. Transparency is important in research. The channel closed. Santos let out a breath. Did we just threaten a GCB enforcement officer with orbital mechanics? We demonstrated our defensive capabilities, Marcus corrected. There's a difference. He pulled up the grav plate positions on the tactical display. 18 gravity wells, strategically positioned across their sector, each one now documented as part of a legitimate hazard deflection system, each one capable of grabbing anything massive that passed through its range. Log the positions of all grav plates, Marcus said. Mark them as permanent installations for the hazard deflection network. We're going to need them positioned exactly where they are for future tests. Future tests of what? Ramos asked. Marcus looked out at the salvage field, at the thousands of objects drifting through space. Asteroids, debris, the collected garbage of dead civilizations. All of it massive. All of it mobile, if you had enough gravity wells and enough precision. Future tests of everything we're going to build next, he said. We just proved we can move things. Big things, exactly where we want them. He smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. And we can do it all under the protection of hazard mitigation protocols. Chen pulled up the comet's trajectory, now safely deflected into deep space. Chief, we just made Zylar flinch. We just made Zylar aware, Marcus corrected. He knows we're not helpless. He knows we can reach out across hundreds of kilometers and move things with precision. He knows that every gravity well we position is both a defensive asset and a potential weapon. And he can't do anything about it because it's all documented as safety testing, Santos said. Exactly. Marcus highlighted the 18 grav plate positions on the map. These aren't just hazard deflection systems. They're anchors, strategic positions, and now we have documented justification for keeping them exactly where they are. Outside, Zylar's dreadnought was still coated in comet dust, a visible reminder of what happened when you underestimated the humans in the junkyard. Day 21 complete. They'd turned defense into deterrence. The question was, what else could they move with gravity and precision? Zylar's demand arrived with the cold precision of bureaucratic revenge. Marcus was reviewing construction plans for a new manufacturing facility when the message came through. Not a comm call. Zylar had moved beyond conversations. This was an official Compliance Bureau directive, stamped with about 40 different authorization codes, and marked as non-negotiable. Complete material inventory requirement, the header read. All salvage materials within Quarantine Zone Theta 7 must be cataloged, documented, and reported to the Galactic Compliance Bureau within 72 hours. Failure to comply will result in immediate seizure of all undocumented materials and suspension of emergency prototype testing privileges. Chen let out a low whistle. He wants us to inventory everything, every piece of scrap, every chunk of debris, every bolt and wire in the entire salvage field. In 72 hours, Santos added. Chief, that's impossible. We've got millions of objects out there, debris fields stretching across hundreds of cubic kilometers. Even with the entire crew working around the clock, we couldn't manually catalog 1% of it in 3 days. Marcus stared at the directive. This was different from Zylar's previous harassment. This wasn't about killing them or making them uncomfortable. This was about stripping away their resources, their ability to build. Every piece of undocumented salvage would be seized, and without salvage, without raw materials, they couldn't build prototypes, couldn't test emergency systems, couldn't survive. Zylar had finally found a regulation that could destroy them. How many objects are we talking about? Marcus asked. Chen pulled up the sensor data. Rough estimate, 2.3 million discrete objects over 200 cubic kilometers, ranging from bolt-sized fragments to kilometer-scale wreckage, and that's just what our sensors can resolve. The actual count is probably 3 times that. So we need to catalog 7 million objects in 72 hours, Ramos said flatly. That's 3,000 objects per hour, 50 per minute, for 3 days straight. The workshop fell silent. It was impossible. Zylar knew it was impossible. That was the point. Marcus pulled up the salvage inventory looking for anything they could repurpose. And then he saw it. Grid sector 8 to 15 marked as low priority salvage damaged electronics. Hundreds of dead drones from mining operations, construction vessels, survey ships. Autonomous units designed to fly, scan, and report back. Their processors were fried, their power cells depleted, their communication systems burned out. But the chassis were intact. The sensor arrays could be salvaged. And they had a Franken reactor that could power an entire fleet. We're not going to inventory manually, Marcus said slowly. We're going to build a swarm. The silence that followed was the kind that meant everyone thought he'd crossed the line from brilliance into madness. A swarm, Santos repeated carefully. Of what exactly? Autonomous inventory drones, Marcus said, pulling up the damaged drone locations on the main display. We've got thousands of dead units scattered across the salvage field. Mining drones, construction drones, survey drones, all of them designed for autonomous operation. We salvage their sensor arrays, wire them into new chassis built from scrap, network them into a distributed scanning system, and let them inventory the entire field autonomously. Chief, those drones are dead, Nguyen pointed out. Their processors are fried, their AI cores are corrupted. Even if we could salvage the hardware, we'd need to program thousands of individual units to work together. We don't program them individually, Chen said, catching on. We program them as a hive. One control algorithm distributed across all units. Each drone is just a node in a larger network. A hive mind made of salvage, Ramos said. That's either brilliant or deeply terrifying. It's Emergency Prototype Test 36, Marcus said. Autonomous Distributed Sensor Network for Rapid Material Cataloging. Fully compliant with inventory requirements. And once we have the swarm operational, we can use it for other things. Other things like what? Santos asked. Marcus smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. Like mapping every construction site in the sector. Like coordinating large-scale builds. Like having thousands of autonomous workers that never get tired, never need oxygen, and follow orders with perfect precision. The salvage operation took 24 hours of frantic work. They pulled sensor arrays from dead mining drones, complex instruments designed to identify ore composition from hundreds of meters away. They salvaged communication modules from survey units, processors from construction drones, power systems from maintenance bots. Each piece was damaged, degraded, barely functional. But they didn't need perfect, they just needed good enough. The chassis came from printed regolith and salvaged metal, simple frameworks with thrusters, power cells, and mounting points for the scavenged components. They looked like someone had taken apart a dozen different drones and welded the pieces back together wrong. Angular, asymmetric, bristling with sensors and antennas like mechanical insects. Chen worked on the control algorithm for 18 hours straight, her eyes red from staring at code. Distributed processing is tricky, she said, her voice hoarse. It's a balancing act on a razor's edge. Give them too much autonomy and the swarm scatters into the void. Link them too tightly, and a single glitch lobotomizes the entire hive. We need them just smart enough to scan, and just connected enough to scream if they find something. Can you make it work? Marcus asked. I can make it work well enough not to kill us, Chen said. Probably. Maybe. I'm running on coffee and spite at this point, so my judgment might be compromised. They assembled the first batch of drones in the fabrication bay, 50 units, each one a unique Frankenstein nightmare of salvaged components and printed chassis. The sensor arrays gave them insect-like compound eyes. The communication arrays sprouted from their backs like wings. The thruster assemblies made them look like they were constantly poised to attack. Upload the hive algorithm, Marcus said. Chen initiated the upload. For a moment, nothing happened. The drones sat inert, dead metal and dead code. Then, one by one, their sensors began to glow. Soft at first, then bright enough to cast shadows in the fabrication bay. The drones woke up. It wasn't like activating a machine. It was like watching something born. The drones twitched, tested their thrusters, rotated their sensor arrays. Then they began to move in synchronization. Not perfectly, but close enough. A pattern emerged from chaos. Order from salvage. Hive network stable, Chen reported. All 50 units are communicating. They're sharing sensor data, coordinating movements, operating as a collective. Send them out, Marcus said. Let's see if this works. The drones launched from the fabrication bay in a coordinated swarm. They moved like a school of fish, each unit maintaining precise spacing from its neighbors, the whole group shifting and flowing as one organism. Their sensors swept the surrounding salvage field, cataloging every piece of debris, every chunk of metal, every bolt and wire in their scanning range. They're working, Santos said, watching the data stream in. Chief, they're actually working. Catalog rate is at 500 objects per minute and climbing. How many drones can we build? Marcus asked. Chen pulled up the salvage inventory. We've got components for maybe 3,000 units. If we prioritize speed over quality, we could have them assembled in 48 hours. Do it, Marcus said. I want every salvageable drone component turned into a swarm unit. Every sensor, every processor, every communication module. Build them all. Over the next 2 days, Salvage Yard 7 became a drone factory. They worked in shifts, assembling chassis, installing components, uploading the hive algorithm. The fabrication bay ran continuously, printers extruding frames while humans bolted on salvage systems. Each completed drone was launched immediately, joining the growing swarm that was spreading across the salvage field like a living thing. 100 drones, 500, 1,000. The swarm grew, and with each new unit, it became faster, more efficient. The hive algorithm adapted, learned, optimized its scanning patterns. What started as a simple inventory system was evolving into something more sophisticated. By hour 60, they had 3,000 drones operational. Marcus stood in the observation blister and watched them work. The swarm was visible now, not as individual units, but as a cloud, a shifting mass of glowing sensors and thruster flares that moved through the salvage field like smoke. Where it passed, the inventory database grew. Objects cataloged, materials documented. Everything Xylar had demanded, delivered with automated precision. But the swarm was doing more than inventory. Chen had programmed additional functions into the hive algorithm. While the drones cataloged salvage, they were also mapping structural integrity, identifying optimal construction sites, analyzing material composition. Every piece of data the swarm collected was being processed, analyzed, stored for future use. They weren't just inventorying the salvage field. They were learning it, understanding it, preparing it for construction. Inventory completion at 70%, Chen reported. At current rate, we'll have full coverage in 6 more hours. How's the computing load? Marcus asked. The hive network is handling it. Each drone is contributing processing power to the collective. It's actually more efficient than using a centralized system, more redundant, more resilient. If we lose 100 drones, the rest compensate automatically. Marcus pulled up the tactical display. The swarm showed as a red cloud on the sensors, pulsing and shifting as it moved through the debris field. It looked organic, alive. 3,000 autonomous units moving with singular purpose, directed by an algorithm that was teaching itself to be better. Get me Xylar, Marcus said. The Vrin's face appeared on the screen. His compound eyes tracked the swarm cloud visible in the background. "Chief Engineer," Zylar said slowly. "What is that?" "Autonomous Distributed Sensor Network," Marcus said. "Emergency Prototype Test 36. You required a complete material inventory in 72 hours. We're delivering it in 60. That is a swarm of autonomous drones." "That is an inventory management system," Marcus corrected. "Fully compliant with your directive. 3,000 scanning units coordinated through distributed processing, cataloging every object in the salvage field with complete accuracy. 3,000. We had a lot of damaged drones in salvage," Marcus said. "Seemed wasteful not to repurpose them. Each unit is scanning, identifying, and documenting materials per your compliance requirements. The full inventory will be submitted to your office within the hour." Zylar's mandibles worked silently. "You built a hive mind from salvage." "We built a distributed scanning system from available resources," Marcus said. "Would you like to review the test documentation? We have excellent data on hive network stability, distributed processing efficiency, and autonomous coordination protocols." "That swarm is—" Zylar paused, searching for words. "It is obscuring the stars. There are thousands of them." 3,247 to be precise, Marcus confirmed. "All operating under documented emergency prototype testing protocols, all performing legitimate inventory functions. Is there a problem, officer?" The silence stretched. Marcus watched Zylar's eyes tracking the swarm, watching it move through the salvage field like a plague of locusts, cataloging everything, scanning everything, learning everything. "What else can that swarm do?" Zylar asked quietly. "Right now?" "Inventory management," Marcus said. "But the technology is scalable. Distributed autonomous systems have applications in construction, mining, manufacturing, maintenance, really any task that benefits from large-scale coordination." He paused. "Why? Did you have concerns about our inventory system?" "That is not an inventory system," Zylar said. "That is an army of autonomous drones under centralized control. That is a documented research prototype operating under emergency testing protocols," Marcus replied. "All functions are defensive and utilitarian in nature. Would you like us to shut it down? Of course, that would prevent us from completing the inventory you mandated." Another pause. Marcus could see the calculation in Zylar's eyes. The swarm was terrifying. 3,000 autonomous units that could be reprogrammed for any task. But it was also completing the inventory requirement, doing exactly what the directive demanded. Shutting it down would require admitting that the directive itself was unreasonable. "Complete your inventory," Zylar said finally, "and submit full documentation of this system to my office. I will be reviewing its operational parameters very carefully." "Of course, officer. Transparency is important in research." The channel closed. Ramos appeared at Marcus's shoulder, watching the swarm cloud on the external cameras. "Did we just build an autonomous army and call it a filing system?" "We built a distributed sensor network for material cataloging," Marcus corrected. "The fact that it could theoretically be reprogrammed for construction, manufacturing, or defense is simply a side effect of good engineering." "That's a hell of a side effect, Chief." Marcus pulled up the swarm's scanning data. The inventory was nearly complete, every object cataloged, every material documented. But buried in that data was something more valuable. Construction maps, structural analyses, optimal build sequences. The swarm had scanned the entire salvage field and shown them exactly where and how to build the megastructures they'd been planning. "Chen," Marcus said, "how hard would it be to reprogram the swarm for construction tasks?" "The Hive algorithm is already designed for distributed coordination," Chen said. "I could probably adapt it for construction protocols in a few days. Why?" Marcus highlighted regions on the salvage map, massive construction sites kilometers across, positioned at strategic points throughout the sector. "Because we're about to start building things that are too big for humans to assemble manually. We're going to need workers. A lot of workers. Workers that don't breathe, don't sleep, and follow orders with perfect precision." Santos caught on. "You're going to use the swarm to build the megastructures." "I'm going to use the documented, fully tested, completely compliant, autonomous distributed sensor network to assist with emergency prototype construction. Marcus said, "There's a difference." "Is there, though?" Marcus looked out at the swarm. 3,000 drones moving through space like a living organism, cataloging, scanning, learning. They'd built it from dead machines and desperation, turned salvage into something that could think, coordinate, act, something that could build on a scale no human crew could match. "No," Marcus admitted. "No, there really isn't." Outside, the swarm completed its inventory sweep and began returning to the habitat cluster in perfect formation, 3,000 units moving as one, their sensor arrays glowing like stars, their thruster flares creating patterns in the darkness. It looked like a plague of locusts obscuring the sky. It looked like the future. Day 28 complete. They'd turned dead drones into distributed intelligence, and they were about to teach it how to build empires. The food ran out on day 32. Not completely. They still had emergency rations, the kind of compressed nutrient bars that tasted like cardboard mixed with sadness and would keep you alive but not happy about it. But the real food, the stuff salvaged from supply drops and traded from other quarantine zones, was gone. 47 people eating 3 times a day burned through supplies faster than the quarterly deliveries could replenish. Marcus stood in the storage bay, looking at empty crates and doing math he didn't like. At current consumption, they had maybe 6 weeks of rations left. After that, they'd be living on recycled water and hope. "We need agriculture," Chen said, stating the obvious from the doorway. "Real food production, hydroponics, aeroponics, something that lets us grow our own. Agricultural facilities require dedicated space, specialized equipment, and a lot of power," Marcus replied. "And Xylar will fight us on every centimeter." "Not if it's a treaty right," Santos said, appearing behind Chen with a datapad. "I've been reading the Quarantine Authority regulations. Displaced populations have the right to establish self-sufficient food production after 30 days of relocation. It's part of the galactic humanitarian provisions." Marcus took the datapad and read. Article 12, Section 4. Relocated populations shall have the right to establish agricultural facilities necessary for long-term sustenance. Such facilities shall be considered essential infrastructure and exempt from standard resource allocation restrictions. A treaty right, not a privilege, not a request. A right. "How much space do we need?" Marcus asked. Chen pulled up the calculations. 47 mouths is a lot of calories, Marcus. We need 5,000 square meters of dirt just to stay ahead of the hunger. If we want a margin for error, we don't need a garden. We need a landscape. 5,000 square meters, Marcus repeated. He looked around the storage bay, maybe 200 square meters of usable floor space. We'd need to build an entire new structure just for agriculture. Or, Santos said slowly, we could build something bigger. She pulled up a schematic on her datapad. Not a dome, not a cylinder, a ring. A massive rotating ring, kilometers in circumference, spinning to generate artificial gravity through centrifugal force. The inner surface would be the growing area, thousands of square meters of agricultural space, all bathed in artificial sunlight, all producing food on a scale that would make them completely self-sufficient. A ring habitat, Marcus said softly. You want to build a ring habitat. I want to build an agricultural zone, Santos corrected. The fact that it's a rotating ring structure is just the most efficient way to generate gravity for plant growth without using power-hungry grav plates. Marcus studied the schematic. The ring was 3 kilometers in diameter, maybe 50 meters wide. It would dwarf everything they'd built so far. The regolith printed domes were tiny by comparison. This was megastructure scale engineering. This was the kind of thing that would make Xylar lose his mind. We have the swarm for construction, Chen said. We have the reactor for power. We have the printing technology for structure. And we have a treaty right that says Xylar can't stop us. He'll try, Marcus said. Let him try, Santos replied. We're building farms. What's he going to do, starve us? Starve. Marcus looked at the schematic again. Not just farms. The ring's structure would be massive. Hundreds of thousands of tons of sintered regolith and salvaged metal, rotating at precise speeds to generate gravity. It would require structural engineering on a scale they'd never attempted, And it would take months to complete, maybe years, unless they used the swarm. 3,000 autonomous drones, coordinated by a hive mind, working 24 hours a day without rest. What would take humans years could take the swarm weeks, maybe less. Start the design work, Marcus said. I want full structural calculations, material requirements, rotation dynamics. Make it as efficient as possible. We're building agricultural space, not a luxury resort. Simple, functional, and absolutely massive. How massive? Santos asked. Marcus smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. Big enough that Zylar can see it from his dreadnought and know we're not asking permission anymore. The construction began on day 35. They'd selected a site 5 kilometers from the habitat cluster. Far enough to be safe if something went catastrophically wrong. Close enough to easily transport materials. The swarm had already mapped the location, identified optimal anchor points, cataloged nearby asteroids for raw materials. The first task was building the foundational ring structure, the skeleton that would support everything else. The swarm began harvesting asteroids, breaking them down into regolith, processing the material through the mobile printing units they'd constructed. Where Chapter 7 had been about printing small domes, this was about printing on an industrial scale. Marcus watched from the observation blister as the swarm went to work. 3,000 drones moving in perfect coordination, each one a node in a larger pattern. They didn't work like humans. There was no trial and error, no hesitation. The hive mind had calculated the optimal construction sequence, and every drone executed its role with mechanical precision. Printing units heated regolith to sintering temperature. Drones positioned structural frameworks. Salvaged metal was welded into reinforcement points. Layer by layer, meter by meter, the ring began to grow. It looked like watching a mountain being born. Structural segment 1 complete, Chen reported after 6 hours. 50 meters of ring skeleton, fully reinforced, ready for additional layers. How long for the full ring? Marcus asked. At current rate, 40 days for the basic skeleton, another 20 for structural reinforcement, habitat modules, and agricultural systems. Call it 2 months total. 2 months to build something kilometers across, something that would spin at calculated speeds to generate 0.83 gravities on its inner surface, something that would feed them forever. Keep building, Marcus said. Zylar's response came on day 40. The Vrin's face appeared on the comm screen, his compound eyes reflecting the growing ring structure that was now visible from anywhere in the sector. A curved arc of metal and rock, maybe 200 meters of completed skeleton slowly taking shape against the stars. Chief Engineer, Zylar said, his voice carrying an edge that Marcus hadn't heard before. Explain what you are building. Agricultural Facility Officer, Marcus replied. Article 12, Section 4 of the Galactic Humanitarian Provisions grants displaced populations the right to establish self-sufficient food production. We're exercising that right. That is not an agricultural facility. That is a ring habitat, a megastructure. That is an agricultural zone utilizing centrifugal rotation for gravity generation, Marcus corrected. The ring structure is the most efficient method of providing adequate growing space without excessive power consumption, all within our treaty rights. You are building something 3 kilometers in diameter. We need 5,000 square meters of growing space minimum, Marcus said. A ring with a 3-kilometer diameter and 50-meter width provides exactly that, plus room for equipment, access corridors, and backup capacity. It's properly sized for our needs. Your needs do not require a structure that can be seen from interstellar distances. Marcus paused. Officer Zylar, are you suggesting we shouldn't build adequate agricultural capacity? That we should remain dependent on external food supplies? Because that seems like it would violate several humanitarian provisions regarding self-sufficiency. The silence stretched. Marcus could see Zylar's mandibles working, the alien's bureaucratic mind churning through regulations, looking for something, anything, that would let him stop this. But the treaty right was clear. Agricultural facilities for displaced populations were protected. The humans had the right to build them. I will be reviewing the structural specifications of this facility, Zylar said finally. If it exceeds parameters necessary for agricultural purposes, All specifications are documented and available for review, Marcus said. We're always happy to provide transparency. That's what good research facilities do. The channel closed. Santos appeared at Marcus's elbow. He's terrified. He should be, Marcus said, looking at the growing ring structure. We're building something bigger than anything he can vaporize easily. Something visible from everywhere in the sector, and we're doing it under treaty protection he can't touch. This isn't really about farms, is it? Santos asked quietly. Marcus looked at her. It's about farms. We need to eat. But it's also about showing Zylar that we can build on any scale we want, anywhere we want, and there's nothing he can do to stop us. He pulled up the full ring design on his console. And when we're done with this one, we're building more. Lots more. More agricultural rings. More ring segments, Marcus corrected. For various purposes, all properly documented, all treaty compliant. He highlighted positions around the sector, strategic locations where ring structures would have clear lines of sight to critical navigation points and commerce routes. Agricultural zones, research facilities, manufacturing centers, whatever we need to justify building them. Santos caught on slowly. You're not building farms. You're building a blockade. I'm building agricultural facilities, Marcus said carefully. What those facilities look like when they're all connected is simply a consequence of efficient resource utilization. The construction continued for 60 days. The swarm worked tirelessly, building segment by segment, meter by meter. The ring grew from a small arc to a quarter circle to a half circle, its structure becoming more defined with each passing day. They printed the skeleton from asteroid regolith, reinforced it with salvaged metal, threaded power conduits and life support systems through its structure. By day 95, the ring was complete. 3 kilometers in diameter, 50 meters wide, rotating at precisely calculated speeds to generate 0.83 gravities on its inner surface. The interior was lined with hydroponic bays, atmospheric processors, LED grow lights powered by their Franken reactor. It could produce enough food for 200 people working at full capacity. They only had 47. Marcus stood in the central hub, the non-rotating axis where ships could dock without dealing with the ring's spin, and looked out at what they'd built. Through the transparent sections of the hull, he could see the ring rotating around him, its inner surface a blur of green as the first crops began to grow. It was beautiful, and it was terrifying. We need to spin it up to full rotation, Chen said. Start the agricultural systems, begin crop production. Do it, Marcus said. And Chen, start calculating positions for additional ring segments. I want 3 more within the next 6 months. 3 more? Chief, what are we growing that requires 3 more rings? Everything we need to be completely self-sufficient, Marcus said. Food, yes, but also raw materials processing, manufacturing capacity, research facilities. Each ring serves a purpose. Each one makes us stronger. Each one makes us more visible, Chen said quietly. That's the point, Marcus replied. He pulled up the tactical map, showing the completed ring and the proposed positions for 3 more. When connected, they would form a loose arc across the sector, a chain of megastructures, each one positioned at strategic locations, each one a piece of something larger, something that Zylar couldn't vaporize, something that couldn't be ignored. Get me Zylar, Marcus said. The Vrin appeared on the screen. Behind him, through his ship's viewports, the completed ring was visible, a massive wheel of metal and rock slowly rotating against the stars, its structure outlined by running lights and the glow of internal systems. Chief Engineer, Zylar said. His voice was flat, controlled. Your agricultural facility is complete. It is, Marcus confirmed. We're beginning crop production tomorrow. Within 3 months, we'll be completely self-sufficient for food production. No more dependence on external supplies. It is impressive, Zylar admitted. And concerning. Concerning how? You have demonstrated the ability to construct megastructures from salvage materials in a matter of months, Zylar said slowly. Using autonomous systems and distributed processing, the implications of this capability are significant. The implications are that we can feed ourselves, Marcus said. Isn't self-sufficiency the goal of quarantine management, making us less dependent on authority resources? The goal is containment, Zylar said. And you are building structures that cannot be easily contained. Marcus smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. Officer Zylar, we're building farms. If our farms happen to be visible from interstellar distances, that's simply a consequence of building them properly. Would you prefer we built inadequate agricultural capacity and continued draining authority resources? The silence stretched. Marcus watched Zylar's compound eyes reflecting the ring structure, the alien's mind working through the implications. The humans had built something massive, something permanent, and they'd done it in 3 months using technology that could be scaled indefinitely. I will be monitoring your future construction activities very carefully, Zylar said finally. We appreciate the oversight, officer. It's good to know someone's paying attention to proper safety protocols. The channel closed. Ramos whistled low. We just built a ring habitat in 3 months and told Zylar it was a vegetable garden. We built an agricultural facility, Marcus corrected. The fact that it's a 3-kilometer rotating megastructure is simply efficient engineering. He looked at the ring on the tactical display, then at the 3 proposed positions for additional segments. And we're just getting started. Outside, the ring continued its slow rotation, a mountain built in the void, a monument to human stubbornness and spite. Its inner surface was growing the first crops, lettuce and tomatoes and wheat, simple plants that would keep them alive. But the structure itself was growing something else. Proof, demonstration, a message written in metal and rock that said, "We can build anything, anywhere, and you can't stop us." Day 95 complete. They'd built a mountain. The question was, how many more mountains did they need to build a wall? The swarm started lagging on day 103. Not failing, the drones were still operational, still following their programmed construction sequences. But Chen noticed the delays first. Commands that should execute in milliseconds were taking seconds. Coordination patterns that should be instantaneous were stuttering, losing sync. The hive mind that had built a ring habitat in 60 days was starting to slow down. Processing bottleneck, Chen said, pulling up the swarm diagnostics on the main display. The hive algorithm is hitting computational limits. We've added complexity, 3,000 drones building increasingly complicated structures, coordinating salvage operations, managing inventory across the entire sector. The processing load has increased by a factor of 50 since we started. Marcus studied the readouts. The swarm's distributed processing network was running at 98% capacity. Every drone was maxed out, every processor burning hot trying to handle the coordination load. They were building a second ring segment, this one designated as a research facility for prototype testing, and the computational requirements were overwhelming the system. Can we optimize the algorithm? Marcus asked. I've optimized it 6 times already, Chen said. We're at the hard limits of the hardware. Each drone can only process so much data. To handle more complex builds, we need more processing power. How much more? Chen pulled up projections. If we want to build the remaining ring segments, plus the arcology stacks, plus everything else in your master plan, we need about 1,000 times more computational capacity than we currently have. 1,000 times. Marcus looked at the swarm activity display. 3,000 drones already struggling with their current tasks. They could build more drones, but that just added more nodes to coordinate, more complexity to manage. What they needed wasn't more drones. They needed a brain. What's the biggest computing system in the salvage field? Marcus asked. Chen searched the inventory database. We've got dozens of shipboard computers, maybe 100 server clusters from various vessels. But the big one is Grid Sector 9 to 27, the wreckage of what looks like a Vrin data processing vessel. Heavy industrial-scale computing, probably a mobile server farm for mining operations or deep space research. How big? Chief, it's massive. The processing core alone is 300 meters across. Thousands of quantum processors, exotic cooling systems, data storage measured in exabytes. It's basically a supercomputer built into a ship. Marcus pulled up the wreck location on the tactical display. The Vrin vessel had been gutted by whatever killed it, but the processing core was still intact, buried in the wreckage like a brain in a shattered skull. With that kind of computational power, they could run the swarm at 100 times its current capacity. Maybe more. We need it, Marcus said. All of it. Strip that core, bring it back here, build a proper computing facility. Chief, that core is designed to run on a ship, Ramos pointed out. It needs power, cooling, data infrastructure. We can't just plug it into our systems and hope it works. Then we build the infrastructure, Marcus said. We've built ring habitats from asteroid dust. We can build a data center. Santos was already pulling up architectural plans on her console. We'd need dedicated structures. The heat dissipation alone would be enormous. Those quantum processors run hot, and in vacuum, heat doesn't dissipate naturally. We aren't just building a computer. We're building a radiator the size of a city. If we don't dump that waste heat into the void, the processors will turn into a puddle of molten silicon before they finish their first calculation. Marcus looked at the projections. A computing facility large enough to handle the swarm's needs would be visible from anywhere in the sector. Radiator panels glowing red-hot as they dumped waste heat. Processing cores burning through enough power to light up sensors across 3 cubic kilometers. It would be impossible to hide, which meant they needed to disguise it as something else. Emergency Prototype Test 49, Marcus said. High-capacity data storage and processing facility for compliance documentation and research data management. We're building a supercomputer and calling it a filing cabinet, Ramos asked. We're building a data center, Marcus corrected. All our prototype tests generate enormous amounts of documentation. Sensor logs, structural analyses, material specifications, test results. We need somewhere to store all that data. The fact that the storage system includes high-capacity processing for data analysis is simply good records management. Xylar is going to see right through that, Chen said. Xylar is going to see a data center that helps us comply with his documentation requirements, Marcus replied. How can he object to us improving our compliance infrastructure? The salvage operation took 3 weeks. The Vrin processing core was buried deep in the wreckage, protected by layers of collapsed hull plating and twisted structural members. The swarm cut through the debris with surgical precision, each drone removing obstacles while others prevented cascading collapses. It was delicate work. One mistake could damage the processors, and they needed every quantum chip intact. When they finally exposed the core, Marcus understood why the Vrin had built it into a ship. The processing system wasn't just large. It was the entire structure unto itself. Crystalline matrices suspended in exotic matter frameworks, quantum processors arranged in 3-dimensional arrays, cooling systems that used phase change materials, and magnetic fields to move heat without physical contact. It was beautiful in the way that functional engineering is beautiful. Every centimeter optimized, every system integrated. A brain built from mathematics and metal. Start extraction, Marcus ordered. Careful. We lose even one processor array and we've wasted 3 weeks. The swarm worked for another week to disconnect the core from its dead ship, severing power conduits and data connections, carefully lifting the massive structure free from the wreckage. Moving it was like moving a building. 300 meters of delicate, intricate technology that couldn't be jarred, couldn't be stressed, couldn't be damaged in any way. They transported it in pieces, core by core, array by array. Each section handled like it was made of glass and prayers, and for 30 days, they rebuilt it. The data center grew in a new location, 5 kilometers from the habitat cluster, positioned between the 2 completed ring segments. The structure was different from anything they'd built before. Not a habitat, not a ring, but a sphere. A massive sphere of sintered regolith and salvaged metal, 300 meters in diameter, its interior lined with processing cores and cooling systems. The radiator arrays spread out from the sphere like petals from a flower, thousands of panels, each one designed to capture waste heat and radiate it into space. When the processors were running at full capacity, those radiators would glow red-hot, turning the entire structure into a visible beacon. They assembled the Vrin core in the center of the sphere, suspended in a web of support structures that isolated it from vibration and thermal stress. Around it, they installed additional processing nodes salvaged from other wrecks, human systems, Claxion arrays, Turelian quantum clusters, different architectures, different designs, all networked together through Chen's integration protocols. It wasn't one supercomputer. It was dozens of supercomputers, all working together, all feeding into the hive mind that controlled the swarm. A matryoshka brain, a computational megastructure. Overkill for simple data storage, perfect for coordinating an empire. Power it up, Marcus said. Chen initiated the startup sequence. The Vrin core came online first, its quantum processors spinning up from dormant state to active processing. The crystalline matrices began to glow with a soft blue light, quantum coherence manifesting as visible photons. Then the auxiliary systems activated, adding their processing power to the network. Human computers running parallel architectures. Claxion arrays optimized for tactical calculations. Tyrrellian quantum clusters designed for research analysis. All of them networked, all of them integrated, all of them thinking together. The computational load was staggering. Marcus watched the power draw spike to levels that would have been impossible before the Franken reactor. Waste heat began flooding into the radiator arrays, and within minutes, the panels began to glow. Dull red at first, then bright enough to be visible from kilometers away. Processing capacity at nominal, Chen reported. We're running at 0.01% load and already outperforming our previous swarm coordination by a factor of 200. 0.01%? Santos asked. What's it doing with the other 99.99%? Waiting, Chen said, for tasks that need that kind of computational density. Marcus pulled up the swarm coordination display. The lag was gone. Commands executed instantly. The 3,000 drones moved with a precision that made their previous operations look clumsy. Construction on the second ring segment, which had been stuttering and slow, suddenly accelerated to speeds that seemed impossible. We've given the swarm a proper brain, Marcus said. Now let's see what it can build. Zylar's response came within hours. The Vrin's face appeared on the comm screen, his compound eyes reflecting the glow of the radiator arrays visible in the background. Even from his dreadnought, the data center would be unmistakable. A sphere glowing red with waste heat, radiating electromagnetic signatures that lit up every sensor within a dozen cubic kilometers. Chief Engineer, Zylar said slowly. What is that structure? High-capacity data storage and processing facility, Marcus replied. Emergency prototype test 49. We were experiencing data management bottlenecks with our compliance documentation, so we constructed a dedicated facility for record storage and analysis. That structure is radiating heat equivalent to a small fusion reactor. Processing generates waste heat, Marcus said. The radiators are necessary for thermal management, all standard data center operations. Chief Engineer, my sensors indicate computational density approaching planetary-scale AI systems. That is not a data storage facility. That is a... Zylar paused, searching for words. That is computational infrastructure capable of coordinating fleet-scale operations. It's a filing system, Marcus said, for all the paperwork. You know how much documentation proper research requires, officer. Test results, structural analyses, material inventories, compliance reports. We generate terabytes of data every day. We needed somewhere to store it all. Store it, Zylar repeated flatly. And analyze it, Marcus added. For research purposes, the processing cores allow us to identify patterns, optimize designs, improve safety protocols. Very useful for emergency prototype testing. The silence stretched. Marcus watched Zylar's mandibles work, the alien processing the implications. The humans had built a computational megastructure, something with more processing power than most planetary governments, and they'd done it under the guise of improving their record-keeping. I will require complete access to this facility's operational logs, Zylar said finally. Of course, officer. We'll provide full documentation. Though I should warn you, the log files are quite extensive. Several exabytes of data. It might take your systems a few days to process it all. Several exabytes. Like I said, we generate a lot of paperwork. Marcus gestured to the glowing sphere visible through the viewport behind him. But now we have the infrastructure to manage it all properly. Isn't proper documentation important for compliance? Zylar's eyes narrowed. What are you planning, Chief Engineer? Planning? We're managing our records, officer. Everything by the book. Speaking of which, the data center is already processing optimization algorithms for our agricultural production, structural integrity monitoring for the ring segments, and coordination protocols for future construction projects. Very exciting research applications. Future construction projects, Zylar said quietly. Well, yes, we're a research facility. Construction is what we do. Marcus pulled up a list on his console. In fact, we have several projects in the pipeline. Habitat expansion, manufacturing facilities, resource processing centers, all properly documented, all requiring proper data management. You are building an infrastructure for something far beyond simple survival. Marcus smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. Officer Zylar, we're building what we need to comply with every regulation, every requirement, every demand that gets thrown at us. If our compliance infrastructure happens to be visible from interstellar distances, that's simply thorough documentation. Would you prefer we kept inadequate records? The channel closed. Chen appeared at Marcus's shoulder, looking at the glowing data center on the external cameras. Did we just build a supercomputer so powerful it scares a GCB officer and call it a hard drive? We built data management infrastructure, Marcus corrected. It's just a big hard drive, Chen, for all the paperwork. He pulled up the swarm coordination display, showing construction projects across the sector, all now running at speeds impossible before the Matryoshka node came online, a very, very big hard drive. Outside, the data center glowed red in the darkness, its radiators dumping waste heat from thousands of processors all thinking together. The sphere wasn't just computing, it was coordinating, planning, processing the scattered pieces of salvage and construction into a unified whole, building the brain of something much larger. Feed the construction algorithms for ring segments 3 and 4 into the Matryoshka node, Marcus said. I want construction timelines, resource requirements, optimal positioning. The swarm can build faster now. Let's see how fast. How many more structures are we building? Santos asked. Marcus pulled up the master plan, the map he'd been assembling in secret, piece by piece. Ring segments forming arcs across the sector. Arcology stacks positioned at strategic points. Resource processing centers. Manufacturing facilities. All the pieces of something larger, all positioned exactly where they needed to be. As many as we need, he said, until we've built something they can't ignore, something they can't contain, something that makes them realize we're not going anywhere. The Matryoshka node processed his words, analyzed the construction patterns, calculated the implications. Somewhere in its quantum matrices, in its crystalline cores, in the network of salvaged processors all thinking together, it understood what they were building. A cage built from compliance. A blockade disguised as survival. Day 135 complete. They'd built a brain that could think in terabytes. The question was, what would it help them build next? The first refugees arrived on day 142. Marcus was reviewing construction schedules for Ring Segment 3 when Chen's voice cut through the workshop chatter with an edge of surprise. Chief, we're getting a transmission from Quarantine Zone Theta 12. They're requesting emergency docking clearance for 3 transport shuttles. Docking clearance? Marcus pulled up the comm. We're not a way station. What's going on? The face that appeared on the screen was gaunt, exhausted. Chief Engineer Rodriguez from Theta 12, someone Marcus had traded technical data with over the past few months. Behind her, through the shuttle's viewport, Marcus could see the Theta 12 habitat cluster, or what was left of it. Structures venting atmosphere, emergency lights flickering. The whole thing looked like it was minutes from catastrophic failure. Webb, we need help, Rodriguez said without preamble. Our main reactor failed 8 days ago. We tried to repair it, but we don't have your salvage capacity. No spare cores, no backup systems. We've been running on emergency batteries and they're at 3%. We're evacuating everyone we can to Theta 7. You're the only zone that's stable. Marcus felt something cold settle in his chest. How many people? 83. We can fit them in 3 shuttles, but Webb, we don't have anywhere else to go. The other zones are barely surviving themselves. You're the only ones building instead of dying. Marcus looked at their current capacity. The habitat cluster could squeeze maybe 60 people if everyone doubled up. The ring segments weren't designed for permanent habitation. They were agricultural and research facilities, not housing. They had 83 incoming refugees and maybe 20 bunks available. Chen, send docking coordinates to the shuttles, Marcus said. Get them in safe. Rodriguez, we'll figure something out. Thank you, Rodriguez said, and the relief in her voice was painful to hear. We'll owe you. We'll figure it out, Marcus repeated. Just get your people here safe. The shuttles docked 4 hours later, and suddenly Salvage Yard 7 went from 47 people to 130. The habitat cluster was packed beyond capacity. People were sleeping in corridors, in workshop corners, in any space that had air and wasn't actively being used for construction. The life support systems groaned under the load. The oxygen scrubbers ran at 160% capacity. The water recyclers couldn't keep up, and the comm was lighting up with more requests. Theta 9 is reporting power failures, Chen said, reading the incoming messages. Theta 15 just lost their primary hab dome to micrometeoroid impact. They're asking if we have room. How many more? Marcus asked. Theta 9 is dark. Theta 15 is bleeding air. We've got 100 souls on the doorstep and more screaming into the comms. If we don't build up, we're going to be stacking bodies instead of bunks. 300 people. The habitat cluster couldn't support 50 properly. The ring segments could theoretically house more, but they weren't set up for it. No proper bunks, no privacy, no real accommodations for long-term living. They needed proper housing, high density, efficient, and they needed it fast. Marcus pulled up the salvage inventory and filtered for the largest intact structures. Destroyed warships, capital ship sections, dreadnought hulls that had been blasted apart during the ancient battle that littered this sector with debris. Each one was armored, reinforced, designed to survive weapons fire and void exposure. Each one was basically a pre-built fortress waiting to be repurposed. We're building our colleges, Marcus said. Santos looked up from her console. Our colleges? Chief, those are massive structures. Vertical cities. We're talking kilometers of construction. We're talking warship hulls, Marcus corrected, highlighting the largest salvage pieces. Already armored, already pressure-rated, already designed to support life in hostile environments. We don't build from scratch. We stack them, connect them vertically, turn destroyed warships into housing towers. You want to build skyscrapers in space, Ramos said slowly, out of battleships. I want to build high-density housing that can support 300 people in minimal volume, Marcus said. Arcology stacks, vertical integration of life support, power, and habitation. The warship hulls give us the structure and armor for free. We just need to gut them, retrofit them, and stack them like building blocks. Chen was already running the numbers. A dreadnought hull section is typically 80 meters long, 30 meters wide. If we stack them vertically, connecting them with reinforced docking collars, we could fit 20 people per section comfortably. Stack 10 sections high, and that's 200 people in a single tower. How many suitable hull sections do we have? Marcus asked. Chen searched the inventory. 15 sections from various capital ships, mix of human, Klaxian, and Vrin designs, different sizes, different armor configurations, but all pressure-rated and structurally sound. Build 3 towers, Marcus said, 5 sections each. Space them around the habitat cluster for redundancy. Connect them with the tunnel network. Full life support integration, power from the Franken reactor, coordinate construction with the Matryoshka node. Chief, these are warship hulls, Nguyen pointed out. They're covered in weapon mounts, armor plating, defensive systems. When we stack them and light them up, they're going to look like military installations. Marcus smiled grimly. They're going to look like civilian housing that happens to be very, very durable. Emergency refugee accommodation constructed from available salvage materials, fully compliant with humanitarian provisions. Xylar is going to lose his mind, Santos said. Xylar is going to see us housing refugees from failed quarantine zones, Marcus replied. What's he going to do? Tell us not to help people? The construction began within 12 hours. The swarm, now coordinated by the Matryoshka node, worked with a precision that made their previous operations look clumsy. Drones stripped away damaged sections of the warship hulls, cleaned out destroyed internal systems, prepped the structures for habitation. The first hull section, a chunk of Klaxion dreadnought 80 meters long and studded with defunct weapon mounts, was positioned vertically, its engines pointed down, its armored prow pointing up. Then the swarm began building the connection collar, a printed ring of sintered regolith and salvaged metal, reinforced with structural beams, designed to support the weight of 4 more hull sections stacked above it. When the collar was complete, the swarm lifted the second hull section, a piece of human destroyer, and lowered it onto the first. The connection locked with a sound Marcus felt through the deck plating. Layer by layer, the tower grew. Klaxion dreadnought section, human destroyer section, Vryn battlecruiser section. Each one different, each one bringing its own aesthetic and armor profile, but all of them connected, all of them integrated into a single vertical structure. It looked like someone had stacked warships on top of each other and called it architecture. By day 150, the first arcology stack was complete. 5 hull sections, each one retrofitted with life support, power distribution, and basic habitation systems. The interior was Spartan. Bunks welded to bulkheads, shared facilities, corridors that still looked like warship passages because that's what they were. But it was pressurized, heated, and had room for 100 people. The exterior was terrifying. The stack stood nearly 400 meters tall, a grim tower of armored hull plating and deactivated weapon mounts. The Klaxion sections were angular and aggressive, their armor covered in geometric patterns that had once been ablative layers. The human sections were industrial and brutal, covered in blast scoring and micrometeoroid impacts. The Vryn sections were smooth and alien, their organic curves making the tower look like it had grown rather than been built. And covering the entire structure, like quills on a porcupine, were communication antennas, sensor arrays, and cooling vents. The arcology bristled with equipment, making it look less like housing and more like a warship that had been stood on end and told to behave. Emergency prototype test 61, Marcus logged. High-density refugee accommodation utilizing salvaged capital ship components. Structural integrity rated for combat-grade armor protection. Life support capacity, 100 occupants per stack. Rodriguez stood next to Marcus in the observation blister, staring at the completed arcology. You built a fortress and called it an apartment building. We built housing, Marcus said. It just happens to be very structurally sound housing. Marcus, that thing looks like it could take on a fleet. It's deactivated warship sections. The weapon mounts are empty. The armor is passive protection. It's a civilian structure. Civilian structures don't have 3-meter-thick armor plating. Marcus smiled. Ours do. The refugees moved in over the next 3 days. 130 people spread across the first arcology stack, and suddenly the habitat cluster could breathe again. The life support systems dropped from 160% capacity to 90%. People had private quarters, cramped, ugly, but private. The corridors emptied out. And then Theta 9 collapsed. 60 more refugees arrived in 4 shuttles, desperate and exhausted, their zone's final reactor failure leaving them hours from suffocation. Marcus put them in Arcology Stack 2, which the swarm completed in 8 days. Then Theta 15 sent 42 people after a cascading structural failure destroyed their primary habitats. Arcology Stack 3 was finished in 6 days. By day 170, Salvage Yard 7 had gone from 47 people to 232. 3 arcology stacks stood around the habitat cluster like grim sentinels, housing the survivors of 4 failed quarantine zones. And the comm channels were lighting up with more requests, more zones failing, more people desperate for somewhere that wasn't falling apart. We're becoming a refuge, Chen said, looking at the incoming messages. The only quarantine zone that's actually thriving. Everyone else is dying, and we're building towers. 232 people now, and more coming every day. We're surviving, Marcus corrected, and we're helping others survive. That's what this was always about. Chief, Santos said quietly, those arcology stacks. They're positioned around the habitat cluster in a triangular formation. Perfect defensive coverage, overlapping fields of fire. They're positioned for structural redundancy, Marcus said. Redundancy is important in emergency housing. They have armor thick enough to stop capital ship weapons. They're made from capital ships. The armor came pre-installed. Santos pulled up a tactical overlay. The 3 arcology stacks positioned in their redundant formation created a defensive perimeter around the habitat cluster. Any approach vector would pass within range of at least 2 stacks. If the weapon mounts were ever reactivated, if the armor was ever energized, the stacks would turn from housing into fortress towers in minutes. "You're building defenses and calling them apartments," Santos said. "I'm building homes," Marcus said, "for people who don't have anywhere else to go." "Chief, get me Xylar," Marcus interrupted. The Vrin's face appeared on the screen. Behind him, through his viewport, all 3 arcology stacks were visible, grim towers of armored hull plating, bristling with antennas and cooling systems, lit from within by habitation lights that made them look like they were waiting for orders to deploy. "Chief Engineer," Xylar said slowly, "what are those structures?" "Emergency refugee accommodation," Marcus replied. "We've taken in survivors from quarantine zones Theta 9, Theta 12, and Theta 15. As per galactic humanitarian provisions, we are required to provide adequate housing for displaced populations. The arcology stacks are high-density habitation facilities constructed from salvaged materials. Those are warship hulls. Those are structurally sound pressure vessels that happen to originate from decommissioned military vessels," Marcus corrected. "All weapon systems have been deactivated. All military functionality has been removed. They are purely civilian housing structures. They have 3 meters of combat-grade armor. They have excellent structural integrity," Marcus said, "important for protecting civilian populations from micrometeoroid impacts and radiation exposure. Would you prefer we house refugees in less protective structures?" Xylar's mandibles worked silently. "Chief Engineer, those structures are positioned in a defensive formation around your habitat cluster. Those structures are positioned for optimal life support distribution and emergency evacuation access," Marcus replied. "The positioning was calculated by our data management systems for maximum efficiency. Are you suggesting our housing placement violates some regulation?" The silence stretched. Marcus watched Xylar's eyes tracking across the 3 arcology stacks, seeing what Santos had seen. Defensive positions, overlapping coverage, armored towers that could become weapon platforms with minimal reactivation effort. "How many more of these structures do you intend to build?" Xylar asked quietly. "As many as we need to house incoming refugees," Marcus said. "We're currently at capacity with 3 stacks. If more zones collapse, we'll build more housing. It's our humanitarian obligation. You are fortifying your position. We are housing refugees, officer, with proper structural protection. If our refugee housing happens to be very durable, that's simply good planning." Marcus leaned forward slightly. "Is there a problem with us helping people who have nowhere else to go?" Xylar stared at him, then at the arcology stacks, then back at Marcus. "Document everything," Xylar said finally. "Every refugee intake, every construction detail, every material source. I will be reviewing all of it." "Of course, officer. We've been documenting everything from the start. Transparency is important when housing this many people." The channel closed. Ramos appeared at Marcus's shoulder. 3 zones have collapsed in the past month. How many more do you think will fall?" Marcus looked at the tactical display. 12 quarantine zones scattered across this sector. 3 had already failed. The others were struggling, failing reactors, degrading life support, collapsing habitats. They were all dying. Except Theta 7. "All of them," Marcus said quietly. "Within 6 months, every other zone will collapse, and everyone who survives will come here." "How many people is that?" "Best estimate, 500 more, maybe 1,000. Marcus pulled up construction plans for 6 more arcology stacks, positioned in a precise pattern around the existing 3. "We're going to need more towers." "Chief, if we build 9 arcology stacks in a defensive formation, we're building housing for 1,000 refugees," Marcus interrupted. "The formation is for efficiency." "That's a lie." Marcus looked at the tactical overlay again. 9 armored towers, positioned in concentric rings, creating overlapping fields of fire and defensive depth. Each one a fortress disguised as an apartment building. Each one another piece of the cage they were building. "It's compliance," Marcus said. "We're complying with humanitarian obligations. Everything else is just good engineering." Outside, the 3 completed arcology stacks stood like sentinels, their armored hulls gleaming in the starlight, their antennas bristling like weapons waiting to be activated. Inside, 200 people slept in bunks welded to warship bulkheads, safe and warm and alive. Refugees who had become residents, residents who had become a population that needed protecting. Day 170 complete. They'd built fortresses disguised as homes. The question was, how many fortresses did they need before they could call it a fleet? The waste problem started on day 185. Chen brought it to Marcus's attention during a routine systems review, her voice carrying an edge of concern he'd learned to take seriously. "Chief, we have a hyper-dense material accumulation issue. The asteroid mining operations are generating exotic matter byproducts that our standard recycling can't process." Marcus pulled up the waste analysis. Over the past months of construction, they'd been mining asteroids on an industrial scale, processing millions of tons of regolith through their printing systems. Most of it was standard silicates, metals, water ice. But buried in some asteroids were deposits of exotic matter. Collapsed matter cores, neutronium fragments, materials so dense that a handful weighed tons. "How much exotic waste are we talking about?" Marcus asked. 400 metric tons of material that's too dense to print, too unstable to store safely, and too dangerous to just throw into space, Chen said. "And the problem's accelerating. Ring segment 4 requires deeper asteroid mining, which means we're hitting more exotic deposits. Within a month, we'll be generating a ton of hyperdense waste per day. Can we dump it somewhere? Deep space trajectory?" "Not safely. This stuff warps local gravity just sitting in storage. Throw it on a ballistic trajectory, and it'll eventually curve back towards something massive, like the local star, or worse, us. We need a permanent disposal solution." Marcus stared at the waste analysis. 400 tons of exotic matter, accumulating faster than they could deal with it. It was a legitimate problem that needed a legitimate solution. It was also an opportunity. "Pull up the salvage inventory," Marcus said. "Search for Tyrellian research vessels, specifically anything that dealt with extreme gravity physics or containment systems." Chen's fingers flew across her console. "Searching. Chief, we have wreckage from what looks like a Tyrellian gravitational research station. Grid sector 1134. Heavy damage, but the containment systems appear intact. According to the database, Tyrellians were researching micro-black hole stabilization for deep space mining operations." "Micro-black holes?" Marcus repeated. "For waste disposal?" "For anything disposal," Chen said slowly, catching on. "A stable micro-black hole with proper containment would consume any matter you feed it. Perfect waste disposal system. Permanent, efficient, no storage required. The matter just stops existing." "Except it doesn't stop existing," Santos said from the doorway, having overheard. "It gets converted to Hawking radiation and a slight increase in the black hole's mass. But yes, for practical purposes, it's the ultimate trash compactor." Marcus pulled up the Tyrellian wreckage location. "How dangerous are we talking?" "Very," Santos said flatly. "A micro-black hole is a singularity, a point of infinite density where physics breaks down. The only reason it doesn't consume everything is the containment field, which uses exotic matter to create a barrier the black hole can't cross. If that containment fails, even for a microsecond, the black hole starts feeding on whatever's nearby, including us. But if the containment holds, then you have a perfectly safe waste disposal system that happens to generate a gravitational field strong enough to anchor anything within 100 kilometers, Santos said. "Chief, where are you going with this?" Marcus pulled up the tactical map and highlighted strategic positions around the sector, points that would benefit from strong, immovable gravitational anchors, points where the ring segments and arcology stacks would eventually connect, points where they needed to ensure nothing could move without their permission. "Emergency prototype test 73, Marcus said. "Exotic matter disposal system using contained micro-singularities. addresses our legitimate waste problem and provides valuable data on extreme gravity physics, and gives us gravitational anchors positioned exactly where we need them for the blockade," Santos finished. "That's just a side effect of efficient waste placement," Marcus said. "We have to put the disposal system somewhere." The salvage of the Tyrellian containment systems took 3 weeks and nearly killed 5 people. The research station had been destroyed in the same ancient battle that had created the salvage field, its hull shattered by weapons that had left the containment cores exposed to hard vacuum for years. The cores themselves were intact, exotic matter shells that looked like twisted geometries that hurt to look at, their surfaces reflecting light in ways that violated basic physics. "These aren't damaged," Nguyen said, running scans on the first core. "They're just off, powered down. The singularity inside should have evaporated through Hawking radiation years ago." "Then what's keeping the containment geometry stable?" Chen asked. "I have no idea," Nguyen admitted. "Tyrellian physics is about 50 years ahead of human understanding. But the cores are intact, and according to these readings, they can be reactivated." Marcus studied the containment core. It was roughly spherical, 2 meters in diameter, its surface covered in what looked like circuit patterns that shifted and changed as he watched. At its center, invisible and waiting, was a point of infinite density, a hole in reality, a place where the universe ended. "How many cores can we salvage?" Marcus asked. 6 total, Chen reported. "All intact, all theoretically functional. We'd need to rebuild the support systems, power supplies, radiation shielding, magnetic stabilizers, but the cores themselves are ready to use." 6 anchors, Marcus said, "positioned at strategic points around the sector. Start planning the infrastructure." Building the support systems for the void anchors took another month. Each core needed its own dedicated facility, a sphere of printed regolith and salvaged metal, heavily shielded, connected to the main power grid through triple redundant conduits. Inside each facility, the swarm installed power systems capable of handling the immense energy requirements of maintaining an exotic matter containment field. They weren't just building walls, they were building lead-lined coffins for infinity. If that shielding leaked even a pinprick of Hawking radiation, it wouldn't just kill them, it would unravel their DNA before they even had time to scream. 20 tons of lead and polymer composite per facility, all to contain the exotic particles that bled from reality's wound when a black hole fed. They were building power plants that ran on the evaporation of reality itself. "First anchor ready for activation," Chen reported on day 215. "All systems green, power stable, shielding in place. We can initialize the containment field whenever you're ready, Chief." Marcus stood in the observation bunker 3 kilometers from the first anchor facility. Through the reinforced viewport, he could see the structure, a sphere 50 meters in diameter, covered in radiator panels and sensor arrays. At its heart, the Tyrellian containment core waited. "What's the worst-case scenario if this goes wrong?" Marcus asked. "The containment fails. The micro-black hole starts feeding uncontrolled, and it doesn't stop until it's consumed everything within a radius determined by its mass and the local gravity gradient," Santos said. "Best estimate? It would eat this facility, the nearby asteroid belt, and probably us before it finally stabilized or evaporated. And best case? We get a perfectly controlled singularity that solves our waste problem and provides a stable gravitational anchor point. Those are very different outcomes." "Yes, Chief, they are." Marcus looked at the facility. 6 of these would be positioned around the sector, their gravitational fields forming anchor points that nothing could move. Ships would have to navigate around them. Construction would have to account for them. They would be permanent features of local space, if they worked. "Initialize containment," Marcus said. Chen's hands moved across the control console, feeding power to the exotic matter shell, containment geometry stabilizing, field strength at 20%, 40%, 60%. Through the viewport, the anchor facility began to glow. Not with visible light, the radiation was beyond human perception, but the sensors showed it clearly. The containment field was activating, exotic matter bending space around itself, creating a barrier between reality and the void. 80%, 95. Field stable at nominal parameters, Chen reported. Containment is holding. Initiating singularity formation. This was the dangerous part. Inside the exotic matter shell, the Tyrrellian systems were creating a micro-black hole from scratch, compressing matter to infinite density, creating a point where physics stopped making sense and mathematics took over. "Singularity's live," Chen said, her voice tight. "We've got a microscopic hole in the universe held together by a prayer and a Tyrrellian magnetic bottle. Event horizon stable, but Chief, it's hungry." On the sensor display, something impossible appeared. A point of absolute darkness. Not black like the void of space. Black like the absence of existence. Around it, space itself bent, light curving in impossible arcs as it fell toward the event horizon, and either escaped or crossed the boundary and ceased to exist. "Containment field holding," Chen said, hawking radiation within expected parameters. "Singularity stable. Chief, we have a controlled black hole." Marcus watched the sensor display. The singularity was tiny, smaller than an atom, but its gravitational field was enormous. Already he could see loose debris in the surrounding space beginning to drift toward it, pulled by gravity that shouldn't exist from something that small. "Feed it a test mass," Marcus ordered. "Something dense. Let's see if it works as waste disposal." The swarm deployed a chunk of neutronium waste, 100 kilograms of exotic matter that had been warping their storage containers. The drones pushed it toward the anchor facility, releasing it on a trajectory that would bring it within range of the singularity's gravity. The neutronium fragment drifted toward the facility. Then its path curved, then curved more sharply. Then it was accelerating, falling toward something it couldn't escape, moving faster and faster until it vanished. Not exploded, not vaporized. Vanished. One moment it existed, crossing the event horizon of the micro-black hole. The next moment, it was gone. Converted to Hawking radiation, and a slight increase in the singularity's mass. "It just ate 100 kilos of neutronium like it was a snack," Chen said quietly. "Containment holding perfectly. Chief, this thing works, and it's looking for more." Marcus let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "Activate the other 5 anchors. Full deployment across all planned positions." Over the next 2 weeks, they activated 5 more void anchors, each one a controlled singularity, each one consuming exotic waste and generating gravitational fields that warped space around them. They positioned them carefully, grid coordinates calculated by the Matryoshka node, to provide maximum strategic coverage. From above, if anyone could see the pattern, the 6 anchors formed a hexagonal grid around the sector, each one a point of immovable gravity, each one a strategic position that locked down a crucial vector of space, each one an anchor point for the cage they were building. By day 230, all 6 void anchors were operational. Marcus stood in the central observation blister and pulled up the gravitational map. The anchors showed as deep wells in the local space-time, their fields overlapping, creating a network of gravitational influence that covered the entire sector. Nothing massive could move through this space without accounting for those anchors. No ship, no station, no fleet could maneuver freely. The void anchors had turned open space into a maze where gravity itself was a weapon. "Get me Xylar," Marcus said. The Vrin's face appeared on the screen. Behind him, the nearest void anchor facility was visible. A glowing sphere radiating heat, space around it visibly distorted on high-sensitivity cameras. "Chief Engineer," Xylar said carefully, "my sensors are detecting extreme gravitational anomalies at 6 locations throughout your sector. Explain." "Exotic matter disposal facilities, officer," Marcus replied. "We've been accumulating hyperdense waste from our mining operations. The only safe method of disposal is controlled singularity consumption. We've installed 6 waste management facilities positioned for optimal coverage of our construction zones." "You have activated micro-black holes." "We have activated contained micro-singularities for waste disposal purposes," Marcus corrected. "All containment systems are functioning within safe parameters. All radiation is properly shielded. It's a completely safe waste management solution." "Chief Engineer, those singularities are generating gravitational fields strong enough to affect navigation throughout this sector." "They're positioned away from primary navigation lanes," Marcus said. "Ships will need to account for the gravitational influence. Yes, But that's standard practice around any massive object. We're filing proper navigation hazard notices with the quarantine authority. Zylar's mandibles worked silently. You have created 6 permanent gravitational anchor points in strategic positions. We've created 6 waste disposal facilities in positions convenient to our construction operations, Marcus said. The gravitational effects are an unavoidable consequence of proper exotic matter management. Would you prefer we stored the waste unsafely? Those anchors make it nearly impossible to maneuver freely through this sector. Those facilities make it safer to dispose of dangerous materials, Marcus corrected. Navigation will need to adapt, but that's the price of proper waste management, unless you're suggesting we violate hazardous material disposal regulations. The silence stretched. Marcus could see Zylar processing the implications. 6 black holes positioned in a perfect grid, their gravitational fields creating choke points and mandatory navigation routes. Permanent, immovable, and justified under waste disposal regulations. You are systematically locking down your sector, Zylar said quietly. We are systematically managing our waste and building necessary infrastructure, Marcus replied. Everything is properly documented. All facilities are functioning safely. Is there a specific regulation we're violating, officer? Zylar stared at him. Then at the gravitational map that must have been on his own screens. Then back at Marcus. No, Zylar said finally. No regulation. But Chief Engineer, I want you to understand something. What you are building here, the ring segments, the arcology stacks, the computational facilities, these gravitational anchors, it is not invisible. The Galactic Council sees it. The Compliance Bureau sees it. And soon, questions will be asked that I cannot answer with regulations and paperwork. Then it's good that everything we're doing is documented, transparent, and completely compliant, Marcus said. We're just trying to survive, Officer Zylar. If our survival infrastructure happens to be impressive, that's simply because we're good at not dying. The channel closed. Santos appeared at Marcus's elbow. 6 black holes positioned in a hexagonal grid. That's not waste management, Chief. That's a gravity net. That's 6 waste disposal facilities providing essential services, Marcus said. He pulled up the full tactical map, ring segments, arcology stacks, the Matryoshka node, and now the 6 void anchors, all positioned in a pattern that wasn't random, wasn't accidental, wasn't anything but deliberate. The cage was taking shape. Not a prison, a fortress, not walls, a web of gravity and metal and computational control that would make this sector impossible to take, impossible to ignore, impossible to dismiss as just another dying quarantine zone. We're not building a settlement, Santos said quietly. We're building a stronghold. We're building what we need to survive, Marcus replied. Everything else is just good engineering. Outside, the nearest void anchor radiated waste heat into space, its containment field holding infinity in check, its gravitational field bending reality around a point of absolute darkness. 6 singularities. 6 anchors. 6 holes in space that said, "This sector belongs to us now." The metal ran out on day 248. Not completely. They still had salvage scattered across the sector, enough scrap to keep the swarm building for months. But Chen brought the problem to Marcus with projections that made his stomach sink. Chief, the Matryoshka node is calculating construction requirements for the final builds, ring segments 3 and 4, 6 more arcology stacks, the compliance sphere you've been planning. We need 30 million tons of refined metal. We have maybe 3 million tons of accessible salvage left. Marcus stared at the numbers. They'd been mining asteroids for regolith, printing structures from compressed stone. But the critical components, the structural beams, the power conduits, the pressure seals, those needed metal, refined, processed, high-grade alloys, and they were running out. Can we mine deeper into the salvage field? Marcus asked. There's still wreckage we haven't touched. The swarm has already cataloged everything within reasonable reach, Chen said. What's left is either too damaged to be useful or buried so deep in debris that extraction would take years. Chief, we need raw metal, a lot of it, and we need it processed faster than our current salvage operations can provide. Marcus pulled up the resource map. Asteroids everywhere, millions of them, rich in iron and nickel and rare earth elements. But asteroids were rock, not refined metal. Processing them meant mining, crushing, smelting, separating the metal from the stone. Their current systems could handle maybe a few tons per day. They needed thousands of tons per day. They needed an industrial smelter, a foundry on a scale that didn't exist. "What's the most powerful heat source in this sector?" Marcus asked. Chen looked at him, then looked at the stellar map. The local star, a blue giant burning at the center of the system, putting out more energy in a second than humanity used in a year. "You're not serious," Chen said. "We need a forge," Marcus replied. "A stellar forge. Use the star itself as our heat source. Concentrate its output, focus it on asteroids, melt them down to their component metals. Let gravity and magnetic fields separate the refined metal from the slag." "Chief, the thermal loads alone would be impossible. We'd need to position equipment close enough to the star to collect meaningful energy, but far enough that it doesn't vaporize. The temperature differentials, the radiation exposure, the magnetic interference from the star's corona." "We have thermal shielding from the void anchor facilities," Marcus interrupted. "We have magnetic field generators from the grav plates. We have the Matryoshka node to calculate the physics. We can build this." "We'd be building a weapon," Santos said from the doorway. "A focused solar array powerful enough to melt asteroids?" "Chief, that's the definition of a solar weapon. Point that at a ship and there's nothing left but vapor." "We'd be building an industrial smelter," Marcus corrected. "The fact that concentrated solar energy is dangerous is just physics. Can't be helped." Chen was already running calculations. "We'd need to position the forge at 0.3 astronomical units from the star, close enough for intense solar radiation, far enough to maintain stable equipment. We'd need massive mirror arrays to collect and focus the starlight, kilometers of reflective surface, all precisely angled to concentrate energy onto a single processing point." "How much energy are we talking about?" Marcus asked. "At optimal configuration, we could focus approximately 1% of the star's output onto a target area. That's..." Chen's eyes went wide. "That's 10 to the 20th watts. Chief, we could vaporize a planet with that kind of power." "Or we could melt asteroids," Marcus said. "Very quickly. How long to build?" "With the swarm and the Matryoshka node coordinating, 6 weeks for basic operation, another 2 weeks to optimize the focusing arrays." Chen pulled up design schematics. "We'd need to construct the primary mirror array, that's the collector, thousands of individual mirror segments in a curved formation. Then the secondary mirrors to focus the collected light. Then the processing station where we actually feed asteroids into the beam. And all of it needs thermal shielding that can handle temperatures measured in millions of degrees." Marcus looked at the design. It was beautiful and terrifying. A massive array of mirrors orbiting close to the star, collecting its light, focusing it into a beam that could melt anything. An industrial furnace powered by nuclear fusion happening 93 million kilometers away. A weapon disguised as a factory. "Emergency prototype test 87. Marcus said. "High-capacity metal refining facility utilizing concentrated solar energy. Essential for maintaining construction operations and material self-sufficiency." The construction of the stellar forge was the most ambitious build they'd attempted. The swarm transported thousands of mirror segments to the inner system, each one a precisely curved sheet of reflective metal salvaged from destroyed ships, polished to near-perfect reflectivity. They positioned them in a massive parabolic array, each mirror slaved to the Matryoshka node's calculations, all of them working together to collect starlight. The primary array grew over 4 weeks. A curved wall of mirrors 3 kilometers across, floating in space, 0.3 AU from the blue giant. From a distance, it looked like someone had built a solar sail the size of a city. Up close, it looked like an eye, thousands of mirror segments arranged in a perfect curve, all focused on a single point ahead of the array. The secondary mirrors were smaller but more precise. They hung in space between the primary array and the processing station, their angles calculated to fractions of a degree. Their job was to take the collected light, already concentrated by the primary array, and focus it even further. Each secondary mirror caught a portion of the beam and reflected it toward the final focal point. At that focal point, where all the light converged, space itself seemed to scream. The processing station was a nightmare of thermal engineering, a sphere of exotic materials and magnetic field generators positioned exactly where millions of watts of concentrated solar energy would focus. Its job was to survive long enough to do its work. The exterior was covered in thermal shielding that made the void anchor radiation barriers look primitive. Layer upon layer of heat-resistant materials, each one designed to absorb, reflect, or radiate away thermal energy before it could damage the internal systems. The outermost layer glowed white-hot even when the forge was idle, just from scattered starlight. Inside was a ghost factory built of magnetism. The stellar beam didn't just melt rock, it unraveled it. Magnetic field generators created invisible channels where vaporized matter could flow without touching physical containers. Under the lash of their fields, the vaporized asteroid was sorted into screaming rivers of pure elements, iron flowing one way, nickel another, bleeding the mountain dry in seconds. Pure metal, extracted by stellar fire, guided by magnetic force, collected in streams that could be directed wherever they were needed. Initiating first test, Chen reported. The swarm had positioned a small asteroid, maybe 50 tons of mixed composition, at the processing station. Primary array alignment complete. Secondary mirrors at optimal focus. Thermal shielding stable. We can activate the forge whenever you're ready, Chief. Marcus watched from the observation post they'd built 10 million kilometers from the forge. Even at that distance, even with the forge not yet active, he could feel the heat radiating from the inner system. The blue giant dominated the view, a roiling mass of nuclear fire that made Earth's sun look dim by comparison. Activate primary array, Marcus ordered. The mirrors came alive. Not with their own light, they were just mirrors. But as they rotated into position, as their angles aligned to collect the star's light, they began to glow. Reflected starlight, concentrated and directed. The primary array gathered light from an area 3 kilometers across and focused it onto the secondary mirrors. The secondary mirrors, in turn, focused that light even further. At the processing station, where the beams converged, something impossible happened. Space itself seemed to distort from the thermal energy. The asteroid at the focal point didn't melt. It vaporized. In an instant, 50 tons of rock and metal ceased to be solid and became an expanding cloud of atomic vapor. Then the magnetic fields activated. The vapor cloud, which should have expanded and dissipated into space, was caught, held, channeled into streams organized by atomic mass. Marcus watched on the sensor displays as the streams separated. Iron vapor flowing one direction, nickel another, silicates being vented as waste, pure elemental metals extracted from rock by focused starlight, organized by magnetic force. A stream of molten iron poured from the processing station like a river of fire. Not molten, beyond molten. So hot it glowed blue-white, so pure it had been separated atom by atom from its parent asteroid. The swarm positioned collection containers, and the iron poured into them, cooling from plasma to liquid to solid as it radiated heat into the void. First test successful, Chen reported, her voice filled with something between awe and horror. We just refined 50 tons of asteroid into pure component metals in approximately 30 seconds. Chief, at this rate, we could process an entire asteroid belt in a month. What's the maximum throughput? Marcus asked. Limited only by how fast we can feed material into the focal point, Chen said. The forge doesn't care about the size of the asteroid. It just vaporizes whatever we put there. We could process a kilometer-sized asteroid as easily as a pebble. Just takes a bit longer. Marcus pulled up the resource projections. At current processing rates, they could refine 30 million tons of metal in 6 weeks. Maybe less if they optimized the feed systems. They could build everything they needed. Ring segments, arcology stacks. The compliance sphere that would complete the cage. Scale up operations, Marcus said. Start processing the largest asteroids the swarm can move. I want refined metal flowing continuously. Over the next month, the stellar forge ran non-stop. The swarm moved asteroids from the belt to the inner system in a continuous stream. Each one was positioned at the focal point, vaporized by concentrated starlight, separated into component metals by magnetic fields. Pure iron, pure nickel, Pure titanium, pure everything. Rivers of molten metal pouring through space, collected and transported to the construction sites where they were needed. The forge became the industrial heart of their operation. Everything built after its activation used forge-refined metal. The quality was unprecedented. 0 impurities, perfect crystalline structure, alloys mixed to exact specifications by controlling the magnetic separation. The metal that came from the forge was better than anything they could have salvaged, and everyone in the sector could see it. The mirror array reflected enough starlight to be visible from interstellar distances. The forge itself glowed like a second sun when operating at full capacity, and the streams of molten metal, those were impossible to miss. Kilometers-long ribbons of glowing plasma, flowing from the processing station to the collection points, leaving trails of radiated heat that lit up infrared sensors across half the system. Zylar's response came on day 281. The Vrin's face appeared on the screen, his compound eyes reflecting the glow of the forge visible even from his dreadnought's position. Behind him, through the viewport, the mirror array was a visible arc of reflected starlight. "Chief Engineer Webb," Zylar said, his voice carrying an edge Marcus hadn't heard before. "Explain the stellar phenomenon in the inner system." "High-capacity metal refining facility, officer," Marcus replied. "We were experiencing material shortages that threatened to delay construction operations. We've established a solar-powered foundry to process raw asteroids into refined metals. Very efficient." "You have built a weapon platform in orbit around the star." "We've built an industrial smelter," Marcus corrected. "It uses concentrated solar energy to vaporize and refine asteroid materials. Standard high-temperature metallurgy, just on a larger scale than typical." "Chief Engineer, that array can focus stellar energy with enough intensity to vaporize anything it targets. That is the definition of a solar weapon. That array focuses stellar energy with enough intensity to efficiently process raw materials," Marcus said. "The thermal output is necessary for industrial refining. If that thermal output could theoretically be directed elsewhere, that's an unavoidable consequence of the physics involved. We can't make the sun less hot just because the heat is dangerous." Zylar's mandibles worked silently. "If that forge were aimed at a ship, it's aimed at asteroids, officer. For metal refining. It's bolted in position, specifically aligned for optimal material processing. We'd have to completely disassemble and rebuild it to point anywhere else." Marcus paused. "Though I suppose in an emergency, if we needed to redirect it, we could, but that would take weeks of engineering work. Very impractical." "Weeks of engineering work," Zylar repeated flatly. "For a facility that's designed for industrial refining, not tactical operations," Marcus confirmed. "Is there a specific regulation against high-efficiency metal processing, officer?" The silence stretched. Marcus could see Zylar processing the implications. The humans had built a solar weapon. There was no other way to describe something that could focus stellar energy with that much precision. But they'd built it as a factory, documented it as essential industrial infrastructure, positioned it for manufacturing operations, not tactical deployment, and they'd made it visible from half the system. "The Galactic Council is aware of this facility," Zylar said quietly. "They are concerned." "Concerned about our metal refining efficiency?" Marcus asked. "Concerned about your capabilities, Chief Engineer. Ring segments, arcology stacks, computational facilities, gravitational anchor points, and now industrial infrastructure capable of processing asteroids at stellar energy densities." Zylar leaned forward slightly. "What are you building toward?" "Self-sufficiency," Marcus said. "We're building everything we need to survive without external support. Better infrastructure, better manufacturing, better resource utilization. All of it documented, all of it compliant with regulations. All of it visible," Zylar said. "All of it permanent, all of it impossible to ignore or contain. We're not trying to be ignored, officer. We're trying to survive. If our survival infrastructure is impressive, that's simply because we're good at not dying." Zylar stared at him. Then at the forge, glowing in the distance like a captured star. Then back at Marcus. "You have built something the Galactic Council cannot simply vaporize," Zylar said. "Too visible, too distributed, too integrated into this sector's infrastructure. If they act against you now, it will be noticed, questioned, investigated. Then it's good that we're completely compliant with all regulations, Marcus said. Transparency is important. We want to be visible. We want our compliance documented. We want everyone to see exactly what we're building here. And what are you building, Chief Engineer? Marcus smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. A future, Officer Zylar. We're building a future where humans don't die in quarantine zones because bureaucracy is more important than survival. Where we don't depend on anyone's permission to exist. Where we have everything we need to thrive, not just barely survive. The channel closed. Santos appeared at Marcus's shoulder, looking at the forge display. The stellar forge was processing a massive asteroid, its focused beam vaporizing thousands of tons of rock, magnetic fields organizing rivers of molten metal that flowed through space like burning veins. That's not a factory, Chief, Santos said quietly. That's a statement. That's both, Marcus replied. He pulled up the construction schedule. With the forge running at full capacity, they could complete everything. Ring segments 3 and 4, the 6 remaining arcology stacks. And the final piece, the compliance sphere that would tie everything together, that would complete the cage they'd been building all along. How much longer until we're done? Santos asked. Marcus studied the projections. The Matryoshka node had calculated every step, every build, every connection point. The swarm was working faster than ever, coordinated by computational power that rivaled planetary AI systems, fed by materials refined in stellar fire. 6 weeks, Marcus said. 6 weeks until we finish building the cage. And then Zylar is going to realize he's not the one holding us prisoner. We're holding him. Outside, the stellar forge burned against the darkness, rivers of molten metal flowing from its heart, forging the chains that would bind a sector, the chains that would set them free. The summons came on day 312, not a request, not a communication. A formal Galactic Compliance Bureau directive marked with authorization codes that meant it came from levels far above Zylar's authority. Chen read it aloud in the workshop, her voice tight with controlled tension. 2. Quarantine Zone, Theta 7, Chief Engineer Marcus Webb. From Galactic Council Environmental Protection Committee. Subject, Mandatory Emissions Containment Order. Your facility has been designated a Level 5 environmental hazard due to uncontrolled electromagnetic emissions, thermal radiation output, and gravitational distortions. You are hereby ordered to implement total emissions containment within 90 days or face immediate sector sterilization. Compliance is not optional. The workshop fell silent. They're going to sterilize us if we don't contain our emissions, Ramos said quietly. All of it. The forge radiation, the Matryoshka node's heat signature, the void anchor's gravitational fields, everything we've built. 90 days, Santos added, to build containment for structures spread across 200 cubic kilometers. That's impossible. Marcus stared at the directive. Level 5 environmental hazard, the highest classification. The kind of designation that meant the Galactic Council had stopped caring about regulations and started caring about making problems disappear. They'd seen what Theta 7 had built. They'd noticed it couldn't be easily contained or controlled, and now they were using environmental protection, the one regulation that trumped all others, to force a solution. Total containment or total destruction. Get me Zylar, Marcus said. The Vrin appeared on the screen almost immediately. His compound eyes reflected something Marcus hadn't seen before. Not satisfaction, not frustration. Relief. Chief Engineer Webb, Zylar said. You received the Council directive. We did, Marcus replied. Total emissions containment, 90 days. Officer Zylar, you know that's impossible with our current resources. I know, Zylar said. I submitted the recommendation to the Environmental Protection Committee myself. The words hung in the air like a death sentence. You recommended this, Marcus said slowly. I recommended that the Council acknowledge what you have built here is beyond standard quarantine containment protocols, Zylar said. Your structures are too visible, your emissions are too powerful, your infrastructure is too distributed. Standard enforcement methods are inadequate. He leaned forward slightly. So I recommended they invoke environmental protection protocols, total containment or total removal, and the council agreed. You're trying to force us to dismantle everything we've built. I am trying to force you to contain it, Xylar corrected. Build a shell, a barrier, something that keeps your emissions inside your designated zone. If you can do that, the council will accept it as compliance. If you cannot, he didn't need to finish. Marcus studied Xylar's face. The Vryn looked tired. After 10 months of watching humans turn a dying quarantine zone into an industrial complex, after watching every regulation get weaponized into a loophole, after seeing structures built that couldn't be vaporized without creating an interstellar incident, Xylar had finally found a regulation that couldn't be circumvented: environmental protection. The law that said if you couldn't clean up your mess, you got removed with it. 90 days to build total containment, Marcus said, for structures spread across hundreds of kilometers, for emissions that include gravitational fields, thermal radiation, and electromagnetic noise. Officer Xylar, you're asking us to build a Dyson shell. I am asking you to comply with environmental protection regulations, Xylar said. How you achieve compliance is your concern. The Council has given you 90 days. After that, enforcement vessels will arrive to implement sterilization protocols. The channel closed. Marcus stared at the blank screen. 90 days. Total containment. A shell large enough to enclose everything they'd built, strong enough to contain every emission, permanent enough to satisfy the Council. They wanted the humans boxed in. Literally. Chief, Chen said quietly. He's right. This is the one regulation we can't lawyer around. Environmental protection trumps emergency prototyping, humanitarian provisions, everything. If we don't contain our emissions, they can legally sterilize the entire sector. I know, Marcus said. He pulled up the tactical map. 2 ring segments, 9 arcology stacks, the Matryoshka node, 6 void anchors, the stellar forge. All of it spread across the sector in a pattern that wasn't random, wasn't accidental, wasn't anything except strategic. All of it emitting, radiating, announcing their presence to anyone with sensors. Can we build a containment shell in 90 days? Santos asked. Marcus studied the map. A sphere large enough to enclose their entire operation would need to be. He ran the calculations. 50 kilometers in diameter, maybe more. Billions of tons of material. Structural integrity rated for vacuum exposure on both sides. Sealed against electromagnetic leakage, thermal radiation, gravitational distortion. It was impossible, unless they used everything they'd already built. The ring segments, Marcus said slowly. They're not complete rings. They're arcs, sections. They're agricultural zones and research facilities, Chen said, confused. They're structural segments positioned in a precise pattern, Marcus corrected. He highlighted them on the map. Ring segment 1 here, ring segment 2 there. We planned segments 3 and 4 for these positions. Not random, not for convenience. Positioned to form arcs of a larger sphere. Santos caught on first. Her eyes went wide. You've been planning this from the beginning. I've been planning for survival, Marcus said. Ring segments that also function as structural arcs. Arcology stacks that also function as anchor points. The Matryoshka node positioned at the computational center. The void anchors creating gravitational stability. The stellar forge providing materials and power. He pulled up a new overlay. The same structures but connected. Linked by printed regolith shells and salvaged metal frameworks. We don't need to build a containment sphere from scratch. We need to connect what we've already built. The map showed it clearly. Every structure they'd constructed over the past 10 months, every emergency prototype, every compliance build, all positioned in a pattern that, when connected, would form a sphere. A massive shell enclosing their entire operation, built from the pieces they'd already justified under separate regulations. The compliance sphere, Chen breathed. Total containment, Marcus said. We're boxing it all in. The construction began the next day. The Matryoshka node calculated the integration points, where the ring segments would connect to the arcology stacks, where the stacks would anchor to the printed shells, where the void anchor's gravitational fields would stabilize the structure. The swarm, coordinated by computational power that rivaled planetary AI systems, began the largest construction operation they'd ever attempted. They printed shells of regolith between the existing structures. Not solid. That would require too much material. Instead, they printed geodesic frameworks, lightweight and strong, covered with reflective panels salvaged from ships and refined in the stellar forge. The panels would contain electromagnetic emissions. The frameworks would provide structural integrity. The void anchors would hold it all together through gravitational force. The sphere grew over 6 weeks. Ring segment 1 extended, its arc connecting to newly printed shell sections. Ring segment 2 did the same from the opposite side. The arcology stacks became anchor points, their armored hulls integrated into the shell structure, their life support systems feeding into the larger network. The Matryoshka node's position at the geometric center meant every calculation, every coordination command, every swarm instruction was optimal. Marcus watched from the central observation post as the shell closed around them. From inside, it looked like walls rising from every direction, curved sections of regolith and metal, printed and positioned and connected with precision measured in centimeters. The ring segments formed the primary arcs. The arcology stacks provided vertical structure. The printed shells filled the gaps. Week by week, the sky disappeared. 70% shell completion, Chen reported on day 60. Structural integrity holding. Electromagnetic containment at 85% and rising. We're muzzling a star's worth of fury and choking the gravity wells until they stay put. It's not just engineering. It's wrestling with the laws of physics until they stop screaming and sit where we tell them. Population? Marcus asked. 232 people, all accounted for. Life support systems integrated into the shell structure. We have triple redundancy on oxygen, water, and power. Chief, we're not just contained. We're protected. This shell is thick enough to stop anything short of sustained capital ship bombardment. Marcus studied the containment metrics. The sphere was working, emissions dropping across the board as the shell enclosed more of their infrastructure. The stellar forge's radiation, the Matryoshka node's thermal output, even the void anchor's gravitational distortions, all of it being contained, dampened, hidden behind layers of regolith and reflective panels. To outside observers, Theta 7 was disappearing. The visible megastructures were being enclosed. The emissions were fading. The humans were being boxed into a sphere of their own construction. Xylar is going to think he won, Santos said, watching the shell sections connect on the tactical display. Xylar is getting exactly what he asked for, Marcus replied. Total containment, everything boxed in. Chief, when this shell closes, we'll be locked inside. No external view, no easy exit. If something goes wrong, we'll be protected inside the most heavily fortified structure ever built in a quarantine zone, Marcus interrupted. And when the time comes to show them what we've really built, we'll be ready. The final connection was made on day 87. The last shell section, a massive curved panel 50 meters across, was positioned at the sphere's final gap. The swarm had calculated its placement down to the millimeter. When it locked into position, the sphere would be complete, sealed, containing everything inside. Marcus stood in the observation blister, one of the last with an external view, and watched the panel move into place. Thrusters fired in precise bursts, the panel aligned with the connection points, mechanical clamps engaged. The shell closed with a sound that echoed through the entire structure. Silence, then Chen's voice over the comm. Shell completion at 100%, electromagnetic containment at 98%, thermal signature reduced by 93%, gravitational distortions shielded by the mass of the shell itself. Chief, we're contained. As far as external sensors can tell, we've disappeared. Marcus pulled up the external view. The cameras mounted on the shell's exterior showed what anyone outside would see, a sphere. A massive, slightly irregular sphere of rock and metal, 50 kilometers in diameter, floating in the void where Theta 7's scattered structures used to be. It looked like an asteroid, inert, quiet, contained. Get me Xylar, Marcus said. The Vrin appeared on the screen. Behind him, through his viewport, the compliance sphere was visible, a dark mass against the stars, unremarkable except for its size. Chief Engineer Webb, Xylar said. His voice carried something Marcus couldn't quite identify. Satisfaction? Regret? I see you have completed the containment shell. We have, Marcus confirmed. 87 days, 3 days ahead of your deadline. Total emissions containment per Environmental Protection Committee requirements. All structures enclosed, all radiation shielded, all gravitational distortions dampened. We're completely contained, Officer Xylar. So you are, Xylar said slowly. He studied the sphere on his displays. You built what I thought was impossible. A shell large enough to enclose a megastructure complex. Strong enough to contain emissions from a stellar forge. Stable enough to not collapse under its own mass. We're good at building impossible things, Marcus said. You should know that by now. I do, Xylar said. Which is why I find this concerning. Concerning how? Xylar's compound eyes fixed on Marcus. You built what I asked for, exactly what I asked for. Total containment, everything boxed in. But Chief Engineer, you have never simply complied with a directive before. You have always found a loophole, a technicality, a way to turn compliance into advantage. He leaned forward. What advantage did you find this time? Marcus smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. We found the advantage of doing exactly what you told us to do, officer. Total containment. We're boxed in. Completely. Nothing gets out. And nothing gets in, Xylar said quietly. That too, Marcus agreed. Is there a problem with our compliance? The silence stretched. Marcus watched Xylar's mandibles work, the alien processing something that wasn't quite adding up. The humans had built the containment shell. They'd sealed themselves inside. They'd done exactly what was demanded. But they'd done it too quickly, too efficiently, too willingly. Submit your containment certification to the Environmental Protection Committee, Xylar said finally. They will review your compliance and issue final approval or rejection. We'll submit everything, Marcus said. Full documentation, structural specifications, emissions testing, all of it transparent and thoroughly recorded. Just like always. The channel closed. Chen appeared at Marcus's elbow. He knows something's wrong. He suspects something's wrong, Marcus corrected. He can't figure out what. Not yet. He pulled up the tactical map, the view from outside the sphere. A dark, quiet mass. Contained. Harmless. Then he switched to the internal view. Inside the sphere, 232 people lived and worked in a structure that integrated ring segments, arcology stacks, a Matryoshka computational node, 6 void anchors, and a stellar forge. Every system connected, every structure linked, all of it coordinated by AI that could think in terabytes, powered by a reactor that combined 3 alien fusion systems, built with materials refined by concentrated starlight. And all of it positioned not to contain the humans, but to contain everyone else. Santos studied the external tactical view. Chief, the sphere's position. It's not centered on our original habitat cluster. No, Marcus agreed. It's not. It's centered on the navigation corridor between the inner system and the outer jump points, on the trade routes, on Xylar's enforcement perimeter. Is it? Marcus said mildly. I hadn't noticed. Santos pulled up the expanded view, showing the sector beyond the sphere. Xylar's dreadnought, the GCB enforcement fleet, the major navigation routes that connected this sector to the rest of the galaxy, all of them within range of the sphere, all of them within the gravitational influence of the void anchors, all of them within line of sight of structures that could, if needed, be much more than agricultural rings and housing stacks. We didn't box ourselves in, Santos said quietly. We boxed them in. We built a compliance sphere, Marcus corrected. Total containment. Everything locked down. Exactly what they asked for. He pulled up the Matryoshka node's tactical calculations, the ones that showed firing solutions, navigation restrictions, strategic choke points. The fact that their fleet happens to be positioned inside our containment zone is simply a consequence of them watching us so closely. They're going to realize. Eventually, Marcus agreed. But by then, it'll be too late. The sphere is sealed. The void anchors are positioned. The compliance is documented. And when they finally understand what we've built, he smiled. We'll have one hell of a conversation about who's quarantining whom. Outside the sphere, space was quiet and dark. The compliance shell had swallowed the visible megastructures, contained the emissions, hidden the truth of what had been built. Inside the sphere, the cage was complete, not a prison, a fortress, and the humans weren't the ones locked inside. The enforcement fleet arrived on schedule. Chen spotted them on long-range sensors first, 12 vessels dropping out of FTL at the sector's edge. Not just Xylar's dreadnought, a full Galactic Compliance Bureau battle group, capital ships, destroyers, enforcement cruisers bristling with weapon systems designed to sterilize entire planetary surfaces. "Chief, we have company," Chen said, her voice tight. "GCB fleet, full battle configuration, inbound on direct approach vector. They're not even pretending this is a routine inspection." Marcus stood in the central command center, a space they'd built inside the compliance sphere's geometric heart, where the Matryoshka node's computational power was strongest. Around him, holographic displays showed the tactical situation. The enforcement fleet, the compliance sphere, dark and quiet on external sensors, and between them, the invisible web of systems they'd built over 10 months. "Time to contact?" Marcus asked. 4 hours at current velocity. They're not rushing. They think we're contained." "We are contained," Marcus said. "Exactly where we want to be." He opened a channel to all structures. 232 people spread across ring segments and arcology stacks, all of them living inside the sphere they'd built. All of them waiting. "This is Chief Engineer Webb. The enforcement fleet has arrived for final inspection. In approximately 4 hours, they're going to demand access to verify our compliance. When they do, we're going to show them exactly what we've built. All stations to stand by. Prepare for full system activation on my mark." He closed the channel and turned to Santos, who was running final checks on the integration systems. "Status? All connections verified," Santos reported. "Ring segments 1 through 4 are synchronized. Arcology stacks are locked to the structural framework. Void anchors are holding stable gravitational fields. Matryoshka node has calculated firing solutions for every possible scenario. Stellar Forge is charged and ready to redirect. Chief, everything's connected. We just need to flip the switch." "Not yet," Marcus said. "Let them get close. Let them think they've won." The enforcement fleet entered the inner system 2 hours later. They moved in formation, a tactical arrangement designed for overwhelming force projection. The capital ships formed a perimeter around the compliance sphere, their weapon arrays deployed. Smaller vessels took up support positions. The whole fleet arranged in a pattern that said, "We are here to enforce compliance, and you cannot resist." Xylar's dreadnought took position directly in front of what had been the sphere's primary docking port. The Vrin's face appeared on the main screen, his compound eyes reflecting the dark mass of the compliance sphere. "Chief Engineer Webb," Xylar said formally, "I am here with Enforcement Task Force 7 Alpha to conduct final compliance verification. You will open your containment shell and submit to inspection. Any resistance will be interpreted as non-compliance and met with immediate sterilization protocols." "Understood, Officer Xylar," Marcus replied. "We're prepared to demonstrate full compliance. Transmitting docking coordinates now." He sent the coordinates, not to the old docking port, but to a new one positioned exactly where they needed Xylar's vessel to be. "Chief Engineer, these coordinates position my vessel inside your containment sphere," Xylar said. "That's correct," Marcus confirmed. "You wanted to verify containment from the inside. We're providing access to the interior so you can inspect all systems personally. Complete transparency, officer, just like you asked for." Xylar's mandibles worked silently. "You want me to enter the sphere?" "We want you to verify our compliance thoroughly," Marcus said. "External inspection won't show you the emission dampening systems, the thermal management, the gravitational stabilization. You need to see it from inside to understand what we've built." The silence stretched. Marcus could see Xylar calculating, weighing risks. The humans had been compliant, bizarrely, suspiciously compliant, with the containment order. They'd built exactly what was demanded, but they'd never made anything simple before. "I will enter with an armed escort," Xylar said finally, "and my fleet will maintain weapons lock on your sphere. Any hostile action will result in immediate retaliation. Of course, officer. We wouldn't expect anything less. Xylar's dreadnought approached the docking coordinates. The compliance sphere's hull split open, a massive airlock designed to accommodate capital ships. The dreadnought slid through, followed by 2 escort destroyers. Behind them, 10 more vessels remained outside, weapons trained on the sphere. As the airlock sealed behind Xylar's ships, Marcus allowed himself a small smile. "He's inside," Chen reported. "Airlock secured. Fleet disposition. 3 vessels inside the sphere, 10 outside. Chief, they just divided their force." "Perfect," Marcus said. He opened a channel to Xylar. "Welcome inside, officer. Let me show you what total containment actually looks like." He gave the signal. The Matryoshka node processed the command in microseconds, distributing instructions to every system simultaneously. Across the compliance sphere, across the ring segments, across the arcology stacks and void anchors, and every piece of infrastructure they'd built. Everything activated at once. The ring segments weren't just agricultural zones. They were structural frameworks built from warship hulls, positioned to form sphere sections, each one containing hidden systems that had been dormant, waiting. Now those systems came online. Power conduits lit up. Weapon mounts that had been classified as deactivated suddenly weren't. Point defense arrays that had been logged as salvaged components started tracking targets. The arcology stacks weren't just housing. They were fortress towers, their 3-meter armor plating concealing sensor arrays, communication jamming systems, and targeting computers that had been built into their structure from the beginning. The void anchors weren't just waste disposal. Each one was a gravitational anchor point positioned to create choke points, to restrict movement, to turn open space into a maze where only authorized vessels could navigate safely. And the compliance sphere itself, the shell they'd built to contain their emissions, that shell had 2 sides. The exterior was dark and quiet. The interior was lined with every sensor, every weapon system, every piece of salvaged military hardware they'd collected over 10 months. The cage activated. On Xylar's tactical display, the change must have been immediate and horrifying. The dark sphere suddenly lit up with active systems, weapon signatures, targeting locks, power spikes that indicated charge systems ready to fire. And the connections. Oh, the connections. Red lines on the tactical map, linking ring segments to arcology stacks, linking stacks to void anchors, linking anchors to the sphere itself. Every structure they'd built, every prototype they'd tested, every complaint-justified construction project, all of it connecting, integrating, becoming something unified. "Chief Engineer Webb," Xylar's voice carried an edge of panic. "What have you done?" "I've demonstrated full compliance, Officer Xylar," Marcus replied calmly. "You ordered total containment. We've contained everything, including you." He pulled up the tactical display and transmitted it to Xylar's screens. The enforcement fleet's position. 3 vessels inside the sphere, now surrounded by active weapon systems. 10 vessels outside the sphere, now trapped in the gravitational fields of 6 strategically positioned void anchors. And the sphere itself, positioned not to contain the humans, but to dominate the sector's primary navigation routes, trade corridors, and enforcement perimeters. The compliance sphere is centered on the navigation corridor between the inner system and the jump points, Marcus explained. "Your fleet entered our sector to enforce containment. What you didn't realize is that we were building containment around you." He highlighted the integrated systems. "Every farm we built is a battery. Every apartment is an armored turret. And that filing cabinet you've been monitoring? It's currently painted a bullseye on every engine core in your fleet. The void anchors aren't holding waste. They're holding your ships exactly where we need them." He highlighted the void anchors on the display. "Your ships outside the sphere? They can't maneuver freely. The gravitational fields are too strong. They're locked into stable orbits that we calculated months ago. The only way out requires navigating through corridors that happen to pass through our weapon coverage." "This is an act of war," Xylar said, his voice tight. "This is complete compliance with Environmental Protection Committee directives," Marcus corrected. "You ordered total containment. We built a containment shell. You ordered emissions reduction. We reduced emissions by 98%. You ordered us to box ourselves in. He leaned forward. We followed your orders exactly, officer. The structural requirements just happened to align with some interesting engineering opportunities. Zylar's mandibles worked furiously. You planned this from the beginning. We planned to survive, Marcus said. Every regulation you gave us became a blueprint. Every restriction became a design parameter. Every compliance requirement gave us justification to build something you couldn't challenge. He pulled up another display, the Stellar Forge, its mirror array still orbiting the inner system, still collecting starlight. Did you know the forge can be reoriented? Takes about 6 hours to redirect the mirrors. Turns out concentrated stellar energy doesn't particularly care whether it's aimed at an asteroid or a ship. Same physics, same result, just depends on where we point it. You would not dare, Zylar said. We would not need to, Marcus replied. We're not threatening you, officer. We're demonstrating our compliance infrastructure. The fact that our infrastructure happens to have defensive capabilities is simply a consequence of building from salvaged military hardware. All properly documented, all technically within regulations. The Galactic Council will not accept this. The Galactic Council ordered us to contain our emissions. We have. They ordered us to reduce our visibility. We have. They ordered us to stop being a problem. Marcus smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. We stopped being their problem. We became their complication. He pulled up a wider tactical view, showing not just the immediate sector, but the surrounding space. Trade routes that passed through the sphere's influence. Commerce corridors that relied on navigation lanes the void anchors now controlled. Jump point approaches that were suddenly covered by weapon systems the humans could activate at will. Here's the situation, officer. We're not holding you prisoner. That would be an act of war. We're holding a strategic position. Happens to be positioned where 3 major trade routes converge. Also happens to control access to 2 jump point corridors and the primary navigation lane between inner and outer sectors. Marcus spread his hands apologetically. Unfortunate placement, I know. But the Environmental Protection Committee specified these exact coordinates for our containment. We just built what was ordered, and now we're willing to discuss traffic management. Negotiate, Zylar repeated flatly. Well, coordinate really, Marcus said, his tone shifting to something almost helpful. Look, we're contained, exactly as ordered, self-sufficient. We've got power, resources, infrastructure. The Council wanted us not to be a drain on their systems. Mission accomplished. But there's this unfortunate side effect where every commercial vessel transiting this sector now passes through our area of operations. And those void anchors? They create some tricky navigation hazards. Ships are going to need updated routing information, safety protocols, traffic coordination. He paused. We could provide those services. Maintain safe passage, offer emergency assistance, keep the lanes clear. We're already here after all. In exchange for what? Zylar asked, his voice tight. Recognition, Marcus said simply. Acknowledge that Salvage Yard Theta 7 isn't a quarantine zone anymore. It's a settlement. The 232 people here aren't temporary detainees. They're permanent residents. Give us autonomous governance over this sector. Let us manage our own infrastructure. In return, we'll manage yours. The navigation lanes, the safety protocols, the emergency services. Standard interstellar traffic management. All very professional. All very compliant. And if the Council refuses, then we continue to hold this position, Marcus said. And every ship that wants to use these trade routes, every vessel that needs to transit these navigation corridors, every commercial hauler that passes through our sector, they'll need to ask us for clearance. Because we control the infrastructure. We control the gravity wells. We control the only safe navigation lanes through a region of space that's already dangerous to traverse. He pulled up the documented evidence. Every regulation they'd followed, every emergency prototype they'd justified, every compliance requirement they'd met. And it's all legal, officer. Every structure, every system, every strategic position, all built under regulations you provided, all documented per your requirements, all completely, technically, bureaucratically compliant. Zylar stared at him, then at the tactical displays showing his trapped fleet, then at the evidence logs showing months of documented compliance. You weaponized the regulations, Xylar said quietly. We survived using the tools we were given, Marcus replied. You wanted us to follow the rules. We followed them better than you ever imagined. You wanted us to build proper infrastructure. We built a fortress. You wanted us to document everything. We created a legal framework so airtight that challenging it would require admitting the regulations themselves are flawed. The Council will never accept this. The Council will accept reality, Marcus said. We're here. We're not leaving. We're not dying. And we're not going to be anyone's problem anymore because we've become too complicated to ignore, too fortified to remove, and too legally justified to challenge. He pulled up the final display, a proposal. So here's what we offer. Recognize us as a legitimate settlement. Grant us autonomous governance within this sector. Allow us to manage our own infrastructure and resources. In exchange, we maintain the navigation corridors, provide emergency services to ships in distress, and guarantee safe passage through our space to authorized vessels. You are demanding autonomy. We're offering a solution to a problem the Council created, Marcus said. You quarantined us because you didn't know what to do with humans. Well, we've shown you what humans do. We build, we adapt, we survive, and when you try to contain us, we build the container better than you ever could. He leaned forward. So stop trying to contain us, Officer Xylar. Accept that we're here, that we've earned our place through legitimate compliance, and work with us instead of against us. The silence stretched. Marcus watched Xylar's compound eyes, saw the alien processing implications that stretched far beyond this sector. The humans had built something unprecedented, a settlement that was also a fortress, a compliance infrastructure that was also a strategic position, a solution that was also a message to every other species watching. I will relay your proposal to the Council, Xylar said finally. But Chief Engineer, understand something. What you have built here will change everything. The precedent you have established, that quarantine populations can build strategic infrastructure under compliance regulations, this will not be forgotten. Good, Marcus said. That's the point. We're not just building for ourselves, officer. We're building for every human who comes after us. Every crew that gets quarantined, every population that gets relocated, every person who gets told they can't exist in a space they didn't ask to be confined to. They'll know that humans found a way. Not through violence, not through rebellion, through compliance so perfect it became unassailable. Xylar's mandibles clicked once. Then he closed the channel. Chen appeared at Marcus's shoulder. Chief, the fleet is holding position. They're not firing, but they're not standing down either. They won't fire, Marcus said. Xylar knows that if he starts shooting, we'll respond, and his fleet is positioned exactly wrong to win that fight. He's trapped by the same regulations he used against us. He can't attack without justification, and we're completely compliant. So what happens now? Marcus looked at the tactical display. The compliance sphere, glowing with active systems. The enforcement fleet, divided and constrained. The trade routes and navigation corridors, all passing through space the humans now controlled. Now we wait, Marcus said. We wait for the Galactic Council to realize they have three choices. Recognize us and negotiate. Try to destroy us and face the consequences of attacking a compliant population in front of the entire galaxy. Or ignore us and watch as we become the example every other contained population follows. Santos joined them, studying the same displays. And if they choose option 2, then we defend ourselves, Marcus said simply. We've built a fortress for a reason. But Santos, they won't choose that option. Because we documented everything. We made it all visible. We forced them to acknowledge what we built before they understood why we built it. And now it's too late to stop us without admitting that compliance was never the point. Control was. Outside the sphere, the enforcement fleet held position, their weapons trained on a structure they couldn't safely destroy. Inside the sphere, 232 humans lived in fortress they'd built from regulations and spite, waiting to see if the galaxy would accept the message they'd sent. We followed your rules. We built what you demanded, and now we're here to stay. The cage was closed. The blockade was active. The Trojan build was complete. And for the first time in 10 months, the humans weren't asking for permission. They were demanding recognition. The Galactic Council's response came 48 hours later, not from Xylar. The Vrin's dreadnought still held position inside the compliance sphere, its weapons powered down, but its crew very aware they were surrounded by systems that could tear them apart in seconds. The response came from the Council itself, a direct transmission from the Central Administration Complex, 20 light-years away. The face that appeared on Marcus's screen wasn't Vrin. It was Kethren, a species known for diplomatic acumen and the ability to find compromise where none seemed possible. The alien's 4 eyes studied Marcus with an expression that might have been respect or might have been resignation. "Chief Engineer Marcus Webb," the Kethren said formally. "I am Council Arbiter Teshaval. I have reviewed your proposal, the tactical situation in Quarantine Zone Theta 7, and the extensive documentation you have provided. The Galactic Council has reached a decision." Marcus waited. Behind him, the entire command center had gone silent. 232 people, scattered across the compliance sphere, all listening to the same transmission. All waiting to hear if 10 months of building, fighting, and surviving had earned them what they needed. "Your construction activities over the past 320 days have been extraordinary," Teshaval continued. "You have taken a failing quarantine zone and transformed it into a self-sufficient settlement. You have done so while maintaining technical compliance with every regulation we have imposed, no matter how restrictive. And you have positioned yourselves in a location that makes your cooperation strategically valuable." "We followed the rules, Arbiter," Marcus said carefully. "You exploited them," Teshaval corrected, but there was no anger in the alien's voice. "Brilliantly, thoroughly, with a level of legal creativity that our own compliance officers are still analyzing. You weaponized bureaucracy against those who tried to use it against you. It is impressive and deeply concerning." "Concerning how?" "Because you have established a precedent," Teshaval said. "Every quarantine population in the galaxy is now watching what happens here. If we allow you to succeed, others will follow your example. If we attempt to suppress you by force, we risk creating martyrs who demonstrated perfect compliance before being destroyed for it. And if we ignore you..." The Kethren's 4 eyes blinked in sequence. "We cannot ignore a fortress controlling 3 major trade routes." "So what's the Council's decision?" Marcus asked. Teshaval pulled up a document, official, stamped with more authorization codes than Marcus could count. "The Galactic Council hereby recognizes Salvage Yard Theta 7 as Settlement Theta 7, an autonomous governance zone under human administration. You are granted full authority over your sector, including resource management, infrastructure development, and traffic control within your designated boundaries." Marcus felt something unclench in his chest. Recognition, legitimacy, the right to exist. "In exchange," Teshaval continued, "you will maintain safe navigation corridors through your space. You will provide emergency services to vessels in distress. You will submit to regular, non-invasive inspections to verify you are not developing weapons prohibited under galactic law, and you will acknowledge Galactic Council sovereignty in matters of interstellar security." "We accept those terms," Marcus said immediately. "We never wanted conflict, Arbiter. We just wanted to survive." "You did more than survive, Chief Engineer. You thrived. And in doing so, you have forced the Council to reconsider its approach to quarantine management. There will be changes, reforms, because you have shown that containment through deprivation creates desperation, and desperation creates this." Teshaval gestured at the tactical display showing the compliance sphere and all its integrated systems. "Will the reforms help the other quarantine zones?" Marcus asked. "They will. Your success has embarrassed us, Chief Engineer. The galaxy has seen humans transform garbage into a fortress while following every rule we set. It raises questions about why other quarantined populations are failing while you succeeded. Questions the Council would prefer not to answer by claiming you are simply more resilient than other species." Teshaval's eyes fixed on Marcus. "You have made it politically impossible for us to let others die when you have proven survival is possible with proper support." "Then some good came from this," Marcus said. "Some good, and some precedent the Council will be managing for decades," Teshaval replied. "But yes, You have accomplished something significant here. Do not mistake our recognition for approval of your methods, Chief Engineer. But we acknowledge their effectiveness. The transmission ended. The command center erupted in cheers. 232 voices celebrating across the sphere's internal communication network. They'd done it. 10 months of building, fighting, and surviving, and they'd done it. Marcus allowed himself a moment to feel the weight lift. Then he opened a channel to Xylar. The Vrin appeared on screen, his compound eyes reflecting something Marcus had never seen there before. Acceptance. Congratulations, Chief Engineer Webb, Xylar said. You have achieved what you set out to do. Settlement status, autonomous governance, control over one of the most strategically valuable locations in the sector. His mandibles clicked once. I underestimated you, repeatedly. I will not make that mistake again. You did your job, Officer Xylar, Marcus said. You enforced regulations. You pushed back against non-compliance. You tried to contain a problem that your superiors told you needed containing. It's not your fault the problem was smarter than the regulations. Cold comfort, Xylar said. I spent 10 months watching you build a fortress and believing it was compliance. I should have recognized what you were doing. You did recognize it, Marcus corrected. That's why you kept escalating. That's why you recommended the environmental containment order. You knew we were building something dangerous. You just couldn't prove it violated any regulations. Because it didn't. Xylar stared at him. You followed every rule while breaking every intention behind those rules. We survived using the tools we were given, Marcus said. If the Council wanted different results, they should have written different rules. Or better yet, they should have helped us instead of abandoning us. He pulled up a document on his screen. But that's behind us now. Here's what happens next. Your fleet will be granted safe passage out of our sector. Full navigation assistance, priority routing through the void anchor corridors, escorts if you want them. Professional. Courteous, exactly as the new agreement requires. You are letting us go. We were never holding you, officer, just demonstrating our defensive capabilities. Now that we have official recognition, there's no need for demonstrations. Marcus paused. But Officer Xylar, understand something. You're leaving, but we're staying. And every ship that passes through this sector from now on will follow our traffic protocols, our safety regulations, our rules. You are claiming jurisdiction, Xylar said quietly. We're exercising autonomous governance over our recognized territory, Marcus corrected. Just like the agreement says. Any vessel wanting to transit our space will need clearance. They'll need to follow our navigation guidelines. And if they violate our safety protocols, he smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. We'll be forced to enforce compliance. For everyone's protection, of course. Xylar's mandibles worked silently. Then, surprisingly, the Vrin's shoulders slumped slightly. You learned well, Chief Engineer. Too well, perhaps. You have become what I spent months trying to stop you from becoming. What's that? Someone I cannot control, Xylar said. Someone who can enforce their own will through legitimate authority. Someone who built power from nothing and used regulations as weapons. You have become what every Compliance Bureau officer fears. A population that understands our rules better than we do. Then maybe the rules need changing, Marcus said. Or maybe the Bureau needs to stop treating survival as a compliance problem. We were dying, Officer Xylar. Every day we were dying. And you kept demanding we follow regulations while we suffocated. What did you expect us to do? I expected you to comply or fail, Xylar said honestly. Those were the only outcomes I was trained to recognize. The idea that you might comply and succeed, that you might weaponize the very regulations meant to restrict you, that was not in my operational parameters. His compound eyes reflected the sphere around him. I will be writing new parameters when I return. You have taught me that creative compliance is more dangerous than direct resistance. Good, Marcus said. Maybe future quarantine populations won't have to build fortresses to survive. Maybe they'll just get the support they need from the start. Perhaps, Xylar said. But Chief Engineer, know this. The Council has recognized you because you gave them no choice. They are watching Settlement Theta 7 very carefully. If you abuse this authority, if you threaten commerce, If you become the aggressive power your fortress suggests you could be, recognition will be revoked and overwhelming force will follow. We're not conquerors, officer. We're survivors. All we want is to live without being threatened every time we solve a problem. Keep the trade routes flowing, we're fine. Respect our borders, we're fine. Try to contain us again. Marcus leaned forward. Then we'll have another conversation about who's enforcing compliance on whom. Xylar nodded slowly. Clear skies and safe passage, Chief Engineer Webb. I hope I do not see this sector again. Safe travels, Officer Xylar. And next time you want to quarantine someone, maybe ask if they need help instead of assuming they'll fail. The channel closed. Santos appeared at Marcus's elbow. We're really doing this. We're really staying. We're really in charge. We're the recognized autonomous authority over this sector, Marcus said. Which means yes, we're staying, and yes, we're in charge of local governance. Someone has to manage the traffic, maintain the infrastructure, enforce safety protocols. Enforce safety protocols? Santos repeated. Chief, we're going to make every ship that comes through here follow our rules. Of course we are, Marcus said. He pulled up the compliance database, the same database Xylar had used against them for 10 months. Galactic Maritime Safety Code requires all vessels transiting through inhabited sectors to maintain minimum safe distances, proper identification protocols, and adherence to local traffic management. We're just enforcing existing regulations. Very important for everyone's safety. Santos started to laugh. We're going to do to them what Xylar did to us. We're going to enforce compliance, Marcus corrected. Professional, reasonable, exactly by the book, just like we've been doing all along. He highlighted their sector on the map. The compliance sphere, the void anchors, the ring segments, and arcology stacks all positioned in their strategic pattern. And if ships don't like our safety protocols, they're welcome to use different trade routes. Longer routes, more expensive routes. Their choice. That's extortion. That's traffic management, Marcus said. We built the infrastructure. We maintain the safe corridors. We provide emergency services. Ships pay navigation fees to compensate us for those services. Standard practice throughout the galaxy. We're just implementing it here. He pulled up another document. The operational protocols they'd been drafting for weeks, waiting for recognition. Navigation requirements, safety inspections, emergency response procedures, all completely legitimate, all perfectly reasonable, all designed to ensure that every ship passing through their space would acknowledge human authority. Chen, Marcus called across the command center. Start broadcasting the new navigation protocols on all standard commercial frequencies. Any vessel wanting to transit our sector needs to register with traffic control, submit to safety inspection, and acknowledge our regulatory authority. Broadcasting now, Chief, Chen replied. We're already getting responses. Most commercial haulers are requesting immediate routing information. They want to know the safest way through. Provide full assistance, Marcus said. Professional, helpful. Make sure they understand we're here to ensure their safety. That's what autonomous governance is for, maintaining order and security for everyone's benefit. And if someone refuses to acknowledge our authority, Ramos asked, then they don't get routing information, Marcus said simply. They can navigate the void anchor gravitational fields on their own, without guidance, without maps, without warnings about where the fields are strongest. Their choice. We're not forcing anyone to follow our protocols, just making it very inconvenient not to. He pulled up the old treaty book, the same physical copy they'd kept since day one, its pages marked with highlighted passages and annotated references. The book that had saved them from vaporization in Chapter 1. The book that had provided every loophole, every technicality, every legal justification for 10 months of building. Marcus tapped the cover. According to galactic regulation, Treaty Clause 9C, subsection regarding autonomous governance authority, recognized settlements are granted full jurisdiction over their designated territory, including the establishment and enforcement of local safety regulations, traffic management protocols, and compliance requirements for all vessels transiting their space. He looked up at his crew. Subsection 14B is particularly relevant. Failure to comply with legitimate local safety regulations constitutes a navigational hazard and justifies intervention by local security forces to prevent harm to other vessels. Santos caught on. We can stop ships that don't follow our rules. We can ensure compliance with safety regulations, Marcus corrected, for the protection of all vessels in our sector. It's our responsibility as the autonomous governing authority. The Council gave us this authority specifically to maintain order and security. He smiled. Compliance is mandatory. The command center went quiet for a moment as that sank in. Then Rodriguez, chief engineer of the former Theta 12, now a resident of settlement Theta 7, spoke up from her station. Chief, we just went from refugees to regulators. We went from dying to surviving to thriving, Marcus said. And we did it by following every rule, exploiting every loophole, and building something they couldn't ignore, couldn't remove, and couldn't dismiss as non-compliant. We weaponized their regulations against them. And now we get to write our own. He pulled up the external view, the compliance sphere from outside. 50 kilometers of integrated megastructure built from salvage and spite, positioned to control the most valuable piece of space in the sector. Ring segments that were also fortress arcs. Arcology stacks that were also armored towers. Void anchors that locked down navigation. A Matryoshka brain that could coordinate fleet-scale operations. A stellar forge that could vaporize anything that threatened them. All of it legal. All of it documented. All of it completely, perfectly, unassailably compliant. This is what happens when you try to contain humans, Marcus said quietly. You give us rules, we'll follow them. You give us restrictions, we'll work within them. But you put us in a corner and tell us to die quietly. He looked at the fortress they'd built. We'll build our way out. We'll use your laws as weapons. We'll turn compliance into dominance. And when you finally realize what we've done, it'll be too late to stop us without admitting your rules were the problem all along. Outside, a commercial hauler was broadcasting a request for navigation assistance. Chen granted clearance and started uploading routing information. The first ship to officially acknowledge human authority over settlement Theta 7, the first of thousands that would follow. Send response, Marcus ordered. Welcome them to our sector. Provide full assistance. Charge standard navigation fees per galactic commercial protocols. Professional, courteous, exactly by the book. The hauler confirmed receipt and began following their routing. A large vessel, carrying goods worth millions. Now paying humans for the privilege of using space humans had claimed through perfect compliance. Marcus looked at his crew, his people, Rodriguez and her surviving engineers from Theta 12, the original 47 from the start, the refugees from failed zones, 232 humans who'd been dumped in a junkyard and told to die quietly while bureaucrats processed their paperwork. 232 humans who'd instead built a fortress from trash and turned it into a toll booth. We're not done building, Marcus said. Recognition is just the beginning. We're going to expand. More ring segments, more infrastructure, more self-sufficiency. We're going to make this sector so valuable, so integrated, so essential to galactic commerce that they'll never be able to ignore us again. And we're going to do it all perfectly legally. Every structure justified, every build documented, every expansion covered by our autonomous governance rights. How big are we talking? Santos asked. Marcus pulled up the long-term projections. The plans they'd been developing in secret, waiting for recognition. Big enough that when other human settlements look at what we built, they see a blueprint. Big enough that when the Council looks at us, they see a model they can't help but replicate. Big enough that in 10 years, Settlement Theta 7 isn't just an autonomous zone. It's a hub, a trading post, a center of commerce that happens to be run by humans who remember what it was like to be told they didn't matter. He highlighted the compliance sphere on the tactical display. Not dark anymore, not hidden. The interior lights were on now, visible through the carefully positioned viewports they'd designed into the structure. The ring segments glowed with agricultural lights. The arcology stacks showed habitation. The whole structure looked alive, active, thriving. A monument to survival, a testament to spite. A fortress built from regulations and malicious compliance. The Dyson cage gleamed against the stars, its structure catching the light of the blue giant, reflecting it back in patterns that spelled out a message visible to anyone with sensors. We followed your rules. We built what you demanded. And now we're here to stay. Marcus closed the treaty book and set it on the command console. The book that had saved them. The book that had provided every justification. The book that had let them turn containment into conquest. "All right, people," he said. "We've got a sector to manage, ships to guide, safety protocols to enforce, and a fortress to maintain. Let's show the galaxy what happens when humans are given rules instead of support." He looked out at the sphere one more time, at the structures they'd built, at the systems they'd integrated, at the cage they'd constructed around the very people who'd tried to contain them. "Welcome to Settlement Theta 7, Marcus said softly, "where compliance is mandatory, safety is enforced, and humans finally get to write the regulations." The command center returned to normal operations, commercial traffic being routed, navigation fees being collected, safety inspections being scheduled, the mundane work of autonomous governance, backed by the implicit threat of a fortress that could enforce compliance by force if necessary. Outside, Xylar's enforcement fleet began its departure, escorted by human drones through corridors calculated by human AI, following routes approved by human authority. The GCB vessels that had arrived to sterilize a quarantine zone, now leaving under human supervision. The cage was complete. The blockade was operational. The humans were in charge, and the galaxy would learn to live with it.